but this guy was doing it all. He goes by the name of Purge, a.k.a. Purge, and well, man, just how many bops happen in about a minute here?
I mean, he goes on a 10 streak, and at one point, he tells his team, it was during the list, and he goes, yo, boys, I'm on a merciless. And then instantly goes, all right, yo, I think they're going to be spawning Texas.
You literally said, like, for 4 minutes, I'm pretty sure, like, they could not kill me. And it's true. I mean, it was just non-stop slamming from side of Purge.
Well, Purge is pretty good with his gun. Other people are getting the job done with their wheels. Let's take a look at some fantastic team explosion. Just drive through the door, bro.
Yo, that was
Why
deep,
did we
though.
stop? Like, that was pretty far away.
That RC was far from him.
How deep is this?
Pretty crazy.
I mean,
that one's like, is up between a wall? Like, where's Nasty at? How is Nasty dying? That,
Yeah.
Oh, 4.
Sorry,
That's rough,
yeah.
buddy. That range.
This is the great TJ.
I mean, listen, he got a kill with an RC earlier in this map, so it's okay. Forgive it. All right, it's all good.
One of the best plays of the week belongs to the great Beans on AR. He shows us a move from Black Ops 2, still available in Black Ops 6. Hellstorm missiles go bye-bye when you shoot them in the face, Allie.
I just can't believe he heard that. He was like, I know something you don't. And then he ends up blowing up and he gets no kills and they end up actually winning this series, so that's cool.
Toronto Ultra clutch it up against Vancouver.
They're frying, dude.
They're frying.
I mean, it's a big win. I think before the match, we were talking about, like, do they have a signature win? This was a huge one for them, and he was fired up.
And our producers are bullies. Optic.
It's got to be Burger, yeah.
That's a good clip.
It's 0-6. I think it's a little highlight of each of their 6 losses.
Everybody got a turn, basically.
Carolina did, Miami did it, Toronto made them all realize.
But look,
did it.
they have an opportunity today to get a fry. They have an opportunity today.
They could fry.
They could fry.
They could fry, and, well, if they do, it wouldn't affect their standings.
That's true. Whoa, hey, hold on. They would move up 1 spot, Chris.
Over Falcons.
Yes.
If they, Falcons won maps yesterday.
Yeah.
So Optic's got to go to at least a game 5 to keep pace with Falcons.
But they would pass LAG, right? Because they beat LAG and it'd be head-to-head. So they move up 2 spots.
Wow.
I mean, yeah.
And one day they'll be in the winner's bracket, but these two
sure.
teams definitely will. Let's take a look at Surge and Rocker because this could be a fun one, Allie. That could go to another game 5. Vancouver Surge, yesterday you told me they were a top 3 team. How do they fare against Minnesota?
They showed very well, actually, especially from the Minnesota that we saw yesterday. It was a little bit of a slow start from them versus the LA Thieves, but Surge do get handed a loss by Toronto. Was a tough one. Their search and destroy, unfortunately, did not come through. They allowed Joe and Deceives to clutch as much as he wanted to, but they know it was some mistakes on the side of Vancouver Surge. I don't think it's really affected my opinion of them too much, but this is an opportunity of a game that could go all the way.
2 players that are definitely earning their paychecks right now. It's the youngsters, Estriel for Minnesota, and on the other side, the man coming up from Challengers in Neptune. Let's take a look at some of their numbers on the SMG.
Yeah, I mean, they've both been unbelievable. Neptune obviously completely changing this team, and they've been world-class hardpoint team throughout this split. Estriel's just been silently consistent. Minnesota always a threat. You know, they played Thieves pretty close in the final 2 maps yesterday. I feel good about this team, though, coming into today's match. I think we're going to get a banger.
Yeah, and I feel like we haven't sang the praises of Estriel too much. He's been kind of unreal this stage. He has 1.16 leading his team across the board when it comes to overalls, and in the respawn specifically, he seriously stepped it up. 1.31 in control. That's been one of their strongest game modes throughout the entirety of this split, and I feel like we haven't sung his praises just enough. He's been doing the thing.
I think I sang his praises all day yesterday.
You talk about
you guys
talk about me.
Chance recognized greatness. I recognize greatness. I'm glad you guys are finally recognizing greatness.
On the wave. Finally on the wave.
Yeah, I'm finally on the mini wave. I mean, no, honestly, though, I think it's going to be a good match today. It's kind of a litmus test, I think, for Minnesota. Obviously, they played LA Thieves yesterday where they started slow, get going. Final 2 maps are close. Paul X, first 2 maps super slow for him, but then he bounced back. So today versus Vancouver, Vancouver's coming off of a loss. It's a great time to strike blood.
Carolina is done with their qualifier matches, but one of the teams they beat on the way was Cloud9, the Pretender. Today, they take on Atlanta FaZe for a chance at redemption and to prove to everyone that they could be a threat come Texas. But first, let's start with Atlanta FaZe. A lot of people forget that they won Minor 1. They won Major 1. The only team that's really caused them problems is Vancouver Surge. So are we kind of doubting Atlanta unreasonably at this point?
I'm not doubting Atlanta, but I do acknowledge, like, they've had some really, really close hard points. They've had a couple of HP losses. Like, you look at their last 3 HPs, and all of them are extremely close. 2 versus Gentlemates and then 1 versus Boston, which is a 9-point loss, right? So I think Atlanta, like, they're putting a lot of priority in their search and destroy. They're still 5-1, so they're winning these matches, right? They're going to have potentially a top 2 seed headed into it, and they just have their eyes set on that match against LA Thieves. So I have full faith in this roster.
Simper or Beezy more fun to watch today, Allie?
Ooh, that one's tough. Honestly, a Beezy. I think I really liked what I saw from Beezy in the series versus LAD. I mean, he was just an absolute demon. I mean, you go back to that map number 2, 11-5 across the board at 5 first bloods. He's called the first blood demon for a reason. And now we see it across the board. They get another opportunity to go up against Cloud9. And it was some close search and destroys too. So they're going to need him in this series today.
Round 11 search, round 10 search, and of course, a very tight game 4 on Vault. What are the maps today? Stay tuned a little bit later to find out. But Cloud9, this is a pretty meaningful match. For Atlanta, really, you have nothing to gain. You got the number 2 spot. It's basically locked up going into the winner's bracket. Cloud9 have a lot of room for movement here.
Yeah, and for Cloud9, like their biggest, this is going to be kind of like a litmus test for them, I feel like, because when it comes to teams that are in the top 4, they're not getting wins. But they are in a situation where everybody that they should beat, they are. They got the 3-0 versus the Gentlemates. They got a Game 5 versus Minnesota. They got a 3-0 versus Boston, only following in 3-1 fashions to Carolina and LAD. So they're on the upward trend, and I feel like this match will be good to feel where they're at versus teams.
Random fact, Cloud9 could finish top 4 with a win and some other results going their way today. Would you be surprised to see this team finish in the top 4 at the end of our qualifier?
I'd be surprised because of how bad they were in stage 1.
Yeah.
And I think the community and us too, we maybe have undervalued the improvements that they've had. Like, it's really staggering. Like, their search and destroy has been insane this split. Like,
Look at
top
this
2
guy individually as well.
Sib, I mean, like, he has been crazy. Look at the stat difference, 0.91 to a 1.15.
That's pretty good.
Been putting up way more damage as well. Like, Sib has stepped it up, not only in the respawn, but also in search.
Respawn, non-traded kills through the roof at 74%. He has been dangerous with the AR, but I have loved it with the Jacqueline hands, especially on maps like Protocol. Let's take a look at when does Sib play? Well, it's against Atlanta FaZe at 6 p.m. Before that, Vancouver Surge and Minnesota Rocker fight for their spot in the top 4 potentially. And of course, somebody's got to finish at the bottom. Optic Texas takes on LAG in a fight of the Battle 3.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
I'm gonna set a timer on my phone, 20 minutes. I will call you back. That way you can take it out. Let's wait until you get hot first. Like, you can put it in I'm gonna watch the t-shirt with your safe, pretty good. I wanted you to take the pizza, but grandma's supposed to. Come on, I'll just teach you how to do it.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Anytime you do this, you can call me. That way I can make sure that you're doing it safely. I don't want you to mistakenly leave the oven on, you know, like how I did it. Remember when I left the chicken on? You know, okay in there, remember? I don't want that to happen with you. You guys get stuck in my house. And you guys be safe. Sorry.
It's not copium. It's called Phantom. The green wall still has Optic's back despite a very lackluster performance throughout Major 2 qualifiers. In fact, it's one of the worst we have seen. They are 0-6 mapless. The only team now to be mapless in our qualifier left.
I mean, I have to tip it. You know, the green wall, if anything, will always be there and show up for the guys. And this is a tough time for them mentally because, I mean, you can't be feeling great loading into these series against teams that you know that you can play better than and you know you are world champions and aren't able to show it. So for Optic Texas, pressure is still very much on, and they've got one more series to try and get some momentum heading into Major 2.
Yeah, man. You know, I've watched some clips and I saw Shotzi say, like, in scrims, they're actually going quite well. Like, you play against Atlanta or, like, losing by 1 map. Play against LA Thieves, it's like 4-3, splitting the hard points at times. So it's clearly something's happening in these matches, and they're just, like, all-start solo challenging. Things start to go wrong. You combo that with some of the individuals just not performing as well, and it's going to be tough. I mean, honestly, I've been so hesitant to say it because he's one of the greatest of all time, but Kenny has been underperforming.
0.3 is unacceptable for a match.
Yeah, that last match was, like, that was the worst one. That was the worst one.
We do want to call out today. You heard it on Scum Stream. They have moved locations, and when they do, there's been a history of success. Let's take a look back. Major 4 last year. End of MW3, a 1-7 record online at the headquarters. What happens online at Champs? 4-0, Slamage, World Championship Alley. They go back to that same venue for Major 2.
Yeah, and then for Stage 2, Black Ops 6, 0-6 once again in the HQ. So maybe they just need a new environment.
You had to read the 0-6 again. Okay, let's talk about LAG. Their opponent's not much better, despite looking way better in their matchup last night against Atlanta. But talk me through this roster, because nameless, you're still not sold on the Gorilla Mates, Gentlemates, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, let's put our hands up for a moment before we start saying, oh, this team's improving, they might be good. Because when you look at them in Stage 1, right? 7-9 hardpoint, it wasn't the worst. They were decent at HP. They had a spree where they won like 5 in a row, and their search was the reason they probably made all these changes. They was one of the worst in the league. They were 4-9 in it, right? You make these changes, now you're 3-9 in hardpoint, 3-7 in search and destroy. So regardless of what happens, you're close but no cigar, winning some close HPs. You're still losing games, you're losing matches, and the record is not improving regardless, right? So with LAG, it has been a struggle. I feel like that it's just an imminent roster change.
Devil's advocate on this side, I don't want a roster change for the LA Gorilla Mates. Me personally, I like what they have to build with, and respectfully, they've had to go against some tough teams. They played very close in Respawn versus Atlanta FaZe. I would argue that they should have closed out that map #1 protocol that was 10 points. Before that, they have their dub versus Vegas South Falcons, and then they go up against a surging Cloud9, a top 4 Carolina Royal Ravens. They did get 3-0.
And 3-0 again.
It's those 3-0s that when you go into the actual numbers, their matches are like within 20 points in Respawn. They're round 10s, they're round 11s.
Dubs, bro.
They're really close.
Maps and modes, there's 5 of them, but I bet we only see 3.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Optic haven't won a map, right? So it's going to favor the side of LAG. Like,
I just said it was going to be a 3-game series, and that's because Optic wins 3 straight. I'm going Optic Texas.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to go with LA Gorilla Mates, but if they don't win this, my opinion about them might start changing.
I got Optic. They got to get one. They're in a room. Something's got to go through the hoop.
I thought I was being brave, but I guess it's just Rosalie going with the statistical genius maneuver. Let's send it over to 2 super smart casters, one of them with a major in history. Tell me about the history of Optic. Have they ever been in this position, Mr. Shift?
Oh, you're talking to me. Oh, I thought you were going to Jay for that one.
Nope, I ain't going to college.
Not me. Too much, man. I don't know. It's just like, we talked about this last week when we had their matchup, and it's one of those situations that it's just like, how? We're literally lost for words of how this team has been this unbelievably and so surprisingly poor, and it just doesn't seem like it's getting any better. Like, again, Kenny's performance earlier was, I mean, come on.
Okay, give me a second. I'm on the phone with my son.
Kills essentially per
Give me a few minutes before my camera's off.
Thieves, Alan. That was versus the Thieves, though. You know, they are the #1 team that we currently have in the game. But a .3 is definitely not acceptable, regardless of who you are. If you are Optic Texas, 0-6 so far in your series, 0-18 in map count. Realistically, you're looking for one to just simply go through the hoop. That's it. That's as simple as it can be. Optic just need one to go their way. They're starting off on an opening hacienda where obviously they had a great opening showing versus LAT, but then on the second half of the game, everybody just started to do what they normally do, and that's ISO, play hero ball, and that's just not how it works out. On the opposite side, though, for LAG, I think this is going to be a really good series for them. Watching their series yesterday versus FaZe, because every single respawn that they played versus FaZe is in this series, and they all were very, very tight. So Optic Texas, you got to come out, and you got to come out the gate swinging.
I 1,000,000% agree with that take. There is still a level of also trying to determine kind of the conversation at the desk. Will this formation and formula for LAG's roster actually work out for them? So far, so good. Opening breakoff has been pretty solid. Kenny able to re-clear out some of the space over towards open to keep at least the spawns relatively contested. And a nice little hip fire onto Lins will now have Optic looking towards the hard point.
Yeah, Optic are definitely going to be looking towards the hard point, but neither squad are really focused on it as of now. We're more focused on finding the kills to try to flip these spawns, and perfectly at the right time, LG are able to combine 3. So now you can work for some time here at P1. You already have the rotation over towards New. They're seeming like they're just going to give it up for free, and Optic can take this 10 seconds and also a lot of space with it.
Yeah, indeed the case. So now the setup is looking at Lunars to see if he can get a read on how many members are coming over towards Fence's side. He's gotten a read at least onto one. Trophy system down to keep him planted, but he's lost track of Shotzzy. So spawns will move. Gunfights in the middle of the map, though, will allow LAG to still have some sort of a setup from inside the hill, but nice shots from Kenny. Takes him out on the cut, and now it's just down to Kismet, who drops, and Optic will get the flip.
Yeah, and that's why LAG struggled yesterday versus Atlanta. When those plays come down, when you're cutting your losses for about 20 seconds, you're putting yourself in the best ideal setup, just something is open. You're allowing someone to slip on by, and Shotzzy takes advantage through the backside to find a double, secure the spawns for his team, find the break, and they might walk away with all this time here. That is a beautiful play there from Optic.
Looking really good for it. Pred also bumping out over towards the middle of the map, and this is great. Optic are going to allow LAG to spawn behind towards driveway and get to work with both Dashy and Pred trying to get over to New. Nice gunfight win there from Pred on 3 in a row. Support from Shotzzy now on the rotation, and yeah, there is really no contest over towards Old, so Optic looking like they're going to go scrap to initial from 2 to 3.
Yeah, and they're going to be initially here, set up. They're finding all the kills off the rotation. All of the gorilla mates are going to be spawning over towards well. So they have to bombard their way through that front side, and Optic have all of that covered. They find the initial 2, still holding on to the hard point. But now you got to locate where Kismet is, because he's about to set up this pinch for the break.
Yeah. Shotzzy 6 in a row, spun around though, as Kismet will finally get things going. A 1-5 start from him, but now into the picture a little bit more for LAG. Has anyone got the YY counter out? Kenny now on 4 in a row. 6-1 start for him, trying to get into the hard point. Teammates try to pinch over through connector, but it's not all that well coordinated, and that'll be enough for LAG to hold on for now.
Yeah, LAG still holding, but Optic are surrounding them. Now you have Pred playing the cutoffs from well side. You're hoping that your teammates can find the rest of the players on towards the hard point. They're able to find a trade, potentially walk away with this final 20, but LAG now in an opportunity with one player spawning towards the back. Lins is going to give it up for free. He's able to find a double. Final 15, go to LAG. Optic currently win the rotation over towards New, but this is a hill that they definitely need to work on.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of a question mark here in terms of, is there someone behind the play? Now they've got the security, knowing that these 2 members through P2 can lock things down. It's going to be just a full-on focus towards open hall and onto the front side of the hard point. LAG looking to break, largely just by snowballing their way through the side door. There's the first dash shot. Pred deals with it. Good damage onto more, but the eliminations are there for LAG, leaving Kenny by himself, and he cannot get back to the play in time. Break successful for the gorilla mates.
Yeah, that's one of those situations there. Like, if you're Optic, you know where the pressure's coming in. I know Dashy wants to play it safe, make sure no one's flanking through Lambo's side. But once your teammates get outnumbered or that first gunfight goes down, you have to put yourself into the play, because you're simply going to get outnumbered. You're still keeping it scrappy, though, because you got players like Shotzzy right through the front door, able to finesse to find another break. But the hold attempt, or at least the pacing right there for Optic, needs to be a little bit quicker, so this is a better hold.
Sure. Yep, indeed the case. Dashy gets the read of the contestant over towards Hall, but the play from the front is starting to develop for LAG until Shotzzy now last one left as a 1v1. Good damage. Actually traded out decently by Lins, but Kenny is able to supply some support up top, and that will get the scrap time to Optic over 100 points as we head back to P1.
Yeah, looking a lot better today in the teamwork aspect. They're setting up these proper pinches. Already up by 50 after we hit the end of the first set. Now LAG trying to play catch up. Putting himself in position, just hold down this P1 time. You have both ARs just watching over the hallways, allowing Kismet to soak up the time uncontested. This is where you start to get aggressive, but Optic, they at least find a couple kills. They still have the numbers.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, though, actually has Shotzi colliding onto his teammates. So
yeah,
it's just the one player into the hard point for now. Lunar's the one responsible for the rotation through Spiral, but loses track of Shotzi up top. So a moment here for Optic to try to win out these eliminations, keep the play on the hard point alive, and things are looking pretty darn decent for it. They're holding back this LAG push through open hall, but eventually Kismet will find 3, and now LAG try to put a little bit of pressure on rotation.
Oh, but that's a big kill right there from Shotzi. Gets it at the right time for 2 of his teammates to spawn right on him. Also finds a second before getting taken down. So Optic in a position now to win the rotation over towards New. You just got to keep on trading, but Kismet has rotated his way through the front side. I don't know if Optic are going to read this.
Oh, nope, they do not. Just lays prone over towards the driveway side. Dashy does get one. Trophy system denied by Lunars and Priesta as they're holding down this cut really nicely. Stuns and nades all being littered, but the pinch is on. Can able to find one from the backside of this attempt. And now Kismet trying to come off the reinforcements for the spawn. Also going to be surprised by another Optic member from behind. So yeah, Optic going to keep that lead at about 50, but with this close spawns, they can make that way wider here.
Yeah, way wider. They just need to find the rest of the kills through the front door. Dashy and Kenny spring alive with those ARs lined up too. And now if you're the LAG mates, you know that we can't consistently just hit that front door. We're not going to find a break. Your last attempt here is going to be through mid lobby. Optic might not give you an opportunity. You already have players early off the rotation. Shotzi's taking space. Every kill that happens now, LAG will spawn back at old. And right now, Optic Texas, they are just on point.
Yeah, Pred the only one who can play forward, though, so Optic are have to form something and set something up as they try to break over to P3 as we hop into an Optic Texas. Listen in.
In front of me. Not from well. I'm coming front. I'm cutting front. They're looking for me in the back. Just go, Tom. I'm top breathe. We can fuck. Here's a straight. Someone else in front, Ken. Behind me, front. Hard to Tom. He's plat. He's plat. I'm playing for the guy. Out of Tom. Let's see shit plat. Couple Lunars. Sorry, last guy lands. I cannot get the Tom. I cannot get the Tom. I got it. I'm standing in front. You heard? I have Ada. Just let me know. I'm holding Ada, Ken. You heard the It's a lens, bro. Yeah, Mr. Lens, I have a little pitch. Nothing Ada's too. I have a little bit. Ada feels good. Lunars, one shot to plus. Outer. Really weak outer, Priesta. Last guy Ada. He's like our leg outer. We spawned out again behind you. There's one secret maybe. What's enemy? Let's play this. They're all got plat, bro. All got plat. Nothing low you. He's in. How about pinch? First time play. How about pinch? Inner plat. Under the plat. Watch out. Plus up. Nice. I'm cutting you fast, bro. Yeah, they're going. Hey, I can also nothing on. Hold. I'm the top. Shit on. Let them in here. I'm near. Could be top out again, boys. I'm in. I just got the right time. Top. That's up. The part. On you. One is behind you. I'm smoking like I'm dead. One shot short. Absolutely. Hold open. You should shake. What about bottom line? Streak. Third tax, see if we can. No, one is bottom line. He's like bottom mid to right. You're open and then one's our top part. Two of one's our top part. Right. He's bottom one. He's short. Short the time. Open and short. That's it. Respawn deep. Alright, time kind of weak. There's 2 time. One could be top out. 8 time. No trophy, guys. Some time. I'm pitching, bro. Trying to low one. Nothing low one. Pick it up, dead. Alright, then open him. I'll take it. Time open. I'm not sure, boys. I'm just scared. Yeah, I'm open. Outer. There's a Tom. One more shot. I'm telling you. Open, kiss. Open, only not weak. Open, and then there's that plate. Only one. Yeah, he's I'll get. Open side, Tom. He's going our side open. I'm taking the right route, okay? Okay. Keep your open on it. I'm taking around for us. Top part. Nice. Good shot. Let's go.
Yeah, not bad at all here for Optic. I think the Green Wall's going to love being able to see Pred get all fiery in the comms. Yeah. It makes it feel like the old school Renegades day when he was in APAC, just absolutely destroying. And that seems to be the case here for Optic as he finds himself at 21-18.
Yeah, they haven't really had a lot of moments so far throughout the stage to roar a little bit, but everyone is sitting at positive. Kenny at 17-17. The guns are working today for Optic Texas. So you find yourself up by 60, but do not let your foot off the gas, because LAG with a perfect hold there at P4, withstanding the Hellstorm coming in, are still keeping this a game. And now they're only down by 50 and currently contesting for those back zones as well.
Yeah, indeed the case. Pred making a mess of the top side of Spiral. 18 seconds of scrap time here. Look like Optic are going to just collect as much of that as they possibly can. LAG required, though, to win out this next hold over towards P2. You've got Lunars once again backside over towards the driveway to watch. You've got Kismet right here working with Lins to make sure no one hits down through Spiral. And now here comes the play once again for Optic moving around the back.
Oh, that's a big opening kill there from Pred. Can your teammates find a trade to at least potentially spawn them out? But Pred gets the better of Kismet. At least there for the trade. Optic Texas through mid lobby, instantly find the break. LAG breakdown again.
Oh, and Lynn's not able to keep his life over towards the connector, so now it is just on Kismet. Not quite able to find full entry, but at least enough pressure here for LAG spawning close to keep the hard point in their name. Little water out for Kenny, waiting for his teammates to develop the hit from the front first, or maybe not at all. Kenny's actually the first one to peek. Got the first bullet on the Lynn's. Follow up from Pred is clean. Now it's just on to Lunar's backside of the hill. He's being held back by Dashy. Pistol out, not going to work, and Optic can win here.
Optic can win here. LAG starting to spawn all around that middle map area. You just got to take care of Lynn's to the backside. Optic Texas looking like they're going to secure a map win here.
And it's going to come in electric fashion with Shotzi on the pinch. It's finally happened. Optic Texas find their first map win, and even Brett looks up and says, praise be Hacienda, finding a clean win here versus LAG.
Finally able to see one go through the hoop. The Green Wall fans get a little bit more excited. Pred is saying, thank you, God. We have been able to get over this hump. But a hard point W is a great W, especially if you're Optic starting off in the map number one. They completely outclassed LAG. Like, there was multiple times where you're thinking, all right, LAG are going to cut their losses. Not once, but twice at P2 with 20 seconds to give up at P1. If you're going to give up that much time, you're putting yourself in the best setup. Their setup, though, was instantly broken on the first attempt right there from Optic Texas because Optic's teamwork was on point. We're understanding, okay, we're not going to bombard our way through lobby to find these kills. We have to take different angles. And the fact that they're able to take those angles through well and at the same time put a little pressure on the front and mid lobby, you're also finding the opening kill. It makes your job a whole lot easier because you're instantly putting yourself in the numbers advantage. We haven't seen this form of Optic Texas in quite some time, but that's a good start to at least build off of.
Yeah, and I mean, just kind of reiterating onto your point, let's throw some numbers onto it. I mean, looking at this LAG squad, they are the worst team this stage at rotating around every map, essentially.
Yeah.
They're also the 9th ranked team when it comes to hold percentage, and their hold opportunities per map are low because of the rotation percentage being bad. And yeah, their break percentage is number 3 currently, but that's because they're breaking all the time. So it just kind of comes down to, I think you're absolutely right, the 2 different times at P2, but I think it really starts with that first rotation where Optic are able to foil the setup around the back, flip spawns, flip the hard point at 2, and then also win rotation, putting LAG in a miserable spot as we start to head over to P3. So yeah, really good idea there for Optic, just playing better on rotation and putting a lot of stress on this LAG team that still is having a really tough time locking things down with this group of 4.
Yeah, they're just trying to still figure out their identity right now. Obviously, you heard Nameless touch on it. The previous stint of the Gorilla Mates, they were around the middle of the pack in hard point. They struggled in search and destroy. But so far, with this iteration of the roster, they haven't really figured out a mode that has worked for them, besides probably control, and that's hoping that they can play Hacienda basically every single time. But if you're Optic, you're feeling fantastic because there's been a lot of talk about you guys just playing a lot of hero ball. Finally, we've been able to see a little bit of teamwork there in that map number 1. And with that teamwork, you're able to find breaks. You're able to set up these proper holds. The one mishap they had was at P4 when Dash was just taking his sweet time over towards Lambo. He just fills that gap better. The scoreline is a little bit more different, but this is what the Green Wall was asking for. This is what the entire world was asking for Optic to show some life, and they do it there in map 1.
Decent gap established early, never really got all that close. In fact, it just got a little bit wider as we continue to go on. Red card search and destroy, though, coming up next. And again, the numbers across the board for both these 2 teams throughout this stage has not necessarily been great. Of course, the team change on one side, and who knows what's going on the other with Optic. But you go to a red card here. It's a map that you have a lot of reps on if you're Optic, and in particular, a lot of reps before they swapped out Pred for Hoog. Yeah. So maybe there is a little bit of, let's just go back to a ballpark, a ball game that we know. Let's see if we can get ourselves set up and start this series off 2-0. Where on the other side, I do like the idea of how this LAG team plays on a map like red card, because they do flex into 3 subs, 3 ARs often, so they can really manipulate tempo a lot on this map.
Yeah, they have playmakers, man. You know what Kismet is going to do on the side of LAG. He's going to be the aggressor through mid-ticket, on the overextension, and even try to take hedge control away. I think if you're Optic, your biggest focus in search and destroy in general is early into these rounds. They are dead last in first bloods. Even in situations where they find the first blood, they're not clutching up on these rounds. 11th in post plants, 11th in retakes. Everything for Optic right now in search and destroy is just abysmal. And when I sat there and I was looking at a bunch of stuff being posted all over the timeline, I was hearing things about Optic just like taking risks when they don't need to. Like there's certain situations when you have the numbers advantage, we're deciding to go for bomb wraps or just overextension ISO plays. When you have the numbers, let's put ourselves in a situation where we can play these trades. That's the best way to play this game.
Yep, indeed the case. If you missed that there in the bottom left, new CDL scuff skins. Wow, some of the teams cooked with them too, man. They look real good. So if you need to, go back, rewind, scan that QR code, get over there. And, well, if you're an Optic fan, you might want to do that right now while we look at the losing streak. The search and destroy has been going down. And I think the thing that's been, again, obviously the map losses has been significant, but it's also just been the fact that they haven't come close to winning a search and destroy since we got off the minor. So lots of work to be done as we jump on in. Red card, search and destroy, LAG. Oh, a little bit of a feisty play with tempo through ticket and over to B immediately. I think they know that Pred is the one defender here. We pop the door, try to throw a stun, see if we can get info on the defense, but Pred sends immediately the same stuff back to sender.
Yeah, Pred's just gonna back on out. Now they're trying to find an opening kill with the tax, able to connect onto Lens, but no one falls. So now LAG in towards the site. Priest has info on Shotzzy. Yeah, you gotta take that one-on-one first blood to LAG.
And Lens, he doesn't have to take an extra step forward here. You can just hold these doorways. Optic, lots of shots. Kenny actually a very solid win, but cannot get away after the damage from Lunars had been tallied and traded. Lens now backside staircase, just trying to play angles, but that gets caught out. Pred and Dashy clean up the rest of the post plant defense. Good stuff from Optic.
Oh, great stuff from Optic there, and the man disadvantage. It was all on Kenny, though, setting the tone early on, applying that early pressure for that first kill. Even though he gets traded out, right there in a 2v3, if you're LAG, you're thinking, all right, we have the man advantage. They use all their stuns. There's no way in hell they're going to try to retake this before we get this bomb down, but Pred strikes at the right time, wins his first gunfight, makes it a 2v2. Bomb planner tries to rotate his way on out, but once you take this positioning away, you're able to set up the team shots between Dashy and Pred.
Yeah.
So a beautiful retake there from Optic Texas as they secure the first.
And I think on the other side for LAG, we've got a really good kind of third-party perspective of that play. Lynn's just way too wide in that swing, considering there's a high-low setup on that cross that should have given him the info that he was trying to get. First blood for Lunars, though. Tallied on the Kenny, who initially was the bomb carrier. That's now collected by Pred. And they have to try to isolate on the Lens. Shotzzy trying to chase, stuns, nades, a little bit of support behind. But still, the red dot chase is on, and eventually Shotzzy's able to find the kill.
Oh, Shotzzy, big kill there. Makes it a 3v3. And now you're forcing LAG to start to back up from their positions. Priest knows that he could potentially be spotted over from stage, but you have to make sure we're accounting for Shotzzy. Do not allow him to get lost. Pred's still going to be the bomb carrier, but Kismet's sitting right beside him.
Yeah, he sure is. And that now changes the entire complexion of this round, especially with Lunars finding one, almost able to take down Shotzzy as well. But with 30 seconds left, and Shotzzy pretty much held over towards the top side at Glass. This is going to be a very tough comeback, and he's likely going to have to do this by way of finding both kills. There's really not a chance he gets this bomb and runs for a plant.
Yeah, there's just no way he should be able to clutch this round, but Shotzzy can do Shotzzy things, makes it a 1v1, 15 seconds. Thankfully, Priesta, with the repositioning, able to play the buddy system there with Kismet and not allow Shotzzy to get on out. Still with 15 seconds, though, to recover that bomb in that position and even think about the objective. It's going to be very difficult to do. Most likely had to play for the kill, but LAG set the tone there on their defense. They take away Hedge. They find that first blood. They force Shotzzy to try to be aggressive through mid-ticket, even though he does find some success there. All that pressure over towards Hedge, you make Optic back down in their position, and that allows eventually Kismet to take that space away through B Street to work that pinch. Great play.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things too, where if you're Optic and you do get that kill on the Lens at mid, and you start where you started to get Shotzzy pushed up to, it looked like they were already in a spot to likely re-clear Hedges, but the bomb just never comes to be a part of that play. Shotzzy timing here is exquisite. This is the same break off for the two players through mid for LAG. Doesn't have the same support from behind, though, and I will say LAG is very lucky to still be in a 4v4, even maybe more lucky. They find a 1v1 into Kenny mid-map. It does get traded as the bomb carrier drops.
Yeah, that's the bomb carrier. That's the biggest thing. Now you have to commit your way over towards B. And Optic have hit the rotation to be set up for it. Pred gonna try to make a hero play, sets up on the pinch, finds one, and at least able to almost get out, but 2v2.
Now Shotzzy, information gain, finds the kill and sneaks away from Lunars, who was nearby, just didn't have an angle. Bomb should be very collectible here, but Lunars is of course worried about Shotzzy just running circles around you, and why wouldn't you be? Well, there's some good information. A couple of warning shots from Lunars. And I'm not going to lie to you, if this continues just to be a shoulders game, yeah, Lunar's just kind of put himself out of the realm of possibility of clutching that, not being able to get back to the bomb in time, and doesn't even get that far as Dashi secures the kill.
Yeah, Dashi was the tone setter that round. Even when Kenny got picked off, he was able to find that kill onto Kismet, make it a 3v3, force LAG to commit their way over towards that B site. And finally, some smiles from young Bruce. It's been quite some time since they've been able to have a little bit of fun, but things are starting to go their way. Even in man disadvantages, they're getting picked off early on. They're clutching up the man down. And that's back-to-back defenses there for Optic.
2 3v4 wins as well. LAG going to spread the floor here on this defense. Furthest player forward will be Kismet, kind of lurking over towards this mid-cut on the backside of Ticket towards B. And we're inch-forming our way up if you're Shotzzy. Finally now with a couple of shots over the top towards Linz. They're going to try to push the issue. Linz in trouble, backs away. Gives himself a chance at this as he doesn't get affected by any stuns either. Rotating over his Lunars. Can he get an angle at this back door to try to hold off this play from Optic though? Linz gets tagged, somehow slips right by the Optic offense. And now he's got a chance again to try to reset this, but Shotzzy with the Jackal, too good up close. Kismet can only find one trade and we'll go 3v2.
He just kept on backing down the players from LAG. Linz with so many repositions, just simply trying to play his life. Gets picked off and then Kismet finds one, but instantly traded. Now the 3v2, make it a 2v2. Preg gets a little bit too aggressive on the backside of B, but he's potentially trying to set up this rotation because Dashi has all the space.
Yeah, he can just hold this if he wants to. A look over to Priesta, wants to make sure he's got the clean shots, and that will work. But the problem is the bomb carrier again falls. It's just so separated from Optic's offense. Lunars, couple of shots towards Dashi. Should know that he's got the time to play for the high ground, and yep, we'll do that perfectly. Dashi predicted it well, but not able to shoot back in time, and Lunars will clutch up the round for LAG.
Yeah, big round there from Lunars to make it into a one-on-one. Knows that Dashi doesn't have the time on his side. I just have to put myself in a position to potentially contest it. But Dashi was playing from the kill, and Lunars with the repositioning too strong. So all-out defense is there, but if you're Optic man advantage, we got to take our time there. There's no reason why Pred should be attacking over towards Eskies, giving up his life for free, making it a 2v2. Because in a man advantage, you just holding towards that site. We can get the bomb down at B instead of thinking about that rotation over towards A.
Yeah.
But LAG, they capitalize on that moment. Tie game.
Lunar's going to carry a 3 streak into round number 5. This will be the first time we're going to see LAG's offense try to develop something different than this quick B hit through mid. Optic have adjusted their defense to try to put some test into that play if that were to come through. It's Shotzzy and Pred at mid ticket, but this does mean that there is a lack of defensive pressure over towards Hedges, and Linz will actually throw a couple of shots at mid and move this Optic defense around a touch more.
Yeah, but this is one of those rounds where we're just simply playing for a pick, trying to slow down the game, take a little bit of space away, and Kismet is able to strike first. So now we got to back on up, recover the bomb. You know, potentially the rotation for Optic Texas is going to be over towards the A site, but Lunars is able to spot one player, not going to commit on the gunfight. And now Kenny's lost.
Yeah.
Shots.
Yeah, I don't, okay. Okay. Shotzzy still trying to reposition though, caught by Linz. And Dashi's now been seen at mid-map. Bomb collected by Priesta, should get to work on a free A plant. Dashi knows he's got to deal with at least this player a little bit deeper, but has lost track of Linz. And now has to try to play off the bomb. Able to at least re-secure information on where Linz is positioned, but this is a very difficult 1v3.
Oh, yeah, it's a 1v3. Obviously, you were looking for that kill onto Linz because he's basically going to be the safety net on this plant spot. But with 30 seconds left, bomb planted at A, Linz still throwing shoulders around the middle of the map. Dashi simply might run out of ammo before he can get into a gunfight.
It's going to be a run out of ammo or run out of time, one of the two, and has to force it onto the bomb site. Not going to work there. Yeah, puzzling from Lunar's perspective, but that definitely felt like one of those rounds where Optic adjusts their defense, put both of their SMGs inside a ticket. Let's not let LAG run through us at mid, but that comes at the cost of being able to hold over towards Hedges, and it's just a free route for Kismet to open up for first blood.
Yeah, they've had, what, like 2 defenses now where they try to take that tick control. That one, they do it a little bit slower because obviously LAG have yet to leave the spawn. But when they are wasting time there, that forces Optic to start to play those mind games. Potentially they're here, potentially they're there. And even with Dashi in a position to watch that crossover towards A, Pred just gets a little bit too aggressive, thinking that they were already at stage. So he got picked off first, and then everything else after that was a chain effect. But Now Optic back on the offense. Gonna change their approach, showing a little bit of presence over towards Hedge, and LAG are ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, those opening nades from LAG were perfect, and Optic are not going to have really any information on where any of these defenders could be at mid. Good clearance, though, from Pred, swiftly getting back over towards where the LAG trophy is positioned. So he's gotten through that first line of defense, but LAG have backed up and played this more reserved.
Yeah, they're playing super safe now. Just making sure you have the player who's sitting top windows and Lunars watching the crossover towards stage. As long as no one puts himself in a position around that site, we do not have to budge on our setup. 40 seconds still to go. Optic still taking a slow approach.
Yeah, and they really aren't putting any pressure on B at the moment. Yeah, and Pred's now been seen. LAG should feel very confident in this defensive setup with the player up top and the ability to try to watch a cut. Lunars? Okay. Does get the read onto Pred. We go 3v3. The bomb's just going to make its way over onto the B site, and I don't even know if Lunars has information on this.
Oh, well, with 20 seconds left, obviously, you know they're not at A, so they're most likely going to be getting this bomb down at B. You still have an opportunity to clutch up on the round. 3v3 on the retake. A nade in the back pocket here for Lunars. Then you got these down. Those are not going to be effective.
Yeah, and you don't have the ability of retaking this off the pinch. You just have no information on where Shotzi's gotten lost to, so you have to flood from the front, and that works perfect from Kismet. Oh, the response over to Shotzi also beautiful. Just down to one, and Lunars will find it off screen on the dashy backside of the site. And that is an absolutely brilliant retake, the one that was required just simply due to the fact that you just didn't know where Shotzi was, and you're not going to go hunting for him with the bomb down already. So good decision making from LAG.
Oh, yeah, and believe it or not, like the nade had a really big impact on that round, even though it was instantly blocked by that trophy. You're able to back them down from their positioning, allow Kismet the slim chance of potentially finding an opening, and he takes full advantage of it. Jumps out, finds that first kill onto Kenny, the trade there for Shotzi. And then doesn't even have to shoot his gun for that final kill because your teammate took care of it. 3 rounds in a row here for LAG. They're starting to pull away.
Yeah, Kismet on 5. So streaks are becoming a part of the conversation now immediately as we jump in round number 7. Similar break off for LAG. This time it's not supported with a hit through ticket. It's just a look towards the outsides at bleachers. And Kismet is going to be the vanguard of this play. Trying to make his way quickly through the backside of the owner's box, and he's going to see the doors are popped, so he should know that there's a defender somewhere nearby.
Yeah, and it seems like off the minimap, Optic are seeming like they want to push their way through Hedge and just bank on Pred just staying alive in this position, but LAG have wrapped their way back over towards stage and left Kismet in this powerful position to potentially set up this pinch, but the nade, the shot's good enough for Optic to find the initial 2 kills.
Yeah, and now Kismet has to make a play. That stun didn't hit him, but Pred still able, words English, able to find the elimination. And so now it's just down to Lunars 1v4. Bomb just in front of him, but yeah, there's just nowhere to go here. Clean shots onto Dashy. Follow-up is decent onto Pred, but not quite able to win the gunfight, and that will put Optic back on the board.
Yeah, beautifully played right there from Optic Texas. Just stand strong on their defense. Pred gains the info early on. There's a little bit of pressure over here at B, but him staying alive and not allowing him to take that B side instantly allows Optic to potentially play for that rotation on back. They had a lot of hedge presence. Shotzi with the nade opens up the first kill, and then Dash at the same time in sync. He's able to find the second through the middle of the map. Instantly is able to shut down that round. As Optic secure another defense. Down 4-3. Need to have an answer here on the attack.
Yes, you sure do. And the designs at the moment for Optic have been a little less than convincing. They've really barely even seen a bomb site. Couple of stray shots over the middle of the map. Kismet, RCXD, going to be the trusted defender on towards B bleachers, but I will say again, LAG, considering that they're trusting the RC on the other side of the map, they're giving away a lot of space here, and Shotzi may be able to thread the needle.
Shotzi already puts himself in a great position. That bomb's gonna go down for free. If you're Kismet, you gotta get out of that RC. Now you gotta attempt here a 4v4 retake, and this is one of those sites that are very difficult to do that.
I'm so confused about what the game plan here was for LAG's defense. Now we're getting caught in mid-map. Shotzi in trouble. Good isolation as Priesta follows up, stuns, shots through the wall, able to land on towards Kenny. Pred backed away, and Dashy will have to start making his move forward here as Pred's really not in an angle to watch for the bomb defuse, and that will do it. So retake comes through. Surprising to say the least, because there's a lot of space just voluntarily given to Optic, but they played their post plant very, very safely as well and just get beat.
Yeah, LAG was just able to find a bunch of isolation gunfights. Like Shotzi trapped into the corner, you put down shots, have a player weak, you get the bait and switch for the first blood, and then Kenny just traps himself on towards the site, instantly jumps on the top camera, but that's not really a preferred angle. It's easy to spot you there. You turn it into a 4v2. LAG instantly hop the defuse. You know that Dash is still alive towards top hedge, and Pred is completely out of the play. They do not have an angle to watch over the bomb as long as we clear out that top window. And now LAG at game point.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised again with Kismet in the RCXD, and you get free clearance running down mid hedges that they didn't try to get Kenny at the post plant towards arches with Shotzzy.
Yeah.
But neither here nor there. 5-3 the tally. Shotzzy, good first blood. Almost able to turn that into a second, but denied. Pred looking for the rotation through Ticket. May have predicted it perfectly, but Linz goes prone, gets a little bit of regen. He'll stay alive, and now Dashy's in a little bit of trouble, and he'll have to back down in this 3v3.
Yeah, this is a lot of information gained, though, on the side of LAG, though. You already spot 2 players shooting through that mid ticket, so we can take a little bit of space here at A. Bomb rotating its way on the proper side, and Kenny, the opposing side, is working on this deep pinch, but you got to hurry up.
Yeah. Dashy moving quickly. Pred gonna be caught backside hot dog. And then Dashy's got nowhere to go. This is gonna be a 1v3 for Kenny. And I love this from LAG. Just gonna try to rewrap this all the way around the back and make life extra difficult if they get this plant at B.
Oh yeah, and Kenny only has a frag to work with, so gotta catch the timing on at least one play if you want to make this more of a clutchable round. And as soon as you get into an engagement, Lunars with the AR spots you from long distance, and LAG are able to respond after slow map number 1. Take the search and destroy to tie the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a couple of moments on both teams' sides. You look back and say, like, okay, we're kind of giving away more than we probably should here. Obviously, the one that lives kind of most recently in the head is that Optic post plant. I mean, you've got Shotzzy committed to playing backside hot dog stand. Kenny's the one planning, and he just runs back over towards camera instead of trying to play over through arches to get a crossfire set up with Shotzzy. Like you said, Pred was not a part of the play. On the other front, though, there's also like some question marks to LAG of giving away a lot of space as well. I know they're opening a couple of rounds, had a lot of offensive focus and through Ticket. Worked initially, then kind of got shut down. But after that point, hard to find bomb plants for LAG. But yeah, it just didn't really make that much of a difference. A lot of production from Lunars, 13 and 6, 1900 damage, 2 first bloods. So good stuff out of him.
Yeah, he did his thing, man. That's a good search and destroy there from the rookie. To allow his team to tie this series up. But if Optic need to talk about anything from that map, there's a couple rounds that they just simply let go. 3v2 when Pred just gets aggressive on the outside of that B bomb. That's not supposed to happen. 4v4 post plant, your setup needs to be a lot better. I know before we even started the map, I said they were 11th overall. They still have yet to figure out that aspect, and S&D is still a struggle for them.
A little bit, but hey, LAG, smooth bounce back after a very tough opening Hacienda. We'll be into the control, but before we do, we're gonna go to the desk, give us their thoughts.
Search and destroy isn't figured out yet. 3-0's not in the cards.
It's only a matter of time.
But we're guaranteed a game for Optic fans. So let's take a look at what went down so far, Allie, because I was quite smug.
You were quite smug.
Until the end of the search and destroy.
I think we were all pretty quite smug after that map number 1. But no, this map number 2 for me was huge for LAG and their search and destroy. It's been slowly but surely getting better, and the retakes from LAG throughout the entirety of this map were just unreal. And from the side of like round 6, like the aggro defense towards A from LAG, it was kind of like a blind counter. There's 3 members of Optic Texas pushed up in stage, and we were there for like at least half of the round, and Optic were praying for a mistake. They were praying for a pick, but they weren't able to get one. And LAG, just great retakes out of them. There was a moment where they could have sold, but Kismet bails them out with that crazy 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was the round where it's like, all right, Optic are going to slow play towards A. It's a swing round. It was round number 6. And Pred just kind of goes by himself up the ladder and dies, right? Feels like he has a kill, trying to make the hero play, and that is like the story of Optic's problems in this search and destroy. But I will say on the side of LAG, phenomenally played by Lunars. The guy was alive at almost the end of every round. Impact kills left and right, not letting any players on Optic slip through and make a big play. Sort of what they envision in acquiring him. He's like, hopefully he can help fix our search and destroy.
I asked yesterday, Allie, who would you rather? You said Lunars, paying dividends in search and destroy. Let's take a look, though, at why we were gloating in the green room at the end. And you looked over and you said, absolute cinema.
Yes, it was cinema.
Everything.
Listen, there were some really good plays on this hard point, and you know, the top teams, they do it on a consistent basis. I haven't seen Optic do this since stage 1 when they had Ook on the team, right? And it was actually Pred who made some really big plays. It was the rotation over towards P3 on that first rotation. Pred gets pushed all the way up through secret and just waits. He just takes his time, and they go in for a pinch, and they end up getting a ton of time on that hill. So Optic today, man, waiting on each other in the respawn so far, taking their time, executing executing the breaks well and prioritizing the spawns. They looked really good in that first hard point.
This hard point was night and day for me. From what we've previously seen from Optic Texas, it actually felt like they were communicating and kind of on the same page.
It's an awesome play.
Their rotations were incredible. They were disgusting at that holdover on P2 Lambo. We saw a little bit from it in the previous matches, but obviously it didn't pay out. Today, beautiful hard point from the side of Optic Texas.
Hey, Allie,
Yes.
guess how Scump reacted after that win?
I'm assuming he was very happy.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Looking like they're going to secure a map win here.
There we go, boys. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go, man.
Finally happened.
We're on the board. There's one.
Win and even Brett.
Holy
Bass B Hacienda.
Let's go, man.
Finding a clean
There's
win here
one.
versus
Something to
LAG.
cheer about. There we go.
Finally able to see
Yeah.
Very comfortable on the couch watching the game. One, the shades come off. Are those tears of joy?
No, he's trolling. He's like, imagine if I was crying. He was not impressed just yet. And I'm with him, man. Got to win a series.
Optic is looking forward to a win here, and of course, all of our top squads are excited for EWC. The Esports World Cup will feature another $1.8 million prize pool. The event's going down July 24th to the 27th. Hang out with us and check out an amazing event. We had a great time last year. FaZe bouncing back after champs with a big W there.
It was unreal. One of my favorite events I've ever attended. It was an absolute blast. It literally felt like I was at a festival for esports. Unreal stuff. Can't wait for it this year.
Final note on that, and 3 challengers teams will be brought over from champs. One challenger team will be the winner of DreamHack Dallas. So that is major number 4. Tickets are already on sale, so make sure you guys check that out. 11 other teams will be invited. But that's not all. We got more COD to talk about, and to do it, it's Shift's turn.
Oh, okay. Bye, Jay. Get out of here.
See you, Jay.
You got it, bro. You got it.
No, it's my guy. Yo, talking about challengers, we just got through season 2 of Challengers Elite. Definitely a compelling season from start to finish on both the European and North American sides. We had a handful of roster swaps, naturally, as Challengers does. But in particular, you head over towards EU, and how about this Team Notorious squad, Jay? They are back-to-back winners in the EU Challenger season 1 and 2.
Yeah, back-to-back winners, and both of their grand finals, they took care of them with ease, man. I don't know what it is so far, but that young man Afro, Mr. Marcus, he has truly figured it out in this game. Without question, the best player on the side of the EU. And realistically, if I'm any of these CDL teams and you need an SMG raw talented slayer, I'm giving this guy a ring.
Yeah, he's been super flexible too. It's just one of those kind of storylines. We talk about this a lot with Challengers players. Like, you get pulled into the league, you're feeling great about it, but you're playing for the London Royal Ravens, and it's just like, damn it. So it's one of those situations, trying to hopefully get an opportunity to get back to the league. Of course, they're looking really forward towards what happens in Major 2 in Allen, Texas, hoping that they really can establish some EU dominance in Challengers, because through the opens, there really hasn't been a lot of wiggle room when it comes to trying to default away from those North American teams. The other side of it, no clips, but Omit Brooklyn did win in North America, so they are technically by org back-to-back winners, though, of course, they had to substitute in players and make some moves to deal with Lunars and Neptune getting pulled up. But I'm telling you, man, Omit Rafi's got to be smiling from year to year. We said it on the broadcast then. I got to say it again. Get this guy a commissioner spot, GM spot somewhere in the league. This guy knows how to win.
That guy has an eye for talent, man. Shout out to Omid Brooklyn on going back-to-back as an organization. You obviously know a couple players from the previous set of Omid Brooklyn are already in towards the CDL. They're just trying to add a couple more to the tally. But enough about challengers. Back into the CDL squads. Optic, Texas, LAG currently tied at 1. And you saw that stat before hopping in. Optic are currently on a 9-game losing in control. They're going to be against LAG on their best control map. So this is going to be tough.
Yeah, LAG, and I know Nameless brought this up in the pre-show, but their control has actually been really solid. A couple of their losses have been a little bit on the worst side since the split has changed and the roster has changed, but for the most part, they have been pretty decent when it comes to control overall. Kenny able to pop up for 3 in the feed. That gets my duo a little bit fiery, a little bit electric, and LAG are now kind of stuck in the same blender that it feels like everyone's getting stuck in with this aggressive spawn trap.
Oh, yeah, this is good for Optic. Happy as hell that they decided to get rid of Vault. It's been Vault all throughout this entire stage, and you're 0-6 on it. So let's throw a Hacienda into the mix. You need your SMGs to just get lost in their base, and they're already having a phenomenal start to this opening defense. Not a single segment earned for LAG. Barely any time to lead the spawn, but finally Kismet able to put the game clock at a pause at B.
Yeah, problem is the rest of the LAG team was trying to make their way through P4 as a way to maybe put some pressure on A, but Pred cuts that off, and now Keddy is in position to watch over the top of really both zones if he chooses to. Lunars has to make a play. He's found himself over towards Patty, number 5 in purple. He's going to have to decide, though, how do I want to go about this? He can't find any Optic members. His teammates are about to be spawn trapped again, and he also is dealt with by Pred over towards Patio. This is going to be a very convincing Optic defense.
Oh, yeah, only 10 seconds left. LAG, last hoorah attempt over towards the speed point. You're trying to work your way through connector. Priesta has been able to slip by, but he should instantly get taken care of. Optic Texas ready and rolling in this round number 1 on defense.
Nice.
Do not allow a single
Fucking
segment
go.
to go away.
Yeah.
Good first round.
Starts off with the break off as it often does on Hacienda. It's a really polished one. You immediately, again, like we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks, just spread the map. Send someone through open, send someone through spiral, send someone through fences, and there's just nowhere else for the offense to spawn besides right in your waiting crosshairs. So really good stuff from Optic to understand and get themselves in the position to do just that.
Definitely helps too when Kenny's lining up 3 instantaneously, and already Shotzi in their spawn causing mayhem. Now Optic Texas have no worries on this offense because there's no segments that they need to try to make up for. Let's just get a couple all on our end, but it's not going to be easy because LAG love themselves defense on this map.
Yeah. See how things unfold. Shotzi trying to find some openings through Fireplace. Not going to happen. Dashy follows up, though, at least with trades, but he's the last one standing now and has to try to keep his life. Lunar seen over towards open hallway. Just kind of flops himself onto the ground. Follow also shut down as Kismet gets deleted. And now Optic just need to find Priesta off their spawn if they can. It'll be a really quick rotation over to either of these 2 zones, but Priesta has stayed alive and will really hold back this Optic offense.
Oh, yeah, and that's another 3 dead Dashy. Farthest player pushed up does get taken care of. So now LG have an opportunity to put them in a spawn trap of their own. Every base is currently being covered. You have the overextension. Or is Kismet going to allow this one player to slip up by? It's a perfect positioning there from Shotzi. At least a 3 dead and Optic already out of their base.
Yep. All right. See if they can find a way to stay on towards this B zone. So far, so good. They're even going to get Shotzi in towards 10 as a way to hopefully spread out this defense just a touch. But Kismet, big win around the back. Follow up also. Come through as there will be a little bit of clearance over towards the 10 side of the map. Lunar is still waiting. Stun going to come through. Nice, follow up. That should get them back on the B zone here.
Yeah, we need to get on the point. Like we had a bunch of kills go down. We're just allowing only one
nice,
player to sit on
Dashy.
it, but Dashy makes up for it. 3 in the feed. First segment already locked. Now Dashy can start to play some spawn kills. I texted my guy Brandon this morning. I said, today's your day, kid. Today's the day that we see one go through the hoop, and he is having a phenomenal start to this control.
Yeah, I'll say. Fred right behind the play, following up. Should be good for at least 1, and no, he'll do better. He'll find 2. So minute 12 on the clock, 16 playing 13. Pred can continue to just be a nuisance. Topside office. Follow up from Kismet trying to get there. That's the pistol win, but the shutdown still comes through. And Optic actually still playing for kills, not trying to get on the zone as of yet.
Oh, yeah, because they were just relying on what Pred can get done. Thankfully, he was able to stall out a lot of time. LAG put a lot of focus on eliminating him from the office, and that allows Optic Texas now to already be out of their spawn. Unfortunately, you got to win a couple of trades. The farthest player pushed out now is going to be Pred. He's going to put himself in position again to play for spawners. Finds that kill onto Priesta. He's just opening up a lane for his teammates to get out.
Yep. 12v7, down to 44 seconds on the clock. First ticket A locked, and Pred's gonna be right behind the play, but still losing a couple of members. Key win from Shotzi keeps the offense coming out of spawn pretty swiftly in a 9v5, 35 seconds, and ooh, Shotzi's being chased, but I don't think he realizes, and actually LAG have kind of lost track with him a little bit.
Yeah, and there's no more respawns not for LAG, so this one has to be perfect. You're banking on now Kismet, who's the farthest player pushed on out, the only player working on the pinch with 20 seconds to go. If he can find a couple, giving up that position, so the second segment might be locked. Kismet eventually strikes, and he's still going to be in the play. That's 3 dead.
Yeah. Oh no. 4 are down. 5v3 situation. Second tick. Close, but not gone yet. Priesta shutting down the P2 side of the map. Also worried about, again, the clock becoming maybe the biggest opponent here for Optic. Shut down for Kismet on 4 in a row. Now trying to track back over towards the zone. Again, this has not been depleted, so a second progress will be locked. 3v1 situation.
This is
Kismet
good.
left alive. Checks the wrong corner. Still wins the first.
Nice
battle,
double chalice.
comes third
Let's go,
Optic
baby.
will take the round.
Thankfully,
Let's go.
Optic had all those lives to play with, and time was on their side as well. Because I thought once that 4 dead goes down and then Priest finds the initial kill off the respawn, would have made Optic's chances very, very slim, but you're able to find that trade on the Priest. Kismet puts down shots over towards well, so you have a lot of information gained. Just need to put someone on the objective. Thankfully, you're able to outnumber them to close out that round, but Dashy with so many big moments, so many big gunfights throughout that round, allow Optic Texas to secure the attack. They get it done with 5 segments, but now they're in the hefty lead to close this one out.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely the case. You could not be more comfortable right now if you're Optic Texas in this current map. So, long pathway ahead here for LAG. And you love to see this from the respawn of Optic Texas. Everyone helping each other. A couple of moments that feel like they're about to go awry, but someone comes up big. Opening here as well, looking good for the breakoff. 2 will drop for LAG. Kismet behind the play, but loses all of his teammates. So yes, he finds 2, but that really just kind of stops Optic
Nice
from
double
putting on the
chest.
spawn trap.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, you'll go 3
Nice,
every
Dashy.
single time. Go
Oh my
4
God, dude.
Now,
My boy's
force
shooting
all of
today.
LAG to work this overextension. 30 seconds have already been gone. You take care of Kenny, who was pushed out in towards their
double
lobby.
challenge and
That's
shit.
first way down. But you got to get some top hallway control, and Dashy and the boys are just not allowing it to be easy.
Yep.
Hello.
Big win there from Priesta. Problem is, like you mentioned, these Optic players inside the LAG spawn are going to have us playing like a frequency control right now. Just who can find the most amount of spawn kills at the moment. Lynn's on the zone. Surprise from behind us. Dashy finds him to clear off that 1 tick of progress at B. Kismet trying to quickly come back over to at least try to save some of this, and will find the clean shots to allow a chance to pause the clock.
Yeah, now you're just hoping that your teammates can get past Shotzi, because he's just been into your spawn. You're able to take care of him with no one dropping. Time being paused at 28 seconds. Now you have a double stack at B. First segment should be locked. You just got to be prepared for this pinch, because Optic are trying to set it up.
Well, here we go. Kenny able to find the opener. Challenges around from the back as Kenny will get another. Lunar still hanging from this.
Nice trades, baby. Nice.
To happen, Optic will clear the zone. And now we're on the last chance, the last legs here for LAG. And his Kismet shut down. Now it's just down to desperately trying to work your way onto the 8-point here for LAG. And it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it might be over with. Shotzi finds the initial 2 clutch gunfights there. Pred strikes for the 3rd. Only 10 seconds left. Farthest player pushed up is going to be Lunars. You need him to pop a 4-piece, and unfortunately, he's only able to get 1. So Optic Texas do a little bit better this time. They add another match.
It's fucking 2. It's 2.
Yeah, really clean.
Let's fucking go, baby.
Obviously, it doesn't start better than that. Round number 1, you get the 3 from Kenny, and then you're immediately spawn trapping and not allowing any single route to open up really at any point in that first offensive round for LAG. The follow-up attack, sure, works out nicely. A couple of moments that you start
Let's
to say,
fucking
oh,
go, baby.
careful. But like
Let's
I mentioned,
fucking go.
you just get someone who pops up, finds a good double, opens the space back to the spawn trap, never really comes into play. And then you're off to the races again, putting the pressure onto both zones. So, yeah, I would say from start to finish, all 3 of those rounds really nicely developed by Optic.
Yeah, well played. And the biggest thing that I was focused on was their breakoffs. We watched them so far throughout this entire qualifiers go 3 to 4 dead every single time they're spawning in on control. Finally, some kills go your way. It makes your job a whole lot easier when you're trying to take that map control away. Kenny goes 14 to 15. That's okay. You had Shotzi and Pred roaming in their spawn. Dashy finding clutch kill after clutch kill. Just a very easy game there from Optic Texas. Filling lanes when they need to, setting up the proper pinches when they need to, and also taking their time on these attempts. Like on these break attempts, where you're thinking, okay, LG are on it. They're going to be able to at least get a couple guaranteed segments. They're slowly working this pinches, making sure that, okay, that's covered. We're good there. Now I can start to work the pinch with my team and set up these breaks. It was just well coordinated from Optic Texas and both respawns so far.
Yeah, and I think on the other side, you know, to kind of speak to LAG, and again, we said that we needed to give some evaluation now that this team has had more than enough reps since the kind of flop up of the roster with Lunars coming in first, and then it was Priest out, Skies in, and now Priest in, Skies out. I mean, I don't know, man. There's just something about this AR line that just does not really bode much confidence whatsoever. I mean, Lunar's a really bad map here, 7-17, but it just feels like continually, time after time, when LAG need to put something together, they just cannot get set up. It's just a lot of 2v3s, 2v4s. Like, it just never really felt like they were able to get themselves as a collective group before to start making a play together. It had to be based off of individuals. Like, a nice double there from Kismet, but he's the last one standing. His teammates were already all dead. So it's just tough because it just feels like this LAG team is a boat taking on more water than they can handle.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, man, because when you think about this roster, obviously the initial stint of it throughout stage 1, they couldn't really find success. So then you added a new player in the Lunars, you swip out Skies, you bring back in Prisa. Just their formula right now for the game isn't really working. The game plan for the game isn't really working, and it's hard to be consistent when every single time you're spawning on in, it's just something different, or just certain things that you're trying to fix about the game, and then something else breaks. That's the most annoying thing about being a pro. So you put so much focus into fixing 1 or 2 setups, and then your previous setups that you thought were great are instantly starting to get broken down. So LAG just continuously struggling in that aspect. Now they're down 2-1 in the series, going into a protocol hardpoint, which is, this is a map they played really tight versus Atlanta FaZe, and there's one thing that they need to focus on was finding some success at P4. The same thing that we saw in map number 1, where they're rotating early for 20 seconds, giving up 20 seconds, and putting themselves in the best ideal setup. They were instantly getting broken down today and yesterday. If you are LAG, the setups need to be a lot better because you can force a game 5 here.
And I think the other part about that map from yesterday versus Atlanta is, like, honestly, if you just stop Draza from feasting on you,
yes, he was
probably chilling. Yeah, I mean, he was unbelievable. But you're right. I mean, like, the game flow graph was, like, really tight, and then you get to a P4, and, like, here's Atlanta booped up real hard. Like, it definitely was very clear what the vulnerability was for this LAG squad. So see what they could do here as we find ourselves going back to protocol. The Hacienda to start, though, I mean, talking about, again, LAG playing a close map versus Atlanta in their most recent matchup on that map, didn't see the same signs of it versus Optic. So doesn't necessarily mean because it just happened yesterday that it's going to come through here again. But yeah, I think you're right in terms of, like, again, the macro focus, especially around P4 for LAG, just has to be better.
Yeah, it simply has to, man. Like, you have to be able to win a bunch of these one-on-one gunfights, because that's the way that Optic like to set up on these breaks. Just don't allow them to pick you guys apart, force players to reposition, and they get caught off bad timing in those situations. One player who really had a great standout performance yesterday versus FaZe was Lens. Like, he had so many opportunities yesterday with that SMG, influencing the spawns a certain way, coming back to help his team to fight out junk time. He has to be making big plays, impactful plays on these pinches. But I'm also looking at Prisa. Right. Like, he's a guy who I
Let's fucking close it out, man. Let's hit this fucking hard point, man. Let's 3-1.
Right now, I feel like he's lacking in that confidence.
Maybe LAG, but let's just 3-1, man.
He can go back to the player
we need the series win.
Right back in there, world champion type of player. Yeah, it's just in certain situations he doesn't really believe in himself or believe in the communication that's coming in. You're getting bad timings left and right. You just need P-Dog to be P-Dog. Just get loose.
How much do you think that that's impacted by, again,
all right, let's get it, baby. Come on.
Over the last couple of weeks, like, a lot of weapon swaps between them. Like, he's been kind of the more flex player. Yeah. So
you're not able to build your confidence when you're consistently in and out. Role changes going left and right. New strategies. New everything. You're trying to develop some chemistry between a new team. But all ready to start this one off. Optic find every single kill in the feed. They're starting off that P1 time. You're going to have Kismet trying to find some success on the spin. She opens up with the kill, and that leads to 3 dead.
Yeah, really good shutdown there from Lunars. Getting the read on Shotzi on the pitch.
Oh
my God. Yeah, that'll keep the play alive here for Optic as they come off spawn. Shotzi immediately in for the contest. Pred following up. He's now on 3 in a row. Nades being cooked. Shotzi, that's really well placed, but unfortunately, Dashy's nade doesn't quite get over the hard point. And we'll take Shotzi out of commission. As we look over towards the P2 side of the map, Kenny is the only one really in position to try to get some early influence over P2, but as he drops, now it's down to Pred from topside windows.
Yeah, Pred's just going to hold it down with the AR. He still knows that there's a couple players around that mid-map area. Let me just try to mow them down, and he finds himself on 6 in a row. Double headshot to clean up the mid-map pressure. Now your teammates can apply the pressure through the low side of boat. Shotzi's only able to get one. LAG trying to stay alive, effective on the trades, but Optic are doing a great job of just keeping this one scattered, being laid off the roto.
Yeah, they did get one player in Dashy to kind of spawn behind P2, but that's been immediately corrected now by LAG. Pred 8 making
nice, Pred.
Heck of a first life, or second life, I should say, for Pred. Septek's also well placed up top on ladder off the reload.
Oh my God.
Finds Lunars. 10-1 start.
Oh my God.
Woo! how about Pred? Hellstorm earned, and an opportunity for Optic to take this from initial, opportunity scrap over to P3 initial.
And you hear how energetic we are in this situation. Imagine the Green Wall fans are saying, finally, this guy has given us what we thought he should. 11-2 start. Hellstorm already earned. You get a little bit of time there at P2. You lose the rotation over towards New. But every time LAG rotate early, you always find a break. So let's do it again.
Nice opening from Shotzi. Keeps the hard point neutral.
Damn, Pred. Sheesh.
Right back into the mix.
Alright, we need the rest of the boys to start clutching up though.
Reeves over towards the backside.
Pred can't do it all by himself.
Now to the front. Dude. Oh, mercy me. And you can take a look at the player cam. Pred's got some words to say as Optic will be in 30 seconds till the fight.
He's doing it all right now. Just catching all of his timings, winning all of his one-on-ones, finding pinches, kills as well. Optic can currently do no wrong with Pred leading the way. Because they were able to flip these spawns now, potentially walk away with this final 20, but instantly thinking about that rotation over towards New. LAG thankfully able to watch your back. You're finding an insta kill, but Kenny's here.
Yeah, he's got the SMG out. Good damage coming out. Forces a team kill from Lunars, who will be the last LAG member alive over towards P4. But Kismet shuts down the play onto Spiral. Nice little bait and switch here as Kismet was right back into the mix, and now he finds himself on 3 in a row with LAG supporting this hold with the trophy system down at P5.
Yeah, this is where they need to make up a lot of that time. They let go in the first 3 hard points. Initial kill goes in favor of Kismet. He's holding down Spiral, but gotta make sure all your bases are covered. Pred and Dashy right through the big door, able to contest this a little bit. Not Pred from Spiral, trying to slide on in, gets a little bit too impatient there. Your teammates are not in the play, so you still give LAG a chance to hold.
Priesthood just holding on the backside of PCs. That's going to work out nicely as Kismet continues just to run rampant with Lins. So the hold is good on the initial attempts from Optic from the front doors, but still not giving up on it. Here we go again. Priesthood still same spot, same result. Good for 2 in a row. Now it's a follow-up as Shotzi. Whoa, thought he was weak. Not the case. Kismet trying to save the hard point. Not fully able to do it, so it's just down to Lunars. And he will have a chance to at least kill a little bit more time and get pretty much a full 45-50 seconds here for LAG.
Yeah, it's fantastic to play right there from the Gorillas. A trade
Okay,
every single time. Optic are even getting close to potentially breaking that money hill. Now you find yourself up by 10. We need to be cleaner, though, on finding kills on this guy. Like, no one is able to trade Pred. Every single time we hop on his POV, he is on multi-kill after multi-kill. Papa Hex has to be feeling good.
Yeah, a little heat check there from Pred, playing off of that pinch. Not fully able to come through Kenny over the top, not quite able to center up on towards Lunar. So LAG, considering the electricity out of Pred, are only down a couple of points here. Yeah. And that's not good news, I think, if you're the Green Wall fan, because you're still really banking on the hero ball to come through if Pred continues to fry like this.
And they found another 3 in the feed, so that's clean 4 dead. You can soak up this remaining time here at P1. Trying to trap them towards the backside of Grandma's, but Linz is going to be blessed with a spawn to at least contest that old time. He's going to have a free pinch. He's just hoping that his teammates can hold their positioning as they find all the kills in the feed. Dashley, last player alive. He's taking care of an LAG. We're in a rotation to New.
Yeah, Priesthood for 2 there is a miracle. Pred, though, good timing. Gets around the backside at tower. Read up top is decent, but Lunars bests him from topside ladder. So LAG in for now. Shotzi working on a route to flip the spawns around. Kills from the front are also decent. Gun up though for Kismet. Shuts down the pinch. Now it's just Optic trying to break from the front.
And they're messing the Hellstorm here. Trophies are going to be effective. And unfortunately for Pred, he also takes down a teammate. But at least have the hill white for now. It's just LAG have the better spawns. They're instantly able to spawn their way back on in, put themselves in a position to soak up again at this V2.
Here comes Papa Kiz. He's going to have Lin spawn on his right hip. Oh no, this is a dangerous moment here for Optic. 92 to 110. Pred's still frying. Holy cow, 26 and 12. They're going to get the scrap time here, but LAG will win rotation to New unless Pred just turns into him.
Yeah, without this guy doing what he's doing, Optic are probably down by 100. Like, Pred is just doing it all right now. Second most in hill time, obviously.
Nice, Kenny. Good shots. Good shit.
Kenny, the boys combined for the early break.
Trade this motherfucker. Let's go. All right, we got Kismet in the back.
Through the front door, and now you're banking on Kismet to just play his light towards the back, but he's instantly zipped out. Optic find an easy break.
Yeah, Kismet, I don't think anticipated that there were going to be 3 Optic members who spawned essentially right in front of him. His teammates nowhere else to spawn besides from the front. The kills from the front door are decent. And how about that from LAG? It looked like an absolutely smooth break from Optic from the front. Looked like they were going to flip the spawns at the same time, but instead it's a quick re-break from the front, and now LAG are looking favorable for this back 20.
Yeah, they just put all their reinforcements over through sidewalk and the middle door. No one watching the zip side through the overextension of that boat, and that allows Priesta to block those spawns, find a double and spawn Optic all the way across the map. Now it's all about the chase in towards the bottom side of P4. Optic find the initial couple of kills. You're going to turn this into a 2v2. You need to clutch up on these fights.
Oh, about a tie game through the end of this most recent hardpoint, and a 50-50 battle over the top of P4. And prime time for us to take a listen in with the Los Angeles Gorillas, mate.
Need a backside, need a backside. They have to chow. Close right in. Big door, Spawning Grandma, on that he can. I'm flanking him. Get maps, get maps.
Kenny's weak on the boat, he's staying alive.
I hear you.
Just go to time, Chris, go to time, bro.
Nice, that shit. 2 dead. 3. Double push this shit. Nice.
Pyro is dead.
Nice, take time. Let's go big door.
Yeah, let's go.
That guy's just spawned. You can lay down the maps if you want.
Like deep cliff.
Okay.
I'll shoot deep cliff. I'm laying down. I'm sliding again.
I hear you.
Kenny dead.
I'm one shot. He's on the heady. On the heady.
Nice, 2 down. 3v2.
Out of the box. Yo, he's whoa.
Big door. Maps and big door.
1v2.
Ironing map. Focus your big door. That's what you gotta worry about.
Two maps. One on time, one map.
I got stun new.
Pushing the zip. Grandma's
Okay,
top.
I hear you. Could've went top already. Nice. I'll see him go. Where's that?
I got stun new.
Okay, I'm trying to help you new.
I don't see him new.
It's make on Brandon.
Hold in. One shot. Big door. He's gonna try to go P2.
I hear you. I think this guy was make on Brandon maybe.
Yeah, I'm looking at him. He's gonna be P2.
I hear you. Flank long.
Yep,
Dashy. He's staying long.
One shot. Brandon,
We're good. He knows I'm here. He's still long.
Bottom grandma's.
Oh, he took forever, bro.
Nice.
Brandon. Yep. Spawn dead. Nice. Good up. Yo, bottom grandma's Brandon. We're spawning our tower. I hear you.
He's top grandma's. I'm behind time.
Okay. I need a time.
Time. AG dead.
Nice. Top grandma's still Brandon.
Ammo. One shot. Nice.
Bottom. Nice. I ain't got time. Don't worry about it.
One shot. Stay down from heaven. I can help you spawn.
I hear you on that.
You can make him.
Nice. Nice. Team kill. That's last guy.
Okay. Where's he at, boat? I'm trying to block him. I'll get your dubs.
Alright, one's all heli.
Yeah, he's top dub.
Nice shot too.
An inner side point. It's on the grid box. Tool. One more ult.
Nice. We'll take this little scrap.
Okay. You spawn in? I'm gonna play the same pizza.
Real tight affair here, Jay, but once again, we rotate over to a pivotal hardpoint. LAG in control, and they were making a mess of the Optic setup around P1 at the same time. Lots of stress here for Optic Texas.
Oh, yeah, that team nade that comes in
Kenny.
and technically counts as a team nade there for Dashy, but most likely someone from the Gorillas threw a Semtex right on the top side of those gun steps. That forced Dashy to take down him and Kenny, but it was
Nice reach shots.
from Optic Texas at that P4
Nice trades, Ken.
Listening for the Gorillas, Kid's been telling Priesta, you got to hit the hill. It's just Priesta was the second guy off the respawn, and at that point, there's only one person in the hardpoint because he doesn't fill the right gap.
Nice.
So give Optic an opportunity to keep themselves in
the
this
two-time
game.
mid, you know that info.
With a perfect hold here at P2.
And you let Pred just get free and let him just do what he's been doing all game long. It's a little bit of extra time. Break on the way, though, for the scrap time for LAG, looking decent. And, ooh, look at the spawns. They're going to move around. Dashy, the last one left, has to try to play recovery. Gets the first into lockers. Predictions decent here on the Lins, who just backs away. Wants to make sure the spawns stay safe for LAG, and that's allowed now Optic to flood in from the front.
The spawns are safe if you find that trade if you're Lins. It's just the fact that you allow Dashy to stay alive. Now he's making you pay for it. Optic already find a break in towards the hill at P3 where they do not have the spawns. You should have not allowed them in this hardpoint the way that you did. But now you need to find a break. You need to find it quick.
Oh, Kenny, come on.
Oh my
Get on
goodness,
that.
Shotzi last one left in. There'll be enough time to
Good
release all
dashes.
Kismet to trade from the front, but still the spawn's good for Optic. Now
Good
from the
trades,
front door,
boys,
LAG
good trades.
trying to work their way in, but Pred has bumped out this route, or has he?
Still hold this shit, we win.
Quick elimination, but Optic's still comfortable and can still win the game here.
Yeah, they can still win it here. So if you're LG, you got to work your way through the front door. There's not much time to develop on any of these routes. You're trying to go over towards sidewalk, and Dashy is lining up every single headshot. That's a clean
This
void.
motherfucking game, baby.
Yeah, it feels
It's gonna
like
be game.
the last couple of seconds
You dead?
to come through. It's
You
just
dead?
LAG running in one by one, and everyone starts to feast at the end. You're
Let's
absolutely
fucking
right, though.
go.
That's why for the Lins.
It's what we fucking
I mean, it just
needed.
costed LAG the game. And could be something in the water. Like, he was kind of getting cooked the first rotation to Hills. And if you're not feeling confident, you're trying to play a little bit too cautious.
Oh my god, it's been fucking broken.
Optic members could possibly be there. He backs up, and that play right there allows Optic to flood it from the front, get the kills, and get the hard point and the spawns at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of misplays right there from the Gorillas. They should have been able to force the game number 5. If you think about that P4 where Priestess doesn't fill the right gap, you get outnumbered for the break there. Then rotation, like Lynch, you gotta play for that trade.
Oh my god, we fucking did it.
But if you get that kill, you secure the spawns as well, because every single play from Optic Texas all the way across the map. It's just when you allow Dashy to stay alive, eventually turn that life into 2 kills, his teammates now have the numbers in those engagements. Just better played from Optic Texas. Obviously, Pred has an unbelievable performance there to give them that early spark. But Optic finally see one go through the hoop, Alan. Who knows what can happen at the major, man? Who knows?
It's one of those things, too. I think if you were to pick any individual player on this Optic team that you want to see a spark from before the major, I would pick Pred. I know that Kenny's been a lot of the focus because of the numbers, but if you could get your charismatic, energetic leader, so to speak, in Pred to start popping up, I have to imagine that boosts a lot of confidence across the board, and he has a mammoth game in map number 4. So it's all respawn wins for Optic. A couple of fumbles in the search and destroy. That's fine. It's going to happen, especially with them just trying to get their feet underneath them again. That's a hell of a way to do it before they get into their home major here, Kazun.
Oh yeah, good respawn W's. Obviously need to work on the search and destroy, but I think you got a little bit of time to do that. Let's just bring back in the Destas here their thoughts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast, and we got 4 games out of Optic today, and also a dub. Congratulations to the Green Wall. Ant, you and I saw this. We knew Optic was a top 10 team.
Had to. Yeah, 100%. They had to win today, right? You got to give the fans something to root for. When we get to Allen, Texas, as she said, they move up to 10th now in the standings. But, I mean, just more so like in the way that they did it, right? Pred had an unbelievable
40 bombs.
Closing map here, like just taking over and doing it like in the spawn, being the guy on the front line, like making huge plays, being a nuisance. Just played so well by Optic throughout.
I want to get flowers across the board here to a lot of the Optic Texas members. Obviously, Pred dropping 40, that's always going to make things easier for the rest of your team to catch up later on in these games going. But even Dashy, by the end of this, was absolutely frying people. And then on the flip side, Kenny had so many moments where maybe it not shows up in the KD, but where he got the opening kill that literally opened up the entire map and opened up a lot of these hills. It happened, I believe, during that P3 and during one of the P2s as well. He literally slides in and just guns the singular guy from LAG and Hill with an AR as well. Like, no reason he should have been able to get that kill, and that allows the rest of the members of Optic Texas to collapse for that break. So, unbelievable teamwork out of Texas today.
Yeah, he did a great job. Kenny had a couple big kills, like you said. One up top inside of P3, wins a huge gunfight on the guy in the heady stairs. But really, like, the story of this map was just Pred, man. I mean, we got to talk about the guy a little more. Like, really, he came back to this team. Guys weren't even winning maps, losing every single series 3-0. And people starting to say, like, oh, man, has Pred lost it? Well, I think he showed it. Individually, he still has it. If they can put it together as a team and find that chemistry, this team can make some waves.
He now joins us live in the winner's circle. Pred, congratulations. Your first W in the CDL for the 2025 season. How did it feel to get a qualifier win?
No, we needed that. We needed some sort of momentum. I mean, this qualifier has been insane. Yeah, I mean, the results speak for themselves. We just like a must win. Just heading into our tournament, we just needed some sort of momentum.
Lobby high KD, by the way, a 1.45. Congrats on your individual performance.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, look, you know, I feel like I've always been a top player in the league. So for me, obviously the situation was really unique. Just not playing and coming back. I've never obviously had that, and then coming back and not being able to win a map or whatever. So for me, I know that I need to like step up and make sure that I'm playing to the level I know I can, and just help make a run at the tournament.
Absolutely, Pred, obviously, like you said, I'm glad you said it was a unique situation, because it really is a unique situation. You guys went from being world champs, best in the world, to then, some of the worst floors that we've seen in a long, long time. And I want to ask, having been in this position, now starting to make your way upwards, what is kind of step one when, like, everything seems to be going wrong? What was Optic Texas's step one to try to move forward?
Just confidence. I think that's the best thing. Just we want to be as confident as even if we decide to do the wrong play, as long as we're all confident in what we're doing and like just what we're doing on the map, I feel like it can work just because of our talent and stuff. So I just think the biggest thing that I believe in is like confidence. You got to be confident that you can win. And call me crazy, I still think we can do good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm always going to be like confident.
Pred, congrats on the win. You're insane today. How similar is this situation to last year when you guys had the stage, you just couldn't win anything, and then after that, you guys are world champions? Have you guys drawn any parallels? Talked about that at all?
Honestly, this stage is like, this stage is probably a lot worse because at least last time we're winning respawns, we were just losing at map 5 S&Ds.
True.
This one was like a different thing. Like this one is like, oh my God. I mean, you just 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. You're like, holy fuck, and we like, what's going on? You know, so this one is like I don't think anyone's really experienced this. I mean, this is like obviously from a caliber team that we are. So honestly, like I've never experienced anything close to this. Like Major 4 was not even close to this.
Yeah.
We just won a tournament and like, you know what I'm saying? So like, this was like, wow, like really like mentally like challenging.
Well, you guys broke through it, man. You got a dub. And I want to ask you, you guys changed rooms today? What was going on with that?
Bro.
Can you give us a little more insight to like why?
Yeah, look, that room just had no fucking, like, no windows. This one has like a bit of sunlight coming in.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It feels more open. I don't know, just a different vibe, bro. You know what they say, an environmental change.
New environment, and you got a dub. Hey, I like it.
Environmental change, exactly.
Playing in the sun. Well, you get to do it next week in front of your fans. Unfortunately, you'll be starting in the winners bracket. The good news is, though, that means
also owe more of a way too. Like,
what do you think about coming into the event?
like they probably had to have felt like that other room just felt like super depressing. Like it was probably like dark all the time and shit. You know.
And I hope they can still cheer for us, man. You know, we still believe that we can do well. And,
you know, now they got, like you said, now they got the windows open and get that vitamin C coming in and shit, bro.
So we'll
Get
see
that
you
different
then.
energy coming
Excellent
through.
matches
You know?
are ahead. I believe in you, Pred.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Optic gets the dub, and Pred drops 11 in a row to kick off game number 4. Before that, though, they win hardpoint number 1. Let's take a look back at our scuff play of the game. Optic on a terrible
Bro, fuck, it feels good that we finally get a fucking win,
They played
dude.
this Hacienda incredibly well. I will not be shocked if we see them play this throughout the entirety of the major next week. They had some really insane P2 holds and setups, and I also just really enjoyed the way Pred played the map. It was a lot of top hallway control, and it was just really fluid and really well structured inside of Optic Texas.
Is the Pred 40 bomb takeover gonna be the same as Sims? Huge, what is it, 1v3 against?
It's gonna be what sends them,
Yeah, 1v4.
what sends them to the upward.
Is this gonna be the same?
No.
Where they just start steamrolling?
No.
You don't think so?
Steamrolling?
They might just figure it out.
They're just gonna beat LA Thieves, beat Atlanta.
Sometimes these things happen, man. Spark plug. Up now, baby. Spark plug.
Standings. We got them. You want to see them? We'll show them to you. Major 2 is 1 week away. We kick off on Thursday. Optic now 10 points is ahead of 2 teams. Unfortunately, they're still starting in that elimination bracket. When we come back, though, it is 2 teams fighting with their top 8 seeds. The question is, how high on the rankings can they climb? Vancouver faces off against the great Estriel.
Listen, chat. Sunshine wouldn't be so good without the rain. Remember that. On the other side of the screen.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
might be it, folks. That is all she wrote. Heretics, 3-0 on Control.
Unbelievable stuff. Again, these guys on this map were lost for so long. The improvements they made, never mind, the map is going on 0.0. Vehicle didn't know either. Heretics started celebrating, and there's still game to be played.
There's 2 segments gone. Wow, what's happening? It's not over yet.
That's my shotgun. What a good play. What a good play.
Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Let's go.
With Fame, comes off with the backside of Palace Wall, lost the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Geo, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got
Ooh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Minnesota Rock are locked into the top 8. Will they be able to cause chaos at Major 2? And believe so. Let's start with your favorite team. Have they gotten the dubs you wanted from them recently?
Not any like big wins. I think that's the struggle with them, and they've just started so slow in a lot of their series, right? We were joking in the green room talking about it. They're like the only team that it feels like they rely on a big play, and then everybody starts to turn it on, right? And yesterday it was Geo, just a bit too late in the series. I think if they figure out their search and destroy, coming into this event strategically, watch some VOD, maybe copy some of the better search teams. This team can absolutely make waves. They've just been losing a lot of them, like 2-6 their last 3.
Not an easy schedule. I look here, Ali, they took care of business against Miami, Optic, Vegas, basically all the bottom teams. But if you look at the big dogs, your top 3, they barely took one map off them.
Yeah, there's really only 2 good things about this stage for Minnesota Rocker, and that is Escriel and Control. Escriel has been unreal for Minnesota Rocker during this split. He is leading when it comes to KD, and then Control has been unreal. They jumped from like middle of the pack. They're 5-2 in it right now. It is their strongest game mode, and they have added protocol to their map pool. So in the middle of these series, they give themselves an opportunity to hit that momentum, to hit that, all right, let's slam them in Control, and then maybe we can take the later half. But otherwise, Hardpoint and S&D has taken a huge dip.
Yeah, I mean, you look at their numbers and stuff, you look at this team, they're easy to like root for. Their matches are always super entertaining, right? Because it's always a bounce back. And like in terms of Hardpoint, 4-6 in the game mode, but all their damage is like basically the same. So they're playing at the exact same pace, and it just feels like when they turn it on, this is a team that could be a dark horse.
On the other side, the great Rambo Ray. Yes, that Rambo Ray is the man behind the scenes. The wizard up in Vancouver has put together a winning lineup. It took him a minute. But he found his crew, and
I am a little worried about Vancouver. They have a map pool issue. And let's talk about it here for a second. They're 6-1 in search on protocol and red card. 1-6 on the rest of the maps. You talk about their control. 1-5 on Hossie/Vault. They're good at protocol. It's going to be gone in every series, right? So Surge, a little worried if you look at their map pool and control and search. I don't know, man. They got figured out.
There's 5 of them. You want to see them?
Yep. I would love to see them.
Let's take a look. Their maps, their modes, they're coming up right now. It's and red card.
I like the way you said that. Vault. I'm looking at that Hacienda. Immediately, you want to lean towards the side of the Vancouver Surge. It is not good for Minnesota. They're sitting at 2 and 3 on that, while Surge, that's going to be their strongest one, sitting at 4 and 1. The middle of the vaults, Minnesota, they like to spawn in on vault constantly. I don't hate that for the side of the Rocker, but for Vancouver, they're going to want to get this done pretty early.
Is it a Geo takeover day, Ian?
I mean, I think it might be Estriel takeover day. I mean, like I said, like the search and the control is like for Vancouver. What I'm looking at, they do have that red card as the game 5 if they make it all the way there. But I think this can be an electric series.
Triple vault is actually kind of crazy. I mean, just looking across the board, Minnesota 6-0 when it comes to hardpoint, 6-1 in S&D, 5-2 in control. Like the middle of this series is disgusting for Rocker.
Skunk pick'ems, lock them in. I'm going first with Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, I don't know. This is, after seeing those vaults, I'm going to give Ant a chance here. I'm going to go Vancouver Surge.
Coward.
What do you mean you're giving me a chance?
Coward.
Minnesota is the underdog. I'm going with Minnesota. That's Chris.
I know, that's your chance to catch up.
Miles.
Wheeler. I can't tell if Wheeler is just postulating, you know, like really pondering the universe deep. Or
I'm just copying Chris.
Time stone out. He's just trying to pop out the time stone and rewind all those tough choices he made. He picked Optic for a long time, folks, but they won today. Good for them. All right, mate, let's do this. Chance, Rocker, the underdog. Vancouver, a dangerous team by all accounts, but I think this is going to be a fantastic series.
Yes, I expect it to be a barn burner map 5. We haven't had a good quality Minnesota Rocker map 5 in quite some time, so I'm expecting a very distant series. And Minnesota Rocker should be bringing the heat as well, because I think they have a lot more pressure on them. You're looking at the records and performances. Surge have been on point in hardpoint in this stage, and they've been pretty solid on the maps we have in this series as well. But because of the seeding, the way it's going to work out, Rocker currently, if they lose this, more than likely they'll be playing either LA Tier or Atlanta FaZe. I think it's going to be Atlanta FaZe, but if they win it, might end up playing at Toronto, might end up playing at Carolina. So, you know, it's a pick your poison type of situation. Rocker also lost to Carolina 3-0 in this stage, but I still think you want to avoid the big dogs in the round 1 if you can. So Rocker should be playing with some ferocity.
You still drinking bleach, though. Let's see if these guys can remember their Benny Gesserit training and turn that poison into power, ladies and gentlemen. Over towards the hard point we go, Minnesota Rocker. An interesting opener there. Mostly kills there from the Vancouver boys, but an early bit of time. Still trying to maintain right-hand side of the minimap. And right now, no major moves from the Surge boys. They're going to hold steady, keep that time flowing, and make a hit for P2 at a mo.
They got a great setup as well, right? Make sure no one's working through Lambo, and 04 reads that pressure. And I mean, now they got the double chow coming through the stairwell, and you're able to at least take 2 down and get some trades. But either way, that's just to make sure you keep the guy on hill time safe. So as far as P1s go, I mean, that's nearly 30 seconds on the clock, and Paul X, I mean, can't even take it away. He gets in a good spot. It's maybe there to set up Geo. But either way, maybe a 20-point gap going into the new time, and opportunity for someone like Nasty to make a play. But in the meantime, Paul hot hand on the 3 spree.
Oh, absolutely, mate. I mean, easy kills on the fellas in point. Fish in the barrel, quite literally, as he takes care of business. But yeah, Nasty's route has been read and dealt with. A boozer that was not accounted for. Estriel keeps the up close safe, so that's going to be zigged, all dealt with. Now towards the back line once again. Surge have fought tooth and nail to maintain this pressure. Gio's going to pick up a pinch in a moment. I wonder if it'll be read by Nasty, but in the meantime, yeah, towards the point we go. Boozer, first man in, to touch the zone for his boys. Neptune will pick up the next time. There he go. An opportunity here for Surge to march right back into this. 04 wins the side door battle, and that's your time.
It's a great break as well. That was sort of a long time coming to make sure you get the back spawns, but the extra emphasis to make sure you lock him down pays off long term. And now it's just sort of a latch dish effort. Phrase to say for Minnesota Rocker to try to strip away some of this scrap.
Oh my lord.
Even for 10, so you take the 1v1, praying for the time. Estriel wants it, and he's gonna get it. And at least make sure 04 has to wrap back. So you see Rocker will be fully set up towards new, but Abuza shooting his gun. He has won some key rotational gunfights.
Yeah, tried and true from P1 to 2, now 2 to 3. There's still a lead there from Vancouver Surge, around 30 odd. Boozer!
Oh, there we go.
Boozer! Okay, the first one was impressive. The second one was downright disgusting, and that is your hard point. Vancouver Surge, what a takeover.
And I'm telling you, Abuza sort of posted up. He was also the guy that took down Geo for the P2 spawns initially. So big gunfights being won by one player. Neptune seemingly just winning the rest, but there's the kill feed. Rocker able to pick up the first 2 kills. 04 on the hunt. Lines him up, knocks him down.
Almost too easy for him. Abuza now on point. It's 3 in the feed there. That is another wipe, and now spawns a flip once again. Vancouver Surge all over this like a horrible rash. My goodness. Looking towards New as well. Well, Rocker in position to get something here. Neptune's going to cause some problems through the middle of the map, but your numbers are all over the New point, and that's exactly where you want them to be. Pick a corner, any corner. Try not to team fire. And good luck getting this time. You need it.
I don't know, Abuza, no, he didn't actually get the cruise missile just yet. He tried to milk the old scrap time to see if he could lock it down, but he's going to be a little bit short. And now you try to get that cruise missile for the break, and you lose everything. Geo gives you the 2 entries. Vancouver Surge not quite there. And now Rocker, an opportunity to get back in this game.
Yeah, I love this. So the Rocker, they push the front line way far forward. It's a huge amount of damage there from those players. Again, keeping them contained. You've still got a good idea of their whereabouts, but now they're on the time. Estriel from spawn right back into it. The overcommitment, it doesn't pay off. They pay the price. And Vancouver Surge march right back into time. No hero plays. Rocker down.
And uncharacteristically, a slow start from Nero as well. I mean, this is P4, and he's only got 5 kills to this point. So a little bit tough moment here for Rocker. You just want to sort of get that gas flowing. And Nero, well, I mean, he's the solo man on this mission. He just wants the kills. Gets one before he falls, but ultimately good scrap there from Surge, who first set of rotations, I mean, I think every single hill they effectively either tied up or came out on top of, and they're going to have a 60-point lead.
And Nero feels like the sort of player as well. He's got the blood rage, the old red mist, where he just has to find the kills, and once he gets a couple, he cannot stop. The thirst cannot be satiated, but the hard point can absolutely satiate the thirst of Vancouver Surge right now as they are drinking in this time. 132 and climbing. Oh my good God. 04. Stop it.
Yeah, red mist on the red menace there in that moment. That is unideal, but at least for Paul, his teammates bail him out for the moment. They at least root Surge out of the time. Admittedly still, though, the hill overall has been better for Surge. Geo picks up 2 in the feed, but I don't know if necessarily kills are going to get you a ton of time. He ends up giving you 3 in a row, and Geo's playing keep away. He's not going to get this time. Neither are Rocker, but maybe he stripped away 10 extra seconds. But in the meantime, number 7, Nero, spawning out across the map. Surge going to have numbers potentially on this break, but Paul, well, he gives the entries. Now you're set up maybe for a full 60.
Well, good news. We're going to go to a listen with Vancouver Surge and see how this P2 break goes down.
He's on time. He's on time. 2 on time. Give me 1 second. 1 second. On the right, I can twice on Geo2. Back left. What can Zig? I see nothing from. I'll go to play on time. Zig, watch out, Zig. Watch out, Zig. I'll be watch your back. Now match out, Zig, alright? Yeah, go. I know, guys. Nice. One more Zig. Could be Zig. On the back, dead. Zig. I'm on HP. Left side hill. The back dead, I'm on the back. I'm leading. I got Zig now. You go. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna do one pump. Already close, right? They're gonna go well. I'm gonna need. I'll mic phone just in case. Yeah, leave me. Leave me close. Close? Okay, look at it. I'm looking at this. I'm pitching him. Play kids. Nice. Watch out. All I have is one spot. Connector and new. Got a fence. I'm in those guys, so between you. He's so weak. Give me a second, I'm gonna go connect that. Yeah, give me a second, I'm gonna connect. Give me a second. Connector. He's not dead. Nice. You're top close. I'm almost front of me yet. He's dead. Yo, get that. I do want soda. I have a 6 for people. They have this shit. Wait, you pre-find me. He's not on you. Stay down. I'll get time. Yeah, I'll go for you now. I'll watch you order. Shining offense. Order. Inner. Outer. Okay. Outside. One more. Nero. Yeah, probably flat then. Easy, go flat. One down. Office. One shot. I got one. Full. Nice. Yo, listen, I'm gonna rotate Lambo. Okay? Actually, I'm gonna take top mid. Play slow. Yeah. Come to good with me. You guys go mid. I'm gonna use fix. Yeah, just give me a stick. I'm gonna use my stick.
What a listening chance. Vancouver Surge, like clockwork, now over towards the New Hills. Streak acquired and perfectly used.
And I just want to point out to all my future rank play teammates, you get the cruise missile by being the super soaker in the hill. Play the hill time and get the streaks. Of course, you'd prefer to actually get kills in the setup with them. Not really a great job of patrolling hallways there in that moment. So Rocker, I mean, look, you're down by 100, but at least got P4 time.
You got it. You're in. Astro gets crossed up. Wow, you did have it for a second. Geo now in a world of hurt, but wait, he holds it all together. Big old hit now. Not a lot of time to make this play happen. You have to make the break, fellas. This is going to be game. Vancouver Surge in a prime position to get this one. Abuza now playing for the win. Gio, you're going to check this corner. You're not, but no problem. Nero's there for it. Nasty last man. Can Nasty survive? Nasty nearly does it, boys and girls. The break was there, and you needed it so bad. Rotation of P1. Good luck holding this one off.
Yeah, I just think the 16-4 or something absurd. Whatever their hardpoint record has been for this stage, Vancouver Surge has been playing like menaces. I think Abuza for this map alone lost that gunfight, so maybe I'm caster cursing him just a bit, but he's played an effectively like perfect hardpoint game. Great hill time, great comms, getting the cruise missile. Seems like he's doing everything. I think Surge just sort of found their flow.
Oh, absolutely. Well, 2 minutes and 29 seconds there for Abuza as far as the time goes, and well, you're doing what you can to hold them away. Rocker, lovely job. Over to Neptune. He's going to find at least 1 or 2 out of this. And again, the gun skill of this man, he's definitely going to be keen for a few more. Dodges the frag. Can't dodge the teamwork of Rocker. And a 5 spree from Ezreal now as the time still goes their way. Looking at P2. And so are Vancouver.
I always forget Rocker. First half, they started a little bit slow, but the bigger the lead deficit, the better they actually get. So now that they're down by 100, they're going to start to play the game a little bit better. Problem is, though, I mean, it's 12 seconds away that they're going to need. I mean, 10 seconds to scrap in this moment is massive.
They're going to get a player off the point, I think, at the very least, or is it a 2-man stack? And you're also playing for new time as well. So Vancouver Surge, eyes on the prize. 04 can take care of Gio, maybe, but he doesn't account for Nero's 2-piece. And oh, come on. Are we seeing it? 2 players through driveway, now only 1. Bit of a pinch developing here, Chance and Rocker. Yeah, they're starting to just muscle up.
It's a turtled setup, though, and Nasty just got the back spawns. Nasty just needs to take it slow. Every kill's huge. He gets that entry. You're going to have the back spawns, and the break at this point going to be inevitable.
It should be inevitable, and here it comes. Inevitable. Ezreal trying to hold him off. Ezreal dancing, and the good shots, the damage across the board there, Gio. It should be game, boys and girls. Vancouver Surge took a couple of bites of the orange to peel it. But in the end, they got it done. Enjoy the Vitamin C, lads.
Yeah, and maybe slow it down a touch, but I think ultimately Abuza played nearly a perfect game as far as an AR is concerned. I mean, the first P rotation, he's the guy rooting out Gio from the back spawns, locking it down for his team, and allowing 04 and Neptune to pop off, which they absolutely did. So a well-orchestrated effort. You go into the P3, Abuza's getting the entries, outer fences, where he's wall-banging Nero. Then he gets 2 more follow-up kills after that, setting up his team for the breaks. Nearly got 2 cruise missiles, 2.5 minutes in the hill. I mean, again, credit where credit is due to the entire squad, but Surge really just in hardpoint have been unbelievable this stage.
Yeah, 251.89 the final score there, and that Hacienda did not feel like it was a tremendous struggle for Vancouver, only towards the end, as is tradition for Minnesota Rocker. But we'll see in the game flow, absolutely start to finish, all that lovely shade of Vancouver. But yeah, a great start from them there in the series. Highlights are going to be very, very Vancouver heavy up until the last few moments, Chance. And again, pieces all across the board there. Massive work from Abuza. 2 separate instances where he nearly got streaks. Of course, he does in the last one. But again, great comms, lovely awareness of spawns, everything working out.
And of course, singing his praises for moments like these to allow his teammates to fry. But in the meantime, Neptune and 04 are going to be getting a ton of love in the highlights. 04 got 3 in that moment. Neptune was just very consistent about popping pieces as well. Might have the most slide kills in the league. And Paul X, yeah, unfortunately, in the old respawns or hardpoint specifically, continues to struggle a little bit. If you get him in good positions, obviously he's going to perform well, but I think struggled towards the end.
I did indeed. Last few moments here of the game, and Vancouver is certainly their map to lose, and Minnesota Rocker, grit or no grit, all they could do there was grit their teeth and hang on for the inevitable breaks there. Vancouver Surge, lovely stuff there, lads. Again, Neptune, big man in slide down that final 30 just to get him over into the 30s with a knife, but a massive change there. Again, Minnesota Rocker, slow start. They started to fizzle out towards the end, but that's about it, mate. Absolutely glorious work there to start things off for Vancouver. They'll take the hard point quite happily, and we'll go into search and destroy in a moment. The triple dose of Vault, boys and girls, and this doesn't cure your ailments. Good. 3 Vaults in a row shouldn't fix anything, except for maybe, a losing series there, folks.
We'll see how it plays out. I know Vancouver Surge, especially on the Vault, they've been spamming that as much as possible. The amount of hard points they've played on this map alone, I mean, they've been squaring up against FaZe at any given opportunity. So they're going to be well orchestrated. And of course, on the flip side for Minnesota Rocker, I mean, it was more so at the start of the year, but anytime those guys have played a vault hardpoint, it is every single time ending in emphatic fashion. Final 10 seconds of the game. It ends on like the third set of rotations on a P1 is where they keep having games end. So the ultimate distance is where Rocker like to take these maps, but that is, of course, only if we get there. Got to get past the S&D in control.
Yeah, S&D control going to be an interesting one again, Serge. Hard points look absolutely brilliant. I've got a good feeling about the distance we're going to go in this series. I think Rocker have had their fair share of ups and downs, and it'd be nice to see them start to level things out again. And a very different look across the board there for the boys. Everyone's pretty locked in. Geo, TikTok, maybe a little anxious this match.
No, yeah, he's the firing range guy. I thought typically.
Yeah, he's the guy. I mean, no one hates the firing range training dummies more than Gio, but right now, he's checking something pretty serious on his phone. That's some serious check.
Maybe this is
not that he's checked out.
I gotta hit YouTube real quick, rewind, see what happened on like whatever key rotation, try to figure something out, or maybe just locked into the phone. But either way, a little discombobulated for the moment, but get the crust out of your eyes and wake up for the map number 2. We always know how the vaults are gonna play. It is gonna be out and about those A hits.
It's just such a funny idea that, like, oh yeah, Rocker were asleep during map 1. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, what time is it? Oh, that's right, I got you, bro. 2 and 3, they'll start to find themselves. But that is the way it has gone this year, folks. This season already. Minnesota Rocker, the slow starters. Tough to have a slow start against a team with such a superb run when it comes to hardpoint. But S&D, as we play on Vault again, the record not bad whatsoever for Rocker. Not terrible there for the boys of Surge, but put everyone to the test here, folks. The last day of play before we go into Major 2. Let's get it.
And Easy Mac with the stats there showing off that the First Bloods might be the massive difference in this game. Rocker have an electric First Blood rate on this map, and Neptune knows he needs to take it from him, or you are going to struggle.
There you are, indeed. Well, so far, no struggle. But yeah, incredible. Just hold it. There you go. Wow, Neptune wildly ambitious. Could have been very devastating. Now a 1v2, an 0-4. We've seen this before. A little bit of a rat. That's that. 0-4 down and out. Nero on the defuse. The first round is done.
Yeah, Neptune had some crazy COD timing in that round. At one point was standing directly next to 3 players on the cat steps, and unfortunate for him, was not prepared for that many players to be nearby ready to turn their guns. I think he just wants to hop in the pool, get that flank off immediately, but just absolutely full sends. I mean,
it's wild to think if he didn't. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say red dot chaser extraordinaire.
Oh, yeah, man. If he doesn't send it, I mean, if he pumps the brakes for a second, you get Rocker to turn, and then all of a sudden your teammates are possibly in a position to take a favorable gunfight instead of getting overwhelmed on the site. So,
or
crazy,
just
man.
Body shield. Unironically, a body shield in that moment, I feel like is a round guarantee.
That's a really good call. You'd have got the kill on the guy by pool, no problem. And then the next dude who challenges you from the hop up, yeah, absolutely.
Then you buy your team that 10 seconds with all the comms. Like,
grab your opponents, folks. Grab them. Abeezy does all the time. Here comes Surge.
Oh, this trophy.
Good trophy though. Epps taking the high route. Eyes are up at the ready. Here we go. Neither of those trophies are going to be shot. They're going to be able to eat everything that's thrown their way, and this is an absolutely iron setup right now from Rocker.
I mean, it's the 2 trophy strat. We just got it down low, and there's 20 seconds left in the round for every gunfight.
Yeah, there's no way. All right, boys, let's hit it. We're in somehow, some way. Damage dealt, but no hope for Rocker. Dude, that is a wonderful, wonderful round for them. They win the first, and they're able to chain the 2 trophy play from Paul and I believe Nero there. That is one way of getting it done, boys and girls. Fantastic.
Yeah, at first I thought they only had 1, so I was assuming it was going to get overloaded. But once you saw the second one in the corner, I was like, okay, this is the Rocker special. They do not fear the 4 stack down low at all. They are happy to play zombies in the middle of that pool. They're going to be go for it, and that's a super solid round.
Yeah, really, really nice. Opportunity now for Vancouver to ruffle the feathers, because Rocker, those first 2 were so clean. You're out of tricks though, lads. No trophies this time around. Or maybe a couple. You never know. It's a time-based thing.
Okay. Was that an RC car? Was that a...
No, I think it was an accidental frag. Might have bounced off of someone and hit that car next to those players. So it slowed the hit. It's eliminated Geo. Okay. This is not what I thought you were going to do with the round, sir.
Oh.
Dang it. Good nade. Nasty with the damage. And the Jackal, and he's been absolutely overwhelmed. 0-4. Only 1 to his name on the defuse, and Minnesota Rocker. What?
Okay, never look at your phone in between maps again. You're gonna die, Gio. We don't need you for this round. No, that's not good from Surge. They tried to do the anything you can do, I can do better. They tried to hit the 4 down low strat, and instead Minnesota Rocker just pick them apart. So that's not ideal, losing a 4v3 rather with bomb down. And if that's going to set the tone for the rest of this map, Rocker might just walk away with this one for free.
Very much free at the moment. Surge have not shown us anything good. Their trades are not effective whatsoever on the A-bomb site, and the lack of synergy there in a play space that basically demands it. Nero's got a Hellstorm. I mean, go on, son. Tried and true. Nice opener from 0-4. No need for the trophy system. Hey, we're getting involved here, folks. Watch out for the nades. The splash damage might have just taken care of that one, and we're in. We found the opening, and go, Surge, go! That is the round.
Signs of life, the lifeguard by the pool, and not nearly enough trophies, I feel like, in that moment. Estriel just got, I mean, explosion after explosion rolling through, setting up the free kills, but 0-4 kicked things off. Clean first blood on Nero, zaps him, and he's there to finish off the round as well. 0-4 making his presence known.
I wonder, though, might be something we have to go back over, that the Semtex that exploded, the sticky that exploded close to that trophy actually destroyed it. So it wasn't necessarily a case of the trophy getting overwhelmed entirely, but that lethal removing it from play. I don't know. That's a wild one. What are the odds of that happening? Either way, folks, 3-1. Vancouver finally, wow, takes something, but they're about to run into a whole lot of trouble. Nice dodges as a group.
Oh. They're just trying to take a page out of Rocker's book. Notice they have 1 less trophy in the situation.
And its placement is sort of in the middle of the doorway as well, so if they hit pull, they can shoot it out. Neptune on the back door. A little bit anxious now. Second trophy from Nasty, maybe not. Gut check there, it might pay off. We'll find out. You're down a man, Vancouver. Oh, Nep, you love to see it. Not enough on the shots, though. Paul guns him. Man advantage Rocker on the attempt.
Yeah, well, Estru was the one taking the main fight. Paul just got that last bullet off to the side. In the meantime, trades rolling through, and they come out on top. So Paul picks up a freebie trade there on Neptune. And, I mean, that's how my Jackal shot looks like, right? It is not easy to do. Anytime a pro player just hits the perfect 6 bullets down range, it blows my mind every time. That's how a sub gunfight should look.
That's the way it goes. Rocker. Impeccable work here on Vol. The heist continues. And Nasty left with nothing there. 6-1 for Paul. I mean, this is a well-oiled machine. This is a tried and true strategy. They know exactly how they want to approach this. I would be, remiss to say, I think they know exactly how they want to retake that B-bomb site. First man goes this way. Second man goes the other way. I think they really do know that now. And I feel like you have to know that at a pro level in order to effectively retake such a tight space without friendly fire. 4-1, Rocker. Here we go again.
And the adjustment being made, it's not a 4-stack down low. Gio's playing for the pinch over towards Pool. So late in the round, Gio's going to try to kill these players on Pool. Nero just wants to slow him down.
Yeah, he's doing his best. Another nice trophy. And this will slow you down a lot, fellas.
Oh, no, it won't. That'll speed him up.
Well, it's going to do something. And it's just going to give Gio a 3-piece. The last man has been identified, but Boozer has found 2 kills at this, and now he sends it towards the site. Nice nade. Oh, no. Rocker take the round.
Yeah, I mean, again, Gio is well, did he get an ace? Oh, he's just gonna get the final kill. Yeah, I thought when the crew, or the Hellstorm, whatever it is, gets called in, that they were just gonna slide into the vault down low, but they tried to escape. And again, that was the play being set up for Gio. He's playing off the distance in spawn once his teammates are calling out, hey, they're in the pool, because Vancouver have been conditioned. And the nade explosion stuff, but Vancouver has been conditioned for the idea that Minnesota Rocker are going to 4-stack in this site. All of P2's open. You can get in the pool. You can be there for free. And eventually Rocker just do that one little micro adjustment and say, hey, G'll just be here late. That's a huge strat. Vancouver Surge, no wizardry right now on Vault.
Not at all. The Wizard of COD might be their coach, but right now they're looking a little bit more like tin men. Paul, nice shot. Some of the first man. Unbelievable entry. So you take that. Paul gets a second somehow. And Nasty has just been cut to pieces by Estriel in the backline. Last man left alive, Abuza. Abuza, can you give us something special? The answer is no. Rocker all over it, folks. What a search and destroy.
Yeah, not remotely close. Vancouver Surge tried to steal a page out of Rocker's book, but the team that wrote it, the authors, a little too good. And I mean, a lot of it was sort of simplistic ideas off the rip. I mean, look, you get the double trophies. That's the opportunity to go down low. Vancouver Surge try to do the same thing. Then they're dying to stuns and grenades in this site. You get conditioned of, hey, you can be towards the pool. You're safe in this spot. Play for the retake for this side. And then Gio goes, nope, I'm going to be here to shoot 3 players in the back and just be the cleanup crew. So Gio basically had his feet up this game. His Paul Lex, fantastic bounce back he had from map number 1. And shout out to Estriel. 7 assists. The man was involved.
Yeah, really involved. Well, okay. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Vault. Not necessarily a record, but very, very good indeed. Well, folks, you asked for a bounce back from Minnesota Rocker. You got it, and some. Well, you stay on Vault, of course. We go to control in a moment, but there, man, that happened, Chance. It all happened. One of the few Hellstorms we've seen called in Search and Destroy this year already. And yeah, immaculate bounce back desk. You know what I'm talking about?
You know what you're talking about? Let's get it.
Do it again.
Sing along, chat.
No.
Okay.
No. You have to pay for that, Chris.
Cool. The storm is a brewing. I feel a game 5 coming.
Oh yeah, I told you guys we were gonna have a really long day today, especially with this matchup. I mean, why are we playing Minnesota Rocker on Vault Search and Destroy? It does not fit Vancouver Surge's play style at all. It feels like they kind of gave it to him.
Roll that beautiful beam footage.
I'm gonna be honest, kind of feels like they gave it to him.
I told you guys, Vancouver's map pool has issues in Search and Destroy specifically, and they have to get better at these maps. They're guaranteed a winner's bracket spot, so for them, I like that they're playing this map repeatedly. Obviously, we saw their last time they played it versus Toronto. It's a back and forth offensive battle. They make that decision to go B, and they lose the map, so they take another stab at it here. I just don't think they were ready for how good Rocket are. Like, Rocket are one of the best teams at actually winning defenses on this map.
I think Nero and Paul X owe them an apology.
Why is that?
They were bullies in the first 4 rounds.
They kind of were.
Nero goes 6-0 to open the game.
Yeah, takes himself out. He's like, I don't even want to be in this map anymore.
Yeah, smart move by Vancouver, just fast forwarding to the control. Save your energy. This is going to be a grueler as we have 2 more vaults coming. Is that trouble for Vancouver?
Yes, the control is trouble. You talk about Minnesota, one of the best vault control teams in the game. One of the better control teams that we have just in general. And on the side of Vancouver, a map that they just haven't loved, 1-3.
Statistically, yes, having vault control and hardpoint back-to-back right in the middle of the series isn't great, sitting that the fact that Minnesota Rocker is dominant across the board when it comes to that map and mode combo. But I will say the only thing that really made me mad was the Search and Destroy. I think Vancouver Surge can absolutely hang on Vault when it comes to respawns. I think 04 and Neptune, if they're playing at their peak, can absolutely hang with the SMGs and the pressers from the side of Minnesota.
We could show you more hardpoint, or we could play Hidden Heroes, moving the show along. It's my job. Take a look at this graphic. It's Hidden Hero time. I've picked out 4 players. It's the best of the rest. They're not in the top 3, but they're somewhere in the middle of the pack. 22 years old, 20, 22, and 23. Allie, which would you like to choose first?
Wow, this is hard. This is from this series, right?
No. The best of the rest.
Best of the rest, Al. 4 MVPs from 4 middle-of-the-pack teams.
I'm going to go first.
Thank you, man.
I'm going to go bottom left, and I'm going to go Joe Deceives.
20-year-old Joe Deceives. Ding,
Nice.
ding, 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 ding. Allie, you're on the clock.
Oh, God, don't put me on the clock.
You're on the
MVPs
clock.
from the middle of the pack
5,
teams?
4,
God,
3,
God, I don't
2,
know. God.
1. Pick a corner.
I'm going to pick a corner, big Kismet, bottom right.
Kismet, bottom right is Kismet, 23 years old.
No.
Bulldog, got a few more wrinkles than that, Allie.
I'm going to go top right, and I don't think he qualified, so I'm going to go TJ.
TJ at 22?
Oh, he's older. Yeah, you're right.
They're old men.
I didn't even look at the age, bro.
Allie.
Don't ask me
Redeem
again.
yourself.
Chris, I think you should do it.
In the top left corner. Let me narrow it down for you.
Okay.
We've got Toronto gone. You have Vancouver gone. You have Cloud9 gone. Coming in With a 1.16, 22 years old, a top 8 finish at Champs last year.
Top 8 finish at Champs last year. Guys, we're testing a memory that I don't have. I'm literally a goldfish. Can I at least have a team? Do you know the
Miami.
team?
He says from Toronto. Who else? Cloud9.
No, like we've already done those 3, so we have. It's a different team. It's from Rocker. Okay. It's from Minnesota Rocker last year.
You can do it. You can do it. You're not doing it.
I'm not doing it. You guys might have to do it.
It's got to be Estrio.
I'm gonna steal Anthony.
Ding, ding, ding.
I'm not good at this.
I did pretty good.
All. I'm not good at this at all. I'm sweating, chat. I'm literally sweating.
I like putting you guys on the hot seat.
This is why I have a notebook, because my memory, I'm like Dory.
That's why Google exists, kids. Let's go over to our casters. They exist for a reason as well.
Just keep swimming, Ali. Just keep swimming.
I can't.
I actually thought I got Sib bottom right, but I thought top left could have been Real. I don't know how old Real is, but good game, team. Good game. Back to another good game. Back to Vault, back to Control, and back to Rocker and Surge. Chance, how are we tingling for this one? Is it common sense, or is it Peter sense, or is it Spidey sense?
It's estrial sense with
nice
unruly hair. No, I got lost on the sense thing, but what I can sense in this series is the fact that Vancouver Surge's hardpoint record has been so good throughout this stage that I think it's much more important for Minnesota to actually go and win this map. And obviously the record, a little bit better overall, 5-2 compared to 5-6. Now, a lot of that is from the minor from Vancouver Surge, having some extra series and playing against some better competition. So I think this map will still be a battle, but nonetheless for Rocker, I'm thinking it's not a must win, because like the team is always good when they're down, and they're a good vault hardpoint team as well. But certainly I think there's a lot more pressure on Rocker for this map.
Yeah, again, the sort of the pressure of Rocker, a squad that's definitely got a very, very high ceiling as a squad. Not quite meeting at the moment. Let's see how they go, though. Into Vault Control we go. You know the rules, friends. 30 lives either side. 2 zones. Dive on in. Estral trying to do just that. A bit of time and bought here, but not a lot of space. As Surge have not vacated the A zone. They're just chilling there. And Estral can't do a whole lot. He jumps the fence, he dies, he waits here, he probably dies in a moment. Nasty just guns him. So Vancouver, no options whatsoever but to die.
Dude, they're not moving. Number 1, 04 and Abuza are posted. Nasty's running for free, and Neptune's the only one that has the go button. So I think this pace right now, maybe messing with the minds of Rocker just a little bit. And Abuza was posted up to make sure he could not die from the catwalk. And that's just a clean setup rolling through. So yeah, Surge put in the overtime, A+ on the homework.
And not even just that. I mean, the homework is one thing. Whoa, damn, the gunny, ladies and gentlemen, nearly getting away with his life 04, but the teamwork as well. We've trusted every single play so far. We're burning the clock. We're burning the life count. And Vancouver Surge, wow, dude, this is just endless. Not a single hope here for Rocker. Their round is done. Did they even touch the zone? I don't know if they did. I don't think they did. What?
And listen, this is the type of round that I think the COD community has like collective brain rot, because everybody talks about like how Black Ops 6, the way it plays, it's a head smash, just go for the trades, you don't have to think, just go after talent, you don't need to make smart plays. You can slow the game down, and if you're effective at it, it looks like that, where you have a 23-11 life lead. And Rocker, I mean, they're just desperate to even get that first tick.
Desperate. Ooh, they're gonna get it. Nice job. 2.1 seconds though. You drop the lives here. And again, this is back to good old faithful BO6. This is the head smash situation. Rot and Surge, they're doing it. And they're fighting their way forward. But now, what you really want to do is slow down. Find that special source that Surge had to start this round off. And A-zone's gone. So 2 seconds turns into 1 minute and 2 seconds. And this round keeps going.
And ultimately, you're just happy that you got that A-zone at all. But ultimately, you did get picked apart. But maybe if you want the defense for the round 5, you can sort of chalk this one up and be content with your performance. But yeah, ultimately just got body bagged. And the setup there for Vancouver Surge just too clean. And everybody did their jobs. Nasty 9-3. Neptune was the only one that got to play with any degree of freedom. And he had a lot of fun off the rip as well. But 16v1 tells the story.
It really, really does. And I feel like Vancouver Surge, that was the game plan. It was, once they got set up, I mean, they went into that slow, real slow, a lot of caterpillars. They went into that cocoon and they came out beautiful butterflies with those life differences. Wow. I think they had a setup for B as well, Chance. I was interested to see how this round would play out if we had a little bit more lives or a little bit more time to go. I think they've got a similar line there to work with, but hey, lovely looks in the first.
Yeah, and just great trust as well. Like no one tweaked, so to speak. No one overcommitted. No one made a bad play on the setup. And we even got to see it from like Estriel's point of view when he was in the catwalk of like, he's spinning in circles. He's checking over towards time. He's not really seeing anybody. No kills are coming his way. And he really didn't really know what play he could make in that situation, especially just because the guy's on time. It was a no-show from the catwalk. So he would have just had to have jumped into death or flanked into someone sitting on the line heady. Unideal. But if Rocker respond with good defensive rounds, all's well that ends well.
Yep. So far, not great. But we're on the zone. Pulls Geo in a position, but Geo is traded up by Nasty. 11-3, 6 spree right now for the young Brit. And what a slide from a Boozer. That's a fast one. Nasty keeps the spree going. Now 7. Will he get the 8th? Go! He does indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Nice bit of work there for his teammate from top Balk as well. And that is still big time. Neptune's now getting in your face. You are going to be looking at streaks as well for Nasty. The 8 spree is one thing, but the segment and zone capture, surely that will net it for him. Or yeah. Wow. I was holding my breath there for a second. Either way, a 3 life difference, no A zone. He does manage to secure the storm though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a mediocre moment for Rocker. Like, you're happy for the break, but certainly long term, Hellstorm going to be very impactful. Vancouver Surge now just swarming around this A zone, attempting to take their time, but they're getting picked apart. Neptune going to be the last one to fall. He's trying to dodge and get out, but he gets traded. And now, Rocker, you can set up the spawn trap, and you could come away with this round with the tick advantage as well.
You can do it, Minnesota. You can do it. I mean, you've got to contend with Nasty using his Jackal like an AR and absolutely hitting every bullet. So, another issue. 0-4 now on the big wide. Flank goes wide, and he connects. Abuza can't get anything up close, so Neptune is down as well. So the only submachine gun remaining on the map for a moment there was actually going to be Nasty, which is a hilarious thing to say, but fighting out of spawn. 0-4 still in a favorable position. Has not accounted for the airborne Estriel, who gives you 15 seconds to play with.
His teammates also lost every single gunfight. So 0-4 just felt the pressure and wanted to roam back to stop the clock, because now you don't have any time. So how about that? Vancouver Surge have the most dominant, like, opening minute and a half of round number 1. And they played basically 50-50 in this round as well. And they're down on segments. So yeah, maybe Rocker does not have a care in the world that they were down 16 kills after round number 1. And yeah, I'd be smiling too, sort of stealing that one away, and a very small advantage now in this map. But Nasty, of course, does have that Hellstorm.
Hellstorm certainly helps. I mean, that can be almost a guarantee at B if you're very fortunate with the timing on it. But fantastic. The first 2 rounds have been really different. Really different. There's no getting around it. We've seen some special stuff. And Rocker, what have you got now for us? I mean, that first attacking round was so rough. What kind of adjustment are you going to make here?
Also need to remember to pay attention to the highlights just to see how Rocker were able to break that hill, because Vancouver Surge, Nasty lived on top of the zone. They had a 3-stack going and got so close, but the hero play was successful. Maybe I have the brain rot. Let's head smash.
Oh, Nero, the hero. Paul trying to kill everything there. Trophy was a last-minute decision. Unfortunately, cost him his life. And now over to Estriel now, getting it done alone. Can he hold on? From the outside of the stun there, it does connect. A little bit of intel. Geo, though. 2-piece machine. Nero versus Neptune. That's a battle you're going to be seeing all map long. But Geo catches himself another one. So 4 in a row for him as he keeps the zone going. Second segment A should be done.
Oh, they're putting pressure on too. It's a super slow capture over towards A, because they were toying with the idea, but Geo on the 5 spree knows. Get back in the mix, get the A zone done, and I have a pretty sizable lead on the tick front overall, and plenty of time in this round to work with.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, he didn't see the player's barrel stick out of the top side of the balcony there, but Estriel might have on the hop checks. Damn, can't get on the fadeaway. 3 dead immediately. So Geo now, good job trying to escape with his life. He has been spotted out, so the race is on to try to pick him up. Cannot catch this man. 6 in a row.
Now it's going to be a slow approach over towards B. All 4 guys right now in Minnesota Rocker grouped up towards ammo. They're all running in circles as well, trying to figure out what direction they want to go. And now they're grouping up and working the left side of the map. 0-4 here to meet them, but he's tagged up. Geo's backing him down. makes the read. That's 2 in the feed, and they got pressure over towards the B zone, but Vancouver Surge for the moment still have the close arch spawn rolling through, but a delicate moment. Whoever gets this next set of kills will have the advantage.
Oh, we're trying though. We're on those B zone as well, so the capture is here. There's a bit of pressure now either side. Unfortunate team kill, but that's what happens here by the B zone. Get rid of those trucks, ladies and gentlemen. Estriel, oh, it shaves his eyebrows, but it keeps him alive. Now he's down to Nasty, who has punched his way from spawn right over towards the zone. They do not finish the segment either. So B, back to square one.
And Vancouver Surge decapping that as well. Drain most of it, and they're able to stabilize. Shout out to the massive exploding fans. Not quite propane tank style, shout out High Rise, but good enough to protect the zone, and that is a sequence there. Everybody on Rocker back in spawn.
Oh yeah, that is nearly a strike from Vancouver Surge. 20-11 there from Nasty. He is having himself a fantastic vault so far, 2 rounds in. And this third is going just the way you want it to right now for the Vancouver boys. Again, 45 seconds to play with. And they've set themselves up to the middle of the map. 2 on the inside, 2 making their way through the B zone now. And Estriel, yeah, caught without a hope in hell. He will be buried there on the bottom side of Vault as we now look towards spawn once again. Surge rocking it.
And Surge are playing so contained. Even when Geo's getting called out one shot, no one's like sliding through, wasting lives. They're making sure they get the trade. So very patient gameplay rolling through from Vancouver. It's going to be an interesting round on the attack they're going to have for this next one. But with 17 seconds left, Rocker, it is going to be a desperation flood to this B zone.
I know, but a lot of this flood is absolutely contained. You've got intel, but oh, you don't get the kills. You may have known. You can do anything about it, though. 04 still fighting. Someone should be able to get onto this zone. Stops it. 3.6. A single man. Geo catches out 04 now on the attack. Estriel has to get back onto the zone. He's got to stay alive here. Trophy's going to cover it. Pulls a boozer. Can a boozer get involved? Picks up the pinch. Gets it. Ooh, get back on the zone. They don't. Was that a mistake? I might have to watch that one back, folks.
In a moment like that, it is certainly stressful.
Oh my word. Did Rocker vacate the point? There was a lot going on there. Or is it a series of kills? I need the replay.
I think the kills rolling through. There's a pretty good swarm there from Surge around the zone, and at that point, I think Rocker had like 2 lives remaining. Players hitting him from side art, players over towards ammo as well. But here's a look. You were trying to get Estriel doing the dance.
Yeah, 1.1 on the clock there. Estriel takes the fight, loses it. Yeah, it was just enough of a fight.
Just overwhelmed. Yeah.
Just overwhelmed. I mean, Joe was close by, but not close enough with the 1.1 on the clock. Wow, what a moment. Well, Surge, take the lead. Map point.
If we go, if we go to a round 5 right now, Rocker might have a small advantage to get that final defensive round, but you could very well just win it here. Nero, though, off the break, nice little 2 sprees. Had another slow respawn performance, at least in the KD column, and Abuza has not. Him and Nasty pretty on point. That's the last man in line there. Is Estriel 04 gets him. Now your time a little bit more secure at Neptune. I mean, Vancouver Surge applying pressure all over the map.
Possibility for Neptune to get a few more, but instead he buys his teammates long enough. Wow, sweet nades to get the A zone. It's not done yet. Final hits here. A little bit of a contest, but there we go. Vancouver secure A. Over to B we go, but not without a pound of flesh as Rocker make him pay.
And at minimum, you're looking to get that extra segment, and Vancouver Surge very much up on the kills column. So they get 1 segment. They should be good for the defense, and you still want to play. See if you can get a guy into art, flip those spawns. Maybe utilize the Hellstorm that Nasty has as well. You got plenty of time to make a series of plays.
Yeah, Rocker have turtled this position up, though. That top left-hand side of the minimap. We call it art, and they've got it. Paul is not going to vacate. If he gets killed, that's one thing. Has Nasty been spotted on his journey towards the backline? I believe he has. So, behind enemy lines, well-equipped. Can he catch a kill or 2 out? Estriel. Oh, there it is. The watchtower of Paul X still working.
In the sky, and I mean that's Sauron just telling where Geo needs to look for the next set of kills. But if you keep this like lower vault control, I mean that's sort of the way you want to set things up. Get double doors, get in the middle of the map, get down here, and then you could use the Hellstorm if you want. You don't necessarily need to make the commitment, but it's a back pocket threat right now, and that's 2 kills in the feed. They're letting the kills fall into their lap, and it's because of the Hellstorm. There you go, extra kill, forcing that spawn out. You get 2 bodies on the point.
You get 2 bodies on the point. You can't get the kill towards bottom art now, so the front line is the zone. Neptune trying to fight his way forward. Timing on this could be ideal. Can he catch these players? Damage in, no kills. Over to the zone we go. Second segment, no, not secured just yet. Big kills Abuza, and they save it. A pixel perfect play there from Rocker to stay alive.
Estriel's built different. He was shouted out for the control performances, and I know he's only 24 and 23, but he is shooting. Squaring up against mid ARs with an aims, squaring up against Neptune with the Jackal. He's taking everybody down.
Back to square one on the second segment. Quick contest. Just trying to pull some of these Rocket players around. Okay, we're back on it. We're back on it. Abuza with another one. Estriel there on the pinch. Lovely work. The damage in the second player is fantastic and not a lot of cover to work with. That's why Nero can fly in and get 2. Traded out immediately, but it might not matter. You bought the time. You bought the space. Lives now the problem for Surge. Only 4 to go.
6v4. They know 1 player's behind him. Everybody else is going to be in mid. Nero. Is he hunting or being hunted? He gets dropped. The instinct's not quite there. Lets one slip through in Vancouver. This is the opportunity, 4v4.
It's all up for debate until somebody gets these kills. Wait, looking for Abuza. Trophy clear. Can anyone throw anything at the point right now? Off of spawn. Let it rip, boys. Oh, block out the sun. Your lethals and tacticals, but no.
Yeah, that's 3-1 from Surge.
Holy shit. Surge. They gave themselves that point. They did not disappoint.
Minnesota going the distance. Yeah, and they're just left in a daze as well. Estriel, I feel like, just sort of, he gave you everything. Like, you're in the trap. The Hellstorm coming in from Vancouver Surge was perfect. Like, their game plan and approach on this map, I think, is as good as it gets. But Estriel just wins some key gunfights, gets over towards ammo, and, like, forces the spawn out. But Minnesota Rocker, I mean, they had a few moments picking up the spawners. I saw on Paulex up top, making sure to call it to his boys, but eventually they just dropped the ball. I think Nero, especially in that final moment, they knew someone was back P4, but he just kept hesitating, didn't know what direction to look, and just little moments like that in a 6v4, you're not playing for the guaranteed ones. You can absolutely be punished. And yeah, 17 and 34. Not a fun map for Nero.
And not a stat line you typically see from Nero. His job is to murder, to smash. Nero smash good. Nero got smashed there. Highlights, folks. A lot of love for the Vancouver Surge boys again. Abuza had some disgusting 1v1 wins. Nasty as well put up ridiculous numbers. And again, the only streak we really saw be used, Chance, I think pretty effective. It did flush the members of Rocker off of their defensive positions to the inside of the map, and they managed to get picked up there. That gave Surge such a huge turn. And a couple of great defensive holds there. Some real goal line saves on the segments there from the Rocker boys. But in the end, simply not enough. But Nasty with a sub is just that. Absolutely nasty.
Yeah, he is fantastic, and I just feel like this is a team, maybe not an S&D. Daniels brings up the map pool, and there's a good shout for it for that game mode, but I think at the respawns, we're really getting to see them just have like a ton of trust in one another. Like, to get those types of Hellstorm plays to roll through, to have those moments where, like, you know Estriel's up in the catwalk, don't tweak, here's the exact positions we need to play it, and here's how the setup is gonna go. A lot of trust in every single player to do their jobs, and Vancouver Surge, I mean, on point with it. So 2-1 lead right now in the series, and we'll be staying on vault for the hard point. And that has been Neptune's playground.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, the respawns are certainly paying off for you, fellas. I mean, this was a wild finish. Boozer once again just proven to be so lethal in those individual fights. No last minute contest there from anyone on Rocker. Respawns, name of the game there for Vancouver Surge. They're feeling fantastic going into another hard point, and again on a map that they have looked very good on indeed. Nep, we'll see how he rolls in this hard point. Vault 6-1 though, Chance. I mean, that is a glaring moment for me. If you can somehow do it, Rocker, this is the late stage of the series. This is where you want to be. If you can somehow steal it, that red card S&D is looking good.
Yes, but that's why I was saying that the vault control, I think, is a lot more pressure on Rocker, because to be down in this situation is not fun. If you get to map 5, you might be happy, but even that could be a struggle, because Surge have played a ton of red card search as well. So a tough moment. And again, the situation in terms of the standings, both of these teams will be in the winner's bracket, so there's safety there. There's no issues going into the major, but the seeding is going to be a big thing. The record for Vancouver Surge, they're going to be in the middle of the pack no matter what. A win here, they could jump up maybe and fight for that sort of top 4 range, but Minnesota, more pressure on. If you end up losing this series, I think they're more than likely going to be playing against Atlanta FaZe. I don't want to do that. I don't think many of the teams want to have to do that, but you know, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, but nonetheless, not a fun winners round 1 matchup. But if Minnesota Rocker make the comeback, beat Vancouver Surge in this moment, they jump up a place or 2 in the standings, depending on how the C9 game goes. But then they could end up playing a Carolina or a Toronto, which is also not fun, but maybe just a little bit better.
Yeah, again, we said at the start as we were loading in Hacienda, pick your poison. Not a tasty beverage whatsoever for the Rocker lads. But again, if they can get to choose, if they can leave it up to their fate as opposed to the results of other games, that would be ideal for them. Here we go. Let's go Rocker into this vault. You're going to need it to force the game 5. Minnesota Rocker got to be feeling themselves, and 24-16. A boozer. The first hard point was a delight for those boys. I'm sure they're licking their lips going in a vault right now because they're chapped. That's why, guys, they're in the desert and it's very dry.
I feel that, man. I absolutely do. Bought a humidifier. Great purchase. Nice. I think it's really come in handy, and I don't know what you're gonna have to buy to get a win in this series for Minnesota Rocker, because Abuza very much on point in the map number 1. Like, he had quality gunfight wins. There's times where you see players go on these crazy sprees and they look at the scoreboard and it's like they're tied up and you're like, oh, that didn't seem that valuable at all. Abuza, the map number 1, I'm telling you, like, sort of perfectly played and set guys like Neptune up to slay out everything in sight.
It's the sort of the makeup of this team, and that's exactly what you've just seen.
Yep.
That's the game plan right there, ladies and gents. The spawns have flipped and Neptune happy for it. Can he contend with the next wave of players? Perfect read on the first trade there. Not going to help him out, but no fault of his own. Lovely start there for Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, we always talked about gamer tags, but we ignore real names of players. Neptune, William Wallace on this squad. Loves the freedom of movement. He does whatever he wants.
I mean, speaking of real names, Travis McLeod. I mean, that is a hero's name if you've ever heard one, ever.
He was in a Nintendo 64 game back then. Absolutely was.
Here he goes, barrel rolling into the feed. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, traded out 6-3, though, starting things off incredibly hot, as is tradition. Vancouver Surge, here we go. Shots are in there from Abuza on the approach towards P2. Despite the spawn flip, Rocker have managed to stabilize here, so let's see how well they can hold on to this one. Nasty in the back. Can he get the break?
Well, he's already got his boys spawning up with him, so number 6 on time. Estriel's completely surrounded. 0-4 knows, 1 guy on time. Leave it for your teammates. We'll get the cutoffs, and Minnesota Rocker, in a very similar fashion to the Hacienda, just getting bullied when it comes to the actual spawn gunfights and placements.
Oh, no.
So in a long-term game, you're just going to have to fight these uphill battles. It is not fun.
Nice lethal usage there to flush all the members of Surge out of these power positions, but can you win this war of attrition now by the zone? I do not think so. Estriel down in the pool. Nero now on the approach alone, but again, a staggered hit. Every kill he gets is great, but at the end of the day, spawns are going to be going the way of the Rocker boys. You managed to hold them on the push towards Nu. You managed to hold them in the middle of the map. And can you secure some decent time at 3 and chain it into 4?
And I will say this is close to Glaze because Abuza's only 3-3, but that is also a perfectly played P2 of like knowing when to chow with his teammates, knowing when to trust them to go and get the kills. So a lot happening, including now Nasty again, a player on Surge here blocking spawns, and look at how distant number 5 and number 7 are, and he shreds Geo. So that is 2 gunfight wins, and he just set his team up for the next like 100 seconds potentially. Estriel wants to be the guy to break it down and cause confusion here for Nasty, but already, I mean, no one's getting this P3 time, and Nasty still has his spawns for his boys.
He does, and he's managed to stay safe. Oh, he's even got a kill. Howdy! That's the coverage there from Abuza. Perfect spawns there. Estriel's play a little too slow, unable to capitalize on the fact that Nasty was alone there. Now 0-4. You love to see it, boys and girls. Vancouver Surge once again, diamond hands across these hard points.
Yeah, super high value gunfight wins as well. So you're just going to get the measly final 10 seconds of scrap there from Rocker. 30 some odd point deficit right now you're working with, and this is a clean setup on the mini map right now for Vancouver. Nasty knows his job just to survive.
do not die. Win extremely naughty little gunfights like that. 6 now in a row. Eyes on the next wave. It's not terribly flashy, folks, but it is absolutely brilliant play from Vancouver Surge right now. Couple of shots into Estriel on the approach. Lovely kill. Over to Nero now in the middle of the map. Gets one and done. Neps, the last man up now on that front line. Waits for the spawners. Perfect hold. Vancouver run it up.
And that is the beauty of the setup. Even when Nero pops a pretty ridiculous 2-piece as well and able to catch out 2 important players. Teammates are there for the follow-up, and Neptune knows he has to get that final kill as well. So, I mean, they're just all over him. And maybe not a perfect full 60. Rocker maybe getting some chip damage here in towards the end, but ultimately, similar to the Hacienda, a very well orchestrated effort here coming in from Surge. It is very clean Call of Duty being played.
It's a real treat to watch. Don't need a huge amount of kills. You just need the ones that matter. The ones that make the enemy spawn as far away from possible from you and the time. And that's what we're getting right now, folks. Rocker, they've got themselves in a P1. This is an opportunity to turn this ship around. We're going to put their grit to the test, but right now it seems a little tough. Neptune, spot for choice. Can't get them both, though. 0-4 on the chase here. Keeping the kills absolutely rolling for Surge. Nothing left unchecked.
Yeah, now we're playing a round of control as well virtually. We're getting a roughly similar setup. Maybe you're playing for the spawns a little bit earlier on, or giving up the catwalk pressure. Actually, yeah, maybe a little too passive in there from Neptune, letting the players through cat, so they're going to end up getting the break and an opportunity for Rocker get back into the game. Decent P1 time being collected, and they got the right side spawns long term, but then you look at the kill feed, and the SMGs for Surge picking up all the kills, and 0-4 knows the name of the game. He has slipped the net unchecked.
It's absolutely perfect. I mean, Rocker, you're in a lot of trouble now, folks. Let's see if we go for a listen in and give them some good vibes.
They're gonna be in the back. They're gonna be in the back. That's in the back. Behind me, Hookah. I'm trying to help you, Hookah. Hookah, watch out. Truck, nice. Someone truck. Nice. I'm trying to Lego. I'm looking at your big door. Every big door. I'm trying to Lego. I'm looking at the big door. Two back here. 3. All 3 in the back. You just put them in the back. Nice. I have your close shot. They're still spawning in the back. I'm staying middle. I'm repping hallway. One of my close shots. Watch on the back of me. Dead. One in the back of me, I think. The other one, I hit him nasty. Nasty deep in the back. I real back door. Trying in the back right now. I see him move there. Go fast. On you, hole. I'll pinch him. He's still hallway. He might be able to. Missing one shot. Nice. Last kid. Nice. Booza and nasty too. Out of I'm in through. Yeah. One of your men. I can help mid. They go hallway. Nothing hard. They hallway. Stay on time. Mid. You didn't hit Stay on time. You might outer palm right or no? No. Yeah, watch out, Nasty. Hallway still on me 04. He's close left. Yo, line. He's one bottom mark to you. One more. I'm trying to stay alive, bro. Either I can stay alive, bro. Bottom mark. Front art. He's like on the van. Watch on the van. He's not John. He ran away, brothers here. I go volley. He's okay. Come me. He's gonna chase you. Full net.
You can go back to the exact moment where Minnesota Rocker knew the spawns were going to flip, and Abuza, you sneaky man.
Dude, he's 11 and 15, but I'm telling you, just high value on the kills that he's gonna get. Has the cheeky spot, gets the 2-piece, and you had Minnesota Rocker with Estriel getting the 21 kills he already has on the P2, locking it down, but they're just always fighting the uphill battle. They haven't had spawns almost a single time in this game outside of the first P2.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not a lot you can do. Abuza doesn't have to get many kills. They've just got to be from these positions and holding it down as well. 3 now in a row. As a man who was in the negative earlier now keeping his boys going. We've not even touched in on 04, just sitting there super soaking away on the inside of time. Now Paul trying to fight his way through the front. The rest of Rocket have been absolutely stunned. Difficult to break this point, but together as a team, they go as one, and they get gunned. Wow, 3 down again. Vancouver Surge too strong.
I just like, I wonder if like people look at that and are like, oh my god, Abuz is so slow. Like, look at this POV. It's perfect. He's in the perfect spot. You get to set up with the team. You trust everybody, and that's just another P4 where Surge, I mean, that's where they've run away with the game. And I mean, that's credit to the guys winning the gunfights to get them the spawns in the first place. But you have a moment for Minnesota Rocker. Big set of kills on this P1. And they do have some fight in them. It's just unfortunate. Again, the whole game, they've been fighting, like they've just been in hell. They're fighting a war.
Every single time we watch them in that 3 down, 4 down moment, they'll get. What do? What can they do? They can't do a lot. The fights are so hard to win. Estrel, though, make a decent run here. 04's pinch gets the rest of these boys. So that's going to be the break and the flip right now. Vancouver Surge, once again, strong position. Cross 200 points now with the final 15 of this P1. It could all end at P2.
Yeah, Neptune just gets to call out. There's 3 players lying, boy. That's where they all are. You're safe on these spawns for the moment. Actually, bad timing, though. Pollux is going to roll through, and Nasty gets caught before he can back up. And, well, Booza overwhelmed. So that's a moment that Vancouver Surge dropped the ball, play a little bit too slow in a sense, and maybe Rocker can get back in this game.
The rapid attack there from Paul saves the day, but just as rapid. Neptune, oh dear, Nasty on the front now, so you are completely surrounded in time. Can they get at least 1 kill out of it? They can. Estrel fighting for his life, broken down and out. Rocker, Nero with the absolute desperation hellstorm. Where did he get that? 17-24. That's why he soaked the hill. Here we go. Ineffective, allows his boys to get forward just a little bit, but can they find the kills now? The answer is no way. Nero's going to be able to get at least 1 or 2. Can they get towards time? The answer is no.
And I just love how that was a moment where, like, maybe Rocker can get back in the game. And 3 seconds later, Neptune is in the back spawn blocking it to make sure his team will just eventually get the break, even if they're not winning those initial gunfights. So I just know the minimap right now for Vancouver in this series has been gorgeous. Rambo has to be happy with his performance. And if we're thinking long term, for 17 seconds, Vancouver Surge can absolutely win it here on the P3, and yet they are still making sure they have posted in depths on the left side of the map to make sure they have the spawns. Should we even go to a P4?
I mean, it's the big should we. That's a big win from Estrel. Again, 04 and Nasty right back in it, Art maintained. This position is still worth its weight in literal gold here on Vault. Nero does not check it. 04 playing the powerful position. Final 10 seconds here again, looking to win it on P3. They can get it done, Estrel. What a 3 that is. Cleans up the point. But again, the long term, it is this position that matters the most.
I mean, trophies out, 4 stack. And let's look at the routes off spawn as well. You got Neptune just funneling in, making sure he's locking down P4. Everybody else sort of squaring up and just picking up the errant kills. And nobody's throwing away their lives. 04 has to get overwhelmed before he falls. And he's baiting out kills here for his teammates. I mean, Rocker, you got to cross no man's land to get to this time.
You got interlocking fields there as well from the top hard point and top of Art, but they've both been plucked. Nasty now alone. He's under a huge amount of pressure. To the front we now go. 04 on the inside of time. Paul's on a flank. He might be able to hit the side door and pick up 2 here. Arguably, it's not a 2. It's Neptune with the turn and burn for the series. And that is that Vancouver Surge. It ain't flashy, but my God, it's good.
Yeah, that is, I mean, phenomenal gameplay through and through. Might be over-gassing it again. We can let the devs sort of touch on that, see what their vibes are. But I'm looking at the faces of Minnesota Rocker, and they just look stunned. Like, what do we just have to play? I mean, they did not have spawns a single time for P4. They had it a single time on P2, and even when they had it, it got stripped away from them immediately. I mean, that just has to be such a stressful series where it feels like nothing is going your way. You're having to win so many extra gunfights. And then Nero, I mean, somehow got a hellstorm in that map. He must have super soaked some hill to make it happen. But ultimately, just another comfortable game coming in from Vancouver. Booza, 27 kills, 4,200 damage as well. Him and 04 were the assists merchants in that game. And Neptune, the man with the go button, does his job, got super active, got a ton of intel, setting his team up. So they got the puzzle pieces. Now you just got to finish the puzzle at the major.
Yeah, that's the real question. Online has been so fantastic for the Vancouver Surge boys. An unbelievable turnaround for the entire team with the addition of Neptune, but can you do it where it matters the most at the major? We'll find out next week. That is that, boys and girls. 3-1, apart from the Vault chance, a wonderful showing there from the Vancouver Surge boys. Rocker, lots of big work on there, a lot of soul searching before we get onto that plane, and actually they're probably in Texas, what am I saying, but before they get into that very large team vehicle and go towards the venue for Major 2. But that's that, folks. That's the series. Back to the desk.
Just for the record, if you are doing puzzles at a major, you signed up for the wrong event, Chance. No puzzle pieces.
Woo! Hey. Yeah. Don't hate on puzzles, man. I'll do whatever.
We're going to Top Golf. I'll see you there. All right, let's talk a little bit about video games here. Alley Cat, you would like to pat yourself on the back. I'll do it as well. And you can't. That sucks. Alley, let's talk about your team. You said Vault would be a big deal in this series. We saw a triple dose. Vancouver gets it.
Yeah, I really respect the side of Vancouver Surge allowing Vault control into this series, because a lot of teams are very scared to play Minnesota Rocker on Vault control, so they force a protocol, which really isn't much better versus this team. So Vancouver, they go for the head-to-head. I said it while we were in that match 2 kind of middle of this series break, and was like, look, the Vault respawns are going to be good for the side of Vancouver Surge as long as 04 and Neptune have a good time, and they certainly did throughout both of those.
And we go in the listen-in, and they're down big. Rocker ties things up at the end of that listen-in. What happened in the second half?
I mean, when you talk about like this hardpoint in particular, Chris, it's just P4s. I mean, Surge is excellent there. Booza honestly played like an absolute creddy, but makes a huge play, man. He just gets lost. He's sitting at the truck there by BS&D and just finds 2, and Minnesota Rockers had no idea. The one time, I feel like they were in position to have a P4. And then the ARs on the side of Vancouver just played so well, man. Honed down their positions up top of the building, just killing them when they're trying to cross. An extremely frustrating game if you're Rocker, because we all know that's the money hill. You put effort in trying to get those spawns. Just couldn't track that man down on your screen right now.
Estriel continues to perform for fantasy, but unfortunately Minnesota
he was
gonna have
insane.
a low receipt game.
But you know who wasn't insane? Nero. He's got to figure it out. I mean, that's the kind of story with these guys. Super inconsistent across the board. The only one who's really been consistent this stage has been Estriel. Whether it's been Paul X, whether it's been Nero, or even Gio at times this stage, some of them just dropping the ball.
Final question. Is Minnesota going backwards because I felt like they were always a real threat on Vault, or is Vancouver just applying that much pressure to teams?
I have to actually give the flowers to Vancouver here. They're actually 8th overall in this split in breaking, and I feel like that map 1, and even in the map 4, when Minnesota did have a singular hold towards that P2, they got broken like this. You can tell the work's been put in for the Vancouver Surge.
They're breaking well, and they're attacking well in control. That is our scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at the Surge with the swing game victory, Al.
I mean, it was just dominance. I mean, just the control of the map. You can tell the route. I mean, 04 goes on a literal mission on this backside, and once he gets this first kill, that causes the rest of Minnesota Rocker to be like, okay, now we have to worry about this guy in the back, but it's the teamwork from Vancouver Surge, timing these pushes and timing these pinches to create kind of like just the sense of chaos.
Yeah, and just kind of playing tight, right? Recognizing where people are going to be coming from. You know if it gets kind of quiet. It's 04's flanking when he finds that kill. When he gets quiet for a couple seconds, you know somebody's pinching all the way around ammo, or they're going to be mid-map. So you just pick up on that. It's good communication and a map they desperately need. Their Vault was not great coming into it.
Highlight of the whole match for me was Abuza's reaction. He's playing with passion this season, Ant.
Yeah, he is, man. I mean, at the end of last year, if you guys don't remember, he was pissed off that he didn't win Rookie of the Year. And he was performing really well at the end. They lost a lot of Game 5s that knocked him out of tournaments. So this year he has something to prove.
We're going to be chatting with Vancouver in just a moment. First, though, let's update you with our standings. Remember, only the top 8 are moving into our winners bracket. Bottom 4 start in that elimination bracket. It's all about seeds today, and Vancouver now move up to the number 4 spot. They face Toronto Ultra in the opening round.
Who just beat him in a Game 5, winning the 2 search and destroys. So that could be one of the best matches that we have in the winners bracket.
On the other side, you got Minnesota playing Atlanta FaZe, assuming FaZe wins their next game, Allie.
Yeah, and that's going to spell trouble for Minnesota Rocker because they do not want to go up against Atlanta FaZe right now.
Let's talk about Vancouver versus Toronto, though, with a player who will be attending his first LAN wearing the Vancouver jersey. Neptune, it's awesome to have you on the show. You've been so fun to watch throughout this entire stage. What are your thoughts going into LAN next week?
I'm feeling really confident. I feel like I've been putting in a lot of extra time and work into, playing money aids. just trying to play the game as much as I possibly can, because recently I feel like I've been kind of slacking a little bit. Compared to when I first joined the team. But I feel like I'm getting back into my my rhythm, and I think that's all that matters to me. If I'm playing at my best, then I don't think we'll lose.
From a 1.3 to a 1.13, it's all right. You're doing pretty well.
I was gonna say, Neb, and saying what was his version of saying you are doing unreal things for this Vancouver Surge squad. Don't be hard on yourself. Congratulations. This is night and day from when you were first in the league a couple of years ago to the player you are now. What have you feel like you kind of brought to the Vancouver Surge? Because, I mean, with you added to the roster, like, did you bring in game comms? Did you bring in just aggression? Did you change the way they approach the game? What was that like when you were brought into this team?
Whenever they first picked me up, I feel like going into it, I already understood the game super well from playing in challengers, because we scrimmed a lot of pro teams. So it wasn't like we were only playing challenger kids. Like, we were beating top pro teams, and I definitely have like a good game plan, and I feel like it kind of makes into like the way they already played. So it kind of just like clicked naturally. It wasn't like, I taught them how to play the game. It was just like I know what I'm doing, they know what they're doing, and I think it just clicks.
Neptune, I want to ask you, man, you've been playing so well throughout this stage. There's one team that got you guys, though, obviously LA Thieves, Game 7, but Toronto that we just saw recently. You're probably going to play them round 1 when we get to the LAN. So how's it going to go different? What kind of approach are you guys going to bring to that match to get the dub?
Obviously, like, we're gonna definitely change a few things up, because the last time we played them, it was just obvious that they might have watched our VOD. They definitely knew what we were doing, and I don't think we came in as prepared as we should have. So for this match, like, if we play them.
Oh no! Stepped on the internet cord. Sorry about that, family. Oh, he's back.
Yeah,
He's back.
Did it cut out?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Rambo didn't want you to give us any of the strats, so we appreciate him pulling the plug.
Well done, Ray.
But good luck at the major, man.
All right, thank you.
That is Neptune, that is Vancouver Surge, and that is another dub. They are going in with a top 4 seed as of right now. Let's take a look at what's coming up next, though. We've got a team back on the rise after winning Minor 1 and Major 1. People seem to have forgot about FaZe. They look to take on a struggling Cloud9.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
This motherfucker's not there. It's some time for the FaZe game. Blast like a cannon. Yeah, bro, it was like no close games or anything. The only thing that we lacked on was the Surge. But it was no close games. We were dominating rotations, we're dominating spawns, we're playing for trades, we're double channeling, we're doing everything right today, so thank fucking God. So it's a lot of weight off the fans' shoulders. Let me go buy a lottery ticket real quick. One dude's like, "Oh, you dog shit fuck, they said we're gonna change, we need to go to different teams, go to LG, you disloyal brain dead idiots."
Sometimes
yeah, and then both Pred and Canyon were showing up and showing out, bro. They're getting 3 pieces and shit.
Yeah, bro. I'm going to solo queue.
Second tick is done. Abizi is
Oh Jesus! Seems like someone put Optic Hitch on Sleep Token. We got introduced to Sleep Token, so that's all I'll be listening to for a bit.
squads remaining. Oh no! It's all falling apart!
Yeah, for the fact that you started watching, have you like discovered the story behind the band?
It's done.
Well, you said it was the law.
It is the law. No, this is literally, it's literally the law of control, though. It is, man. It doesn't matter how.
It's like both sides. Watch out, he might be ironing you.
I think it's
He is. Low boat.
in short story, short story, basically, how this all started was Vessel got visited by a god named Sleep.
Joe, bro, yet she should have thought he won that. I actually thought.
The 2025
Presented
Cloud9
him.
New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack
And basically,
includes
like,
home and away operators,
told him to do,
as well
like,
as this
do
kitty
this
weapon charm to keep you company
and
while
everything.
the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up,
So
suit up.
so
at the
basically,
in-game
like,
shop.
everything that is said in music is how the Vessel feels towards that god. Basically, like, Vessel's thoughts. Which is why he just, like, the words that just comes out of this man's mouth is like, who the fuck thinks like this? Especially in the Take Me Back to Eden. But yeah. So in every song, it's all depending on like who he's talking to. Is he talking to Sleep? Talking to Vessel? Or is Vessel talking to himself? And I guess to still listen to the new song too. I will be reacting to that later today. Posting that video tomorrow. All right, time for another 3-0. Let's get
They
it.
are the best team in the game once again.
Or 3-1.
LA
It's only been
teams have been
3-1
challenging
today.
them for the throne, but other teams like Cloud9 are starting to get cocky today.
Cloud9.
Atlanta needs to put their foot down because their last match yesterday wasn't the cleanest dub.
It wasn't the cleanest dub. I think this is a very interesting matchup from both sides. From the side of Atlanta FaZe, their respawn has been unreal this stage. That is without a doubt. They are top 2 in control and in hard point across the board. They're 7-0 in map ones. Number 1 leading the league. So the beginning of this series is going to be everything versus Cloud9, who is also top 3.
Yeah, and you know, for Atlanta FaZe, like they've had clear objective throughout this split is like kind of expand your map pool, iron out some of the search and destroy issues that you may have had. We'll sip this split and search. Unbelievable. He's got a 1.2. In terms of hardpoint, they're willing to take you to every map. I mean, Hasi was their worst HP coming into it. Now they're about 50-50 on Hasi. That's your worst map, right? So going into the veto process, you're like, what do we even play against Atlanta FaZe? This is a very scary team, and all we're waiting for is their rematch up against LA Thieves.
And I think the biggest thing for me right now is just kind of like where S&D
That's
is
what everybody's
sitting
waiting
at
for.
right now. Because when they're going up against
That
Cloud9,
rematch
who's S&D
between
has
them
been
and LA.
night and day, they might get tested just a little bit considering how bad their defense has been.
Yeah, Scrap and Drops talk more
Just
shit.
a few states is the great New York Cloud9. Let's take a look at this squad.
Yeah, Crispy was asking me earlier if we were going to the major. I was like, no, we won't be making that one.
Than the Sleepy Giants in stage 1. Mac
Hopefully
and
Major
Chris put up
4.
Great numbers, but it's been Sib, the man in all of our highlight footage. Let's
That's
talk
why I was
about
like, I
this
think
team,
Major
if
4
they're
would probably be more
true
worth it. I was like,
to
because
Atlanta
both
today.
Optic
Who's the
teams
player
will
to
be
watch?
there.
I'm gonna go with Crap, man.
I was like, and if the boy Ghosty goes, I was like, both FaZe teams will be there.
Their best mode. I mean, top 2 this in stage 2 in that game mode, and once again, willing to go to a
Ghosty
lot
go
of
cheer
different
on for
maps.
FaZe,
So for Cloud9, I
COD,
mean, stylistically,
FaZe
could be a
Optic.
tough matchup for Atlanta.
I mean, FaZe
given how
Halo.
They've been playing a lot of close HPs.
Ali, I'll show you these, but I don't think it matters. Let's skip ahead to our scuff pick'ems. I'm going Atlanta FaZe, and I'm
And in
going
Plaza,
Rio.
it's also
Why?
like a
I'm
whole
just all
fucking
giggling.
convention too, so
Chris
there's plenty more
Larry
things
is
to
about
do.
be everywhere.
I don't know, the map's kind of mattered a little bit to me. All All right, if we're gonna go for pick'ems, I'm gonna go a little rogue today. I'm gonna go for the upset. I'm gonna pick Cloud9. Why not?
They're dangerous.
Why not?
Cloud9 needs the 10 points. More nameless.
I'm gonna go with Atlanta FaZe. They're taking this one.
FaZe again.
3-1.
And FaZe for the fans. All right, we believe in Atlanta. Allie's putting her record on the line with a brave upset pick. Let's go over to our casters. Shift and study. It is the final qualifier match before Major 2.
Yes, it is. Those are facts. That guy knows what he's talking about. He may not be no astromathematical scientist, but he does know that. Jay, this is going to be a fun one, my friend.
I don't know, once we finally
really
start seeing
because
major
the front
footage,
half of this
we're all
series
just going to be here like, damn.
favors Atlanta based on map mode
Wish we were
record.
there.
The back half of this set looks really good for Cloud9. So I think if it's, you know, for C9 New York, you just got to get past map 3 here.
Yeah, you just got to get through these first 3 maps. Obviously, Protocol, Atlanta
Would've
have
been nice to
the
run it
best
back.
teams on it since the beginning of the season. Now they're adding it back into the map pool because they had a really tight one yesterday versus LAG, 250 to 240. There's some things you need to clean up going into Major 2, but obviously for both of these squads, they both are terrible at vault control. So it was easy to make the decision for that Hasi. The map number 4, Atlanta FaZe, still testing on that Hacienda hardpoint. And if we magically are able to get to a map 5, Skyline is a straight up square up. That's one of the maps that C9 preferred to play. But I think C9 realistically needs to answer early into the series because you saw that graphic there. They have been able to beat everyone outside of the top 4. You lose to Carolina, you lose to Vancouver, you lose to LA Thieves at Minor 2, and now you're going up against the second best team that we have in the game in Atlanta FaZe. The biggest thing that I saw from all of those series combined is that the SMGs tend to struggle versus the top dogs. Need to have a better performance today.
Yes, that is
There we go.
such a
And
very
Sim's already
valid
dead.
shout, especially in the face of Easy and Sib, who are having a very solid qualifier and just general stage 2 to this point. Speaking of the devil, he shall appear. Oh my goodness, if he rips Sib off that heady, that would have been a hell of a way to start us off. But still, inside the hard point is a Beezy. Cell watching over the top of him to allow 20
Watching
seconds
America
plus
play,
to get
bro.
already tallied
Red
up for
versus
Atlanta.
blue.
Cloud9 need to start contesting this. You can't give them all this time here at P1. One thing that Atlanta FaZe have been doing so far
Yeah, but Chris
throughout
versus
this entire
Republicans.
season, actually, not only this stage, has always been the team initially at these hard points. Same thing could be said for Cloud9. At this stage, they're second overall in rotations. That is going to be a battle from start to finish. But Atlanta FaZe setting the tone, potentially walking away to 40 seconds here at P1, and now with Beezy hitting around to flip the spawns.
Yeah, really well done by Beezy. And it's not even really just to fully flip spawns, it's just to be a nuisance to make sure Cloud9 can't get over to P2 comfortably. Quick response though from Krep. And now it's Celium's turn, passing the baton. But that will influence the hard point pretty dramatically here. Where does Atlanta spawn? They will still spawn quote unquote favorably, but Sib spawns on the hard point essentially. So they're gonna be aware that there's gonna be a quick hit for multiple points of ingress, but they cannot find a single elimination. Atlanta quick with the rebreak.
Perfect on the re-break. Don't know if they're going to be able to read this positioning, though, of Mac, as he's already sitting on the bottom side of Trips. Going to be able to take that mid-gun control, turn to the left, find that kill onto Celium. So Cloud9 able to potentially find the break here, at least for now, because you still have a couple players from Atlanta FaZe ready to contest it, but Sib trying to hold it down from top lip. He only finds one attached there for the trade. It should be Cloud9 walk away with this final 20, but Atlanta, they know they have the spawns. We can still hit this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is one of the things that we've really, I think, seen from Atlanta in this stage in particular. The SMGs knowing when they've got the freedom to just run and
Damn,
my
Sid.
God! My goodness, Chris Lair. 3 over the top of P2. Doesn't really do much to change up how the hard points will go, but it does slow down Cloud9 trying to get to P3.
Oh yeah, that's all it does. You're flying, you find 3 kills, you can give up that old time. You are guaranteeing the rotation. Clean over towards this P3. Now, if you're C9, you got to try to work your way on in. Selling's making your life a living hell through the front side of the windows. He already opens up with 2. The pinch good enough here from Mac. He finds a double. You keep on trading, but Atlanta FaZe still have the spawns. They'll always have the numbers.
Yeah, Save actually slides right past that Sentex and stun combination.
Selling's already shooting bodies.
10-3 start for Cell. And he's letting Cloud9 know about it. And I just feel like every time we watch Celium shooting bodies early like this, you're in for a very different type of Atlanta FaZe squad. The Beezy following up, trying to find these last couple of seconds, but Sib puts him down in the last 10. Will likely go to Cloud9 with Atlanta. Looking at a 1v1 for P4.
Make it a 2v1 now. Draza's already into the mix. You saw how many plays Draza was able to make yesterday to the bottom side of Bunker. Already strikes for a kill, sets up Sip for the trade, and that's a 3-for-1. Atlanta FaZe win the rotation, holding on the hard point to a T. Now Cloud9 have to figure out a way to break on in. You're going to have Attach playing it slow, but towards Spyro, he finds the initial kill, and now you can send it on in.
Yeah, and Jay, to your point, just take a look at the scoreboard for Cloud9 right now. Combined 9 and 24 for Kremp and
What was that Nate throw?
Yeah,
Easy.
talk about again, that SMG presence and this not being there versus the top teams. It has not been there yet. Although with 30 seconds to fight, this will be a prime time for Kremp and Mac to start to wake up.
Yeah, it's a perfect situation to be in, especially when you're in the bunker hardcore. You know the SMGs are tending to have a field day when those gunfights start to go on down, but Simp lines up a double through elevator. Simp, the last player here. Yeah, I'll be able to close that one out as well. He's one shot. So Cloud9 able to stabilize here at the money hill. Walk away with at least 30 to 35 seconds, keeping themselves into this game, but the SMGs need to get activated on the second half.
Really good, just kind of small moment to point towards Sib, getting the SMG off the ground and now turning it into a fight. 7 in a row for Sib working at the Hellstorm, but FaZe, the team, currently up, and we'll take a listen to see how Atlanta are coming as they try to make their way over to P1.
I shot down. I don't see top ammo. He's up. Nice, good shit. I have ammo. I have time. I'm only top ammo. I got it. I'm in a. I've already. Nothing top ammo. Nothing top ammo. I'm holding ammo. You have sour? Yeah. I'm turning. Nothing top ammo. Nothing top ammo. Middle back. Top ammo in the window. Top ammo. Top granny still there. Mid gun. I got it time. You can't jump out the time. There's my time. Dylan dead. Bottom granny's back. Watch the back. Time and gun. I'm gonna go new. I'm going down. On top of the gun. Yo, he's top of the gun, Johnny. Yeah, let's on the ground. Yo, I'm back fucking tower. Back tower,
If you would have heard the comms from yesterday, there's a point where Abizi got pushed by 4 of them. He's like, there's all 4 here, what the fuck? This was like great comms.
I got time. Can you go right now? They be on the ground. I spiral. Look in the ground. Old Max. Yeah. You're probably going underground. One big left. Yep. Is it talk room? Yo, I got it. Talk room. Spiral, nice. Right, I'm in front. She gets back. That's the lower right. Top ready. Top. I got top. I'm gonna go right. Top. I'm going stairs. Dylan, peek on the stairs. I'll kill step. Yo, one shot. Front left door. Front door. Dante, right side. Nice.
These trades are just so clean.
Talk about just everyone helping everyone right there, Jay. I mean, you can hear the comms of I've got old, you go new. I'm at new, don't worry about it. Like, it's just everyone is so on the same page. And even that final moment right there to kind of clean up this scrap time. Atlanta looking really strong here on the protocol hard point.
Yeah, that's such beautiful communication right there out of a world championship roster. Like, it's as simple as that. We're making sure we're accounting for everyone, the spots that are open. We're also making sure, okay, we don't currently have it, but we'll back up to make sure we secure that angle. Blocking the spawns. You even heard Simp. You guys can be aggressive, challenge that old hill. I'm gonna block it, make sure you have the rotation over towards new. It's just Atlanta FaZe can do no wrong besides lose this rotation over towards the money hill in P4. This is how Cloud9 get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, do no wrong until some wrong happens, but still an opportunity to try to develop something over the middle of the map, and Abizi Cell start to kick things up.
Raised, hit his desk and made his camera fall.
Inside the hard point for now. Simp trying to play from one side though, and here comes Abizi from the other. The pinch is perfect. The Tiny Terrors will break, and that'll be enough for Atlanta to likely get past the 200-point threshold.
And if you're Cloud9, you can't afford to give up all this time here. You got to try to contest it. Kremp at least finds one, but instantly traded. So Atlanta's still going to be able to hold on. Cloud9 seeming that they're just going to cut their losses. Start to think about towards new. Attack tries to give it one more last push. He gets shut down. The rest of the boys are actually going to go for one more attempt. Yeah. And this might come back to bite you if you don't get any of the kills, because now you got Simp on 5 in a row. You already have a lot of presence through that top mid side, and you're going to be outnumbered off the road to new.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You don't want to sit here and allow another 10, 15 seconds just to go freely over to Atlanta. But of course, it does mean that you're going to have to be a hero miracle worker over the top of P1 without the numbers, especially as you get completely shredded on that last final hit at 4. So 231-35. This game was, well, I would say close until it wasn't, but it really wasn't ever that close. I mean, Atlanta just came out of the gate swinging.
Oh yeah, they've basically won every single rotation besides that one on the bottom side of P4 that we just saw. It's been perfect hard point from their end. You get the SMGs firing, you got the ARs holding down their lane. Draza again popping another double. Only need one more second. And it's gonna do it. Atlanta FaZe take map 1.
Yeah, man, I mean, this analysis is going to be real simple.
Let them know, FaZe. Let them know.
Cloud9 didn't. And I think there's a lot of, you know, the why, how, when, where that all happened.
Shit.
And it kind of starts and ends with the conversation away from the SMGs of Draza and Cell are just not allowing Cloud9 a chance to rotate. Like, at no point did it ever really feel like Cloud9 were comfortable. Maybe on that opening P2 where Atlanta are more playing around the middle of the map, but that's what they want to do. They want to play you around the middle of the map, force you to spawn behind the hill, and then just completely suffocate you. And it really, outside of one individual moment from Sib, not much positive to take away from Cloud9 in map 1.
Yeah, just a tough map 1, man. Just the SMGs really couldn't find kills, both sitting at 6 non-traded, combined 30 seconds. Like, yeah, that's just not how you're going to be able to beat Atlanta. You know you need to be able to bring it into slang. You know you need to be able to bring it into fundamental aspect. But if you're getting outclassed in both of those categories, that is what the score line is going to look at, like, at the very end. Atlanta FaZe, though, like, just to step back and talk about this roster a little bit more, it's like when this 4 was set up last year, they always relied on being the team to break into the hard point and find a lot of time off of holding that hard point after the break attempt. This year so far, they have been, without question, the best rotating team in HP. They have the fundamentals in play. They're realizing, okay, if we're the team there early, we got the gun skill, we got the power positions, we should stand a pretty good chance of walking away with a majority of these HPs. And that's been a lot of their focus so far in this title, is being the team early, and every time they do that, they walk away victorious.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, that's a strong point. I mean, across the majority of our hardpoint maps, they rank in the top 3 in rotation percentage.
Yeah.
But the one map that's outside that conversation is Protocol. 11th in overall rotation percentage throughout this stage on the map. So it's kind of, you know, nice to see when Cloud9 do play well. It is largely because of their ability to rotate. But here on a map like Protocol, they have struggled in being able to do that. And that was definitely the storyline in this map. I think especially when Simp is pulling drama-based 3 pieces, Cell shooting bodies by P3. It just feels like this Atlanta team is primed and ready to come out of the gates hot.
Oh yeah, and when they do that, you gotta believe that they're gonna be able to bounce. I mean, to have the response as well in search and destroy, because they have been unbelievable in that mode as well. You're also looking at the second best control team in the game. This is what makes them one of the top dogs. You have to be on point when you're playing against the best. Unfortunately for C9, they start off the series slow. You can always rely on the SMGs, more specifically Krem, to always bounce back in search and destroy, because he's been their guy.
Just to kind of, again, point to it, looking at the game flow, from 100 points through 5 hills, they only get another 35. Sheesh. Beat down. Okay. Protocol Search and Destroy, though, coming up next. And the storyline generally when we see a Protocol is Atlanta's going to feel pretty happy to see it in the map set series. That includes the Search and Destroy. They've been pretty solid there. Cloud9 on the other front, though, Search and Destroy has been, I would say, improved since Major 1 in that stage. That has been, I think, a lot of the reason this team has found success, beating some of the teams that find themselves kind of in that top 6 conversation. Maybe not the top 4, but the teams just below that. They've handled business in the Search and Destroy, but they have missed out in a couple of map 5s versus some of the top dogs in the last couple of weeks. So you'd have to think Cloud9 are really coming into the series thinking we just need to really focus it on this Search and Destroy play that we have.
Oh yeah, you need this Search and Destroy, and it's going to be tough though, because they have a total of 14 wins on the season in S&D. One of those wins are on a map that's no longer into the map pool, but then 9 of those wins are only on 2 maps. You find a lot of success on Skyline. You find a lot of success on Hasi. Everything else is about 50-50 or even lower. So you need to start to add these other S&D maps to your map pool. Obviously, you're going to be playing Protocol versus Atlanta FaZe, who we saw them play it yesterday in their series versus LAG. They made that one look pretty much perfect. Like, they can understand on their offenses, we're simply going to outnumber you, outpace you in the bottom side of bunker. On your defenses, if you try to take in towards A, we're mostly going to find the first blood and instantly shut down that push. These are just things that you have to be prepared for if you are Cloud9 with the aggression that Atlanta FaZe are able to set on this map. Really looking at players, like I said, Krep, to be the playmaker here, to catch his openings, because the way that he likes to play is like, my teammates go one way, they draw the attention, I try to open up a lane on the opposite side. You just need to be able to win those one-on-one gunfights, because you know Simp and Abizi are going to be there to meet you.
Indeed, indeed. Here's a look back over how the Search and Destroys have gone again in that Boston series. Definitely a trial of maps for Atlanta, but everywhere else they have been dominant. It's just, I feel like they're just kind of quietly coming into this major. Puckett had brought it up in the opener. Like, it feels like sometimes people forget that Atlanta won both minor one and major one, but a lot of focus to LA Thieves. And that's a team that Atlanta has largely been able to handle when they meet. So we'll see if there's any resistance here in this Cloud9 squad. Opening offense stopped and stalled from playing through elevator, and now it looks like Kremp is going to try to feel things out of mid-map.
You're already 30 seconds wiped away. Atlanta FaZe with A control. So got one player sitting nice and tight in that corner. Everybody else play for this B push. You get early info that Kremp is being aggressive through sidewall. They have him one shot. You try to send it in for the kill, but the team shot's good enough to take a BZ down.
Yeah, and now you've got pressure at B, and you can retract this back over towards A unless Simp, the sole defender, just hangs onto it by himself. He's going to take two. Finally, Mac able to secure the trade, but now Atlanta can rotate off the B defense over to A.
And they know where the pressure's going to be at. 25 seconds, you don't really have an opportunity to think about that rotation over towards B, so the nade doesn't connect. You're able to gain some info if you are selling him, but Sib's just trying to keep his teammate alive.
Draza already making his way in. Mac not going to be allowed to exit off the plant. And now it's just a guessing game. Draza versus Sib. Does Sib come to check? Does he call the bluff onto Draza? He tried to, but shots from Draza too clean, playing off the elevation. Do not allow Sib to sneak back away, and Atlanta will get the first round.
And that's the same play that Draza yesterday made versus LAG. It was a 1v2 instead of a 2v2, but it's the same exact jump to get past that line of sight from the elevator angle. Finds that kill into the player on bomb, and then you know that Sib is trapped. Eventually, he's going to have to check this bomb site. So he just plays for the gunfight, and he walks right into the pre-aim. Draza, again, making plays on the bottom side of the bunker.
Yep. But how about the heroics out of Simp?
That can't happen.
The fact that, I mean, yeah, he is the only defender floating around the A site, and he catches two while Atlanta have to respond to the eliminations that kind of pulled them back to the B site. And then as soon as he gets traded, it's an easy commitment to get back into position. So big round to start from Simp to get him back into contest, and then draws, of course, to finish things off the last two. And now we're back in for a quick hit, but we're a little bit overstacked here if you're Atlanta. Team shots, unfortunately, go right through the body of Sib. And at least there's a trade to keep it 3v3, and Abizi. Oh my, he has beat the timing of this stun. Shuts him down. Follow up throw over the top of the site. Draws it for one. He knows he's got to attach outside, but can't slip underneath this site, leaving Cell for the 1v2.
Cell 1v2, gonna make it a 1v1, but Kremp with the repositioning way too fast. After finding that kill on Abizi, he was just in spiral. All of a sudden, he's at elevator. That was the gunfight that basically secures the round there, because I thought Abizi had to jump on him. Even with the team kill that goes down, Cloud9 had no presence in towards A. And then in a 3v3, Abizi tries to isolate onto the gunfight versus Kremp. Even with the AR, he's able to win that gunfight. Big round there from Kremp to secure it there for C9.
Yeah. Okay. Response for response, but first blood engagements have been pretty solid so far for Cloud9, whether they're catching the first blood or at least being able to trade out evenly to keep them at 3v3s, things of the nature. Stuns, nades being exchanged over towards field side here. Mac, aware of that, just tossing a couple of the shoulders and says, I'm not interested, and Kremp will get to work playing through mid again.
Yeah, once that trophy goes down over towards both sides, Cloud9 know, okay, they're probably going to be aggressive in towards the site. So Kremp, can you find an opening? Works his way right through bottom middle. We saw this play in Challengers last week from Omid Brooklyn. Kremp strike for the first blood. They have the numbers. Get the bomb down.
Yeah, and the follow-up catches Cell, trying to toss a stun attach. In simultaneous form, takes down Abizi. And yeah, that's a round that it's going to really mess with the heads of Atlanta coming into their next defense. I mean, they're going to have to be very cautious about mid-map because they've seen Kremp now there in 2 straight Cloud9 offensive attacks. This time it works out absolutely perfectly for the full wraparound behind A. So figure that Atlanta will be trying to draft something up to deal with that next time they're on defense.
Yeah, you just got to deal with Kremp right now because he's been a deciding factor these last 2 rounds. Pretty sure he's able to find 3 in this one. Gonna end that round on 5 or 6 in a row. But 2 times he needs to make plays. He's finding the angles. He's finding the sneaky routes to get behind enemy lines. Able to secure the offense there for Cloud9 off the back of another first blood. Atlanta now need to have a response here on their attack.
Yep. Yeah, 5 in a row for Krem. Quick hit for Atlanta, looking like it wants to go back down towards elevator again. This time there are no members for Cloud9 here for the opening defensive effort. Instead, it's Krip again, playing around the back, number 5 in blue. And Cell is hard scoped, watching to see if he falls into this. Sib for first blood does not change the focus of Cellium. Post plant still locking in. Here comes Krep on the low ground. In trouble, and Cell will find the kill, and the retake gets stalled.
Retake gets stalled. It is a 2v3, so you have the numbers if you are C9. Do you have any tax to try to work your way on in? You cross. You try to set up Sib for a double, only able to take down one. Cellium 1v2.
Slushies, dude.
First shots are
Sign me
good.
up.
Almost getting a look at Attach, who must have just had a little bit of enough regen to keep him alive. Stays up with 37 HP. And how about Cloud9? 3-1 up. Again, with that really questionable round coming next for Atlanta.
Get 2 of those and cool my day down.
Another first blood there for C9, and that's the perfect time to get a first blood there in a 4v4 retake situation. One of the more difficult sites to do it. Sib lines up that first kill from Big Door.
It's great to
and
see
a big
more
one-on-one through Spiral.
legal stuff is coming out.
Puts them in 4v2. They know that we have the numbers. We just have to
Please
overwhelm
let go
the player
recreational
in towards the site,
soon.
and Cellium is not in a position to at least contest the defuse. Clean round there from Cloud9 on the retake.
I want to walk the streets again and hit my blunts.
All right, see what Atlanta wants to do from their defensive side here. You just cannot allow Krem to keep running down
Like,
their mid.
fuck the police and
this
then
time,
blow smoke in his
actually,
face.
there's not much different here, if I'm being honest. The only thing that's really unique about this is that Abizi has gotten
Go
up
to the
and
old
through
officers
at
that arrested
P2
you. Remember me, bitch?
from that route through the field. So he's just looking to get aggressive to counteract Cloud9 if they do the same thing again.
Oh, but Abizi, I thought he was going to at least try to go for that kill towards the backside of tower. That's what it looked like on the mini-map that Sip was trying to set him up for. But even when you think you catch Abizi off guard, he's still prepared for the gunfight. First blood for the First Blood King. And now C9 have to work their way into A, and they're uncontested.
Yep. Well, this is just a trap play for Atlanta. You've got Simp still playing outside towards field. You can have a BZ hit back towards elevator if they want to. So that's going to be a question mark in this post-plant defense for Cloud9. You can see Attach kind of has to watch multiple things at once here. Follow from Cellium is good. Stops the extension coming through from Krem. Up the zip. Awkward gunfight. That gets pushed back. It's taking a lot of time, but Atlanta are now starting to suffocate.
Yeah, now it's 1v3 for Mac. Just going to get overwhelmed by the side of Atlanta FaZe. This time they finally strike for First Blood. Keep the numbers in their side, and then I thought even when it was a 4v3 and they get that bomb down at A, Kremp had an opportunity to make the play.
Yep.
Just gets super aggressive on the outskirts, only finds one kill, selling him in position to trade, and then at that point, it's too many angles to watch. Not that many players alive still for C9. Retake good enough there for Atlanta to secure the round.
Yeah, First Blood really changes the mental space for everything Cloud9 were trying to do. I mean, if Sib wins that 1v1 with Zabizi, and you get the planet A, you pretty much win the round, you think. Kremp doesn't have to take an aggressive route. But Abizi being on that pinch, always a question mark for the post plant. Cloud9 couldn't get comfy, tried to do something bold, didn't work out. Uh-oh, oh my gosh, Simp is just in
Why are you shooting Simp, Sully?
elevator with Cellium behind him. RCXD for Cloud9 denied though, and Abizi will get into sight.
Oh yeah, they know that they had Mike isolated in towards the site, so you send in drops. I should have killed, but Sim again.
You can't lose that, Cell. Can't lose that either,
Kremp
Dross.
finds a second. Abizi now technically in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2, but that bomb being down in that position,
1v3, can
Cloud9
Abizi
had
clutch
info. They're
this?
just gonna stack it.
Yeah, I like this idea though from Abizi. Get free, get loose, but Cloud9 are going to stick together and just play this 2v1 as a duo. And this opening cross for Abizi is where the question marks will lie. Is there a crossfire set up on him? Has to be careful about trying to make his way into sight, but as he's cleared it, yeah, I think you can grab this and immediately go for the plant. That's going to be the call.
Bad timing.
Timing's not going to be good enough.
No.
Cloud9 have cleared out a lot of space, so they're able to put themselves in position to instantly contest before the bomb gets planted. But that's now 2 rounds now where obviously Cellium gets the better of Simp. They have that go-to strategy though. Like this is their strategy on their offenses. When they're trying to bombard their way into A, Cellium is the third person to drop on in. He's pre-firing the opposite side of spiral steps just so they can have all of the focus on the right side of computers. But I guess that's now, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, I blame that one on Simp. That's your fault there, buddy.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. They're trying to flood, they're trying to funnel, you're trying to get pre-fire shots down. It's just messy. Things happen, but twice in the same map feels a little odd. So 4-2 the count. And this time, talking about, again, how does Atlanta want to possibly counteract Kremp playing to the middle of the map? They're not going to get aggressive with Easy. Instead, they're just going to stack things up and see if they can catch any information. And for the moment, it's just going to be very passive. Both teams staying 4v4.
Yeah, because every single time for Cloud9 on their offenses, they're just gaining info as they drop down the spiral. I mean, towards the elevator. No one is trying to die. The initial play cost is just read the defensive setup and then work after that. They're already taking a lot of prices over towards Sidewall, but same thing Abizi on the other end. He strikes with the first blood, Kremp with the response.
Yeah, the mental chess has been really fun, I think, on these sides of the bomb. Cloud9 on offense, Atlanta on defense since Kremp's opener. Simp had been hanging out at lockers the entire way through. Sib, nice first. Whoa!
Oh, man.
What a snap from Sib. Pops up and rips off Simp's head. And now there's a numbers advantage. Abizi trying to follow behind the play. Not going to work. And mercy, those are some clean shots from Sib.
Thank God you got a player like Sib, man, because he's bailed you out of so many situations all throughout this stage. He just has that thing on him, man. Does not miss bullets, even when he feels like he's overwhelmed by so many players on the side of Atlanta. As we take a look at it again, no one clearing out the P1. He was just tucked in, laying down, waiting for the pressure to come to him. But then lines up the first kill onto MC. And then Simp usually does not lose his gunfights like that, but Sib is a shooter for a reason.
So now map point. Simp, are you going to stay alive this time? Yeah, this cell's not behind him, at least not for now. A little shoulder check just to see if the defense is stacked up over in towards A. Two members are nearby, but not forward enough to connect on the stun into the elevator shaft. But the follow-up will actually have Max stepping very far forward, and the Cloud9 defense is really going to rely on Max's ability to stay in this position. RC comes down, immediately gets popped. Is there a follow-up? Can he get him on the angle? Damage on to Kremp, but for the most part, yeah, Cloud9 have stayed alive until Simp finally finds the double. That'll open up A.
Yeah, Sib found the first blood, but instantly responded with Simp finding a double in towards bottom A site. Now you have the numbers advantage, unfortunately, for Sib. They are watching that elevator drop. Now attached left in a 1v3. Don't put it past them, though.
No, not at all. A couple of tags onto Draza, who's just playing whack-a-mole over the top of the connector.
No. Oh, my God.
No. Oh,
take him off the
off the water.
BZ's banging fucking.
Oh, no, yeah, get that off the screen.
Bring the cameras up.
There are ladies present.
BZ did it again.
That's crazy, Alan. You're down 2-5. You're in a
They had to cut the camera because he started banging him against the wall.
So Atlanta FaZe, even though they are down by a couple rounds,
yeah,
they still
he gave him like 2 humps, and then production just cuts the camera.
Because the 1v3, they didn't put it past them on the side of attached, but yeah, I probably just want to jump off the map there.
Yeah.
Atlanta able to extend the S&D a little bit longer.
Like they don't even show the round end screen or nothing. They're like, cut the cameras.
Is there enough in Atlanta's playbook to continue
player screens down, player screens
go down when they're on the defensive side and get this map a little bit deeper into the round count? This time, attach up top towards windows. Simp playing on the lower staircase by P1. Abizi on top gun has been stunned, but that's enough for Mac to say, okay, we know that there's at least 1 player up top windows, 2 more players over the middle of the map. I'll just go ahead and plant. Thanks very much.
Yep, now it's a forward for a retake here for Atlanta. They were sick and tired of that mid-map pressure. Every single time on their defense, they shut down that initial A push, but C9 now realize defense has changed. It's already been 15 seconds gone, and not a single player has even gotten to a gunfight yet.
Yeah, 25 seconds. Here comes the nades
Watch
down.
out.
Shaft.
Move.
Yeah. Salium finds the opener. There's the nades and stuns. Simp's gonna try to follow up on that. Really well done. Mac for the trade, though. Draza still held back. Over towards Spiral. Kremp wins one on the other side. Now it's just down to Cell. 1v2, and this is just too much to deal with. So much cause for concern. We're really all of Atlanta are worried about players playing outside the site, and Cloud9's like, nah, we're good. We'll just play and stack up in the interior, bunker up, and that works out beautifully.
Yeah, I love the fact that Cloud9 played that search and destroy the way that they did. You just watched Atlanta play protocol yesterday, and a lot of those rounds, the only reason why they found success in it is because a lot of those gunfights go down on the bottom side of bunkers. So every single time of your initial pushes for your offenses, you're showing face, reading their initial setup. Okay, they're there. We're going to take our time to work something good on the map. And then finally, when Atlanta wanted to make an adjustment in that final defense, that's perfectly how Cloud9 wanted it to play. Again, you're doing the consistency, dropping down. Okay, no stuns, no nades. Oh, wait, there's a couple players already towards mid-gun. We're dropping down instantly in the air to get that bomb planted. And it's successful for Cloud9 in the post-plant scenario. Thankfully, you got a player like Krep, man, because he made so many big plays to start off the game, so many big plays to end out the game with always being aggressive over towards Spiral. That's how you have a bounce back after a slow map 1.
No, it's one of those things that, again, like the impact of a player like Krep is felt immediately. First 2 offensive rounds, he's pushed up quickly on first attack. Atlanta do kind of deal with it, but the second time around, he's around your flank. He gets around your A defense for free. It's just so many things that kind of go through your mind in that little mental chess game. Tilted the way of Cloud9, tied up 1-1 in the series as we head back to the desk.
12 more kills in Search and Destroy. Krep is good for 10 every time he plays. Nameless, let's take a look at some of these highlights. You highlighted his play before this matchup and before today. Why is Krep such a key to the Cloud9 Surge?
Well, one, I think they play around him really well. You saw Mac had 4 plants on this map, right? So kind of taking care of the objective work. Like, he could trust him to do that. And a lot of the times, like, when Krep is making plays, you got your ARs closing the distance, right? So on a lot of the retakes, you got Krep down low and computers, like, going crazy, finding a first kill. And then you got Sib closing the distance. As they're trying to hunt down Krep, Sib is ripping people off of headies, right? So I think it's a good system that they have, especially on this particular map. I just love the way they play their defenses. But that aggression and skill, you can't teach, and Krep has that.
Yeah, from some Atlanta FaZe,
defeat any fucking armbar if anyone tried.
Throughout the entirety of the Search and Destroy, especially over on the A side, because defense has been where they have been struggling during stage 2 and Search and Destroy.
Arms like broken.
They dropped all the way down from a top 2 retake team to middle of the pack in 7th during this
rotating
split.
it in
So clearly some
circles and
adjustments
shit.
to be made
And this
there
is
from the
from
side of
like
Atlanta FaZe, but you just got to kind of tip your hat off to Kremp. I mean, that
between
was
the
his
elbow and your
staircase.
shoulder.
They could not, when they needed a 2-piece, Kremp was popping.
That's broken. So like that whole bicep and forearm, he's just twisting in a circle.
He did not have similar numbers in the first hard point.
The homie's still training like an MMA fighter though.
Thrashing, same exact map. So what's the
Crazy what
difference
some
in the
people can
game
do,
modes,
bro.
Nameless?
Despite
What
some
conclusions
injuries.
were drawn?
Yeah, let's talk about the hard point. Let's draw some conclusions and talk about why FaZe is just so good.
Even
and in
before he does a
particular, we're
pull
gonna
up, bro, like
highlight
he fixes his
in
arm
this
and
one of the
he starts
all-time
doing
greats,
them.
right?
That's
So
crazy.
we're gonna jump to the mini-map, talk about the situation. 17 seconds left on P1. We're getting ready to go to P2, right? So when you're a good team, you're always thinking about how am I gonna make the rotation
Should not
a bit
been like
easier
that.
on myself, right? So you want to find some kills on rotation here. So up top, you have a BZ, and what they're trying to do is just kill 1 or 2 players and then send somebody around, which will be a BZ. We'll talk about it here in a moment. This is Kremp. His job is to make sure nobody sneaks through and flips us out or gets through P2, right? But FaZe have other plans for that. So we'll play it and we'll jump back into it after we watch the kill that happens. BZ finds one up top on attach, right? And now the trade battle goes down and Atlanta FaZe is losing it. But what happens is because Atlanta had applied a little bit of pressure, it now gives a BZ a window. You saw Kremp had to reposition to help the player in Hill kill the last player, right? So now BZ's gonna gun it over here towards Lighthouse and try to get to P2. And what happens is, by the time Kremp gets back, you see your minimap number 5. By the time he goes to check, BZ's already gone. He understands the timings, right? So once Kremp gets that visual and gets that info, you see all the players try to reposition to try to kill the player that crossed over here, right? BZ's already through. So now it gives Atlanta FaZe the opportunity to come up, find some easier kills on rotation, and then a BZ finds this kill and then has a massive comm here, right? So on P2, when it pops, this was during a listen, and you can go back and listen to it. There's 2 spawns in the back here. You can spawn out here, or you can spawn over here, right?
Yep.
So this would be the close spawn. What a BZ says is in the listening is he goes, I'm gonna wait and then I'm gonna push out deep. I'm gonna spawn them deep and then I'm gonna push out deep, right? So he's waiting, he's waiting, he's waiting. He knows they all spawned out deep. Now I'm gonna push out. And what he's done here is he set his team up for super easy kills. You got your ARs mid and you got Simp in the hill with an SMG right behind you, where these guys can see every single angle, right? So even if these guys get through and find these kills, you still have Simp with you to find those trades on hills. So easy kills for Jaws and Celium. They end up dying, but what happens here is, all right, now you got to deal with the Tiny Terrors and Lighthouse back against the corner. We're still going to win it, right? So the combo of skill, being able to get out of a hard situation, but also set your team up for easy kills is why they have done so well in the history of God.
Tiny Terrors plus a missile from Sib. I feel like whatever game Mac's in, this guy's never nice to them.
Simp also gets a 3-piece right after that.
It looked pretty good. No, excellent breakdown there, and after 2 games, we are knotted up for 1 apiece. Allie, you went with Cloud9.
I
you
did.
felt The upset incoming.
Yeah, no, girl, you going back to work.
They have to take the momentum from that S&D into this control because control has not been their strongest suit throughout the split, but it hasn't been bad either. 5-3 across the board. If we're spawning into another protocol, we're looking at 5-2. So they don't feel awful for Cloud9.
And do we get to a game 5?
I said 3-1.
Unpacking the meat.
Lock it in.
You know, like if you don't defrost the meat enough, that little pack in the middle stays stuck to the meat.
That's a huge map 2 window for Cloud9. Kind of talking about how this series layout
So
starts
she
to
fucking
move
just
as we get
throws
deeper
the
and deeper in
fucking
towards it.
meat in there
More
with
starts to
the
favor
fucking
Cloud9. So does feel like there's a little bit of onus
foam
here for
thing still
Atlanta to
on
come
it.
in, win this control, and they still have to steal a map from
Just
out of
tinfoil
really
over it,
Cloud9's
lets it
bag if we're
cook,
talking
and then
about map
takes
4,
the
map
meat
5.
off of that
Oh yeah, map
shit.
4, obviously Hacienda Hardpoint,
You guys
Atlanta
start
FaZe, that's
frying
their worst
mushrooms.
hardpoint. They have an overall record of 4-4.
And I don't know if she was trying to make hash browns with cheese. That was not hash
During the
browns with
Blackout 4
cheese.
season, that was one of their auto vetoes, but you got to get through this.
The bitch didn't even
control
flip the hash
first,
browns.
Where Atlanta FaZe did square up yesterday versus LAG on it.
And she
that
proceeds to
basically
make
told
the
you everything
play.
you needed to know
All
about
three,
Atlanta
right?
yesterday. They could stand
And then
strong on
dumps
defenses, but their attacks,
half
they
a
were a
ball
little
of
bit
A1
scattered.
sauce to
Didn't
one
really
player
have
and
strategic
half a
pushes
ball of
or
A1
were
sauce
forced
to the
do a
other.
lot of isolation gunfights, and you can't have that here because Cloud9, they're also decent on their defenses, but a little bit better on their
That's why I was like, nah, no.
It's gonna be a good one between both
Go
teams.
back to work.
That should be an absolute battle. And we've seen, again, just we talked about it in our first series.
Nope.
Breakoffs have mattered incrementally.
This is what I'm coming home to every day.
This map had started.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you're on the defensive
Better
side.
get
you
on
come
TikTok
away
and learn.
Cleanly, you're already spawn trapping opponents. So good patience here for Cloud9 losing the first blood. They're also going to get back, putting a little bit of pressure on towards A. Wow, I don't know how Attach doesn't win that gunfight, but the follow-up from Cloud9 is good. And now a chance for them to start to break out through P4 towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, look at how Atlanta FaZe are already playing on their defenses. Like, they know they are not going to be working their way through well. We can just cover over or at this A point. They've seen a couple fights to continue to go their way. Celium effective on the trade, but Sib looking like he's going to lock up at least his first segment here at A. But someone from Atlanta FaZe has something to say about it.
Yeah.
Celium strikes at the right time. First segment doesn't get locked.
Now Attach starts to look with wide eyes open, seeing if he can get on and finish his first tick at A. One kill allows him a chance to do that. Kremp looking away at the exact wrong time, but that first tick does get locked in. So Attach trying to find a way to kind of reform and set this thing up, maybe to get back over towards B. At least they've kept the spawn trap away, but this can't get out of really this kind of front hallway position.
Yeah, they kept the spawn trap away, but it's only 30 seconds now for you to work with. You're taking your sweet time on your approach. Now you got to hit the go button. You got to go. Attach and Sib, though, thankfully catch every single player pushed out to the spawn. So this should allow for a couple free segments here at B because Atlanta, they're not going to be close with those close spawns over towards both.
First tick in, battle over towards window, rages on.
Again.
The easy follow-up, one more right in front, but there's just no way you can contest this, I think, if you're Draza. It's going to give it a try, and that's where this zone will likely be converted on. Yeah, 3 ticks going to be locked, extra 60 seconds in.
And
Cloud9
Cloud9's actually here to play.
Yeah, now they only need 2 segments here at this 8 point. Just need a couple gunfights to go your way. To make that rotation a whole lot easier, they find the initial 2. You have already a lot of top plat control and a lot of top office control. Kremp is just going to roam around. Potentially find a couple more freebies, but
Draza
he
running
gets
around
trapped
with the
by the
sub.
side of Atlanta FaZe. 13 v 15 in lives remaining. Now C9 still or have a lot of mid-map control to work with.
Yeah, absolutely do. They shut down Abizi off the pitch. And now it's just down to reclaiming Fireplace as Draza tries to give it a battle. Sib right there to meet him. Awkward little slide out, though. Completely fools Sib, and Draza wins the gunfight. So second tick of progress at A. Not completed and even depleted just a touch. As we reset into a 12v11, now the numbers advantage starting to build for FaZe.
Oh yeah, and they're all in your face. Like, they're all in your spawn, covering every single angle. Mac, last player alive. Thankfully, you're able to get one before falling. But that's the first wave down. Atlanta FaZe have taken the live lead, up by 3. Celium knows there's still going to be pressure on him, but his job there is just keep them away as long as you possibly can until we come with a respawn.
Oh, nice win from Kremp. Little drop shot takes care of Simp. Mac also clearing things out. Well, I was going to say maybe through connector, but he's going to go a little bit further, and that's where he will meet the waiting guns of Celium. Simp. Little 1v1 with Draza again. Still can't find the better
Draza will shot that all day.
And in this 6v2, that second
There's
tick of
no
progress
fucks.
looks like it will elude Cloud9 in this offense unless they can find some way to sneak on upon a couple kills.
We've been grinding 8 and playing with SMGs, so this motherfucker will shot anybody.
Just walk away with 4 segments here. The way that Atlanta FaZe are playing that initial defense, allowing the game clock to play a big part, not really being super aggressive on
Much
certain
as a lot of
angles.
people hate Draza, like he's
And
actually
you allowed
good.
C9 one opportunity to find 3 kills.
Like, if you
in
go
their
and watch his
base
aids,
while they
like
already
this
had a
dude
player
like
pushed out
knows
of
a
their
lot.
spawn. To get all 3 segments done at B. The first one initially done at A.
He knows what people do. He knows how people will play.
Potentially gonna get none.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that
especially in search, like he's always the one calling,
for Cloud9,
like the plays.
It still does
to
feel
tell
like
people where to
Atlanta's
go.
putting on the pressure in all the right places to make life miserable. So, decent from both sides. I think both teams will be pretty pleased with how that all kind of unfolded. And now it's Cloud9's turn to see what they can do with the break off. Going to have some support with trophies, of course. That could be a huge impact.
Atlanta phase on the break off. We can send 2 players over through well side, have the trophy down, so no attacks are going to be able to be used
playing
from
rivals.
out of C9. And look at the slow approach here. I love this from Atlanta phase. They know, even C9 know, they're going to go B right off the rip. But instead of being the aggressors trying to set the tone early on, we play it patient, make them think that, oh yeah, you guys seeking control, you have a flank angle, and that at least allows for the first segment to be locked. Great initial start from Atlanta phase, but beautiful on the retake there from C9.
Yeah, the response from C9 is beautiful, but you're absolutely right. That kind of felt like an A bomb site break off from Atlanta, trying to play for some pressure there. So maybe just kind of mixing the playbooks just a touch. Simp in a little bit of trouble bottom bar and will be chased out by Simp. Really, honestly, I mean, again, considering how well structured that was from Atlanta, this has been an absolutely perfect response from Cloud9. They only lose the first 4, and now they're starting to scale deeper towards the Atlanta spawns.
You get a couple one-on-ones to go your way if you are Atlanta. Thankfully, Simp starts it off with the first one onto Kremp. BZ does fall over towards well side. C9, your job is just make it more difficult to even approach one of these points. 30 seconds left to go. Mac finds a double, and that instantly shuts down the play.
Yeah, this is going to have to be some sort of a pressure play, you would think, from the high ground around B. Good follow-up from a BZ that clears off one of the hallways. Cell also takes care of attach, but the key gunfight over towards office has not come through. Draza also dealt with on the B zone, and yeah, this has been immaculate from Cloud9. I mean, this looks as well structured as anyone else we've ever seen at the highest levels of Hacienda control, honestly.
Oh yeah, this is clean, man. This is a clean defense, but you don't want to allow it to get away from you with the final 5 seconds here. As Atlanta able to get a double stack going at the B point. You have Draza trying to watch over from top plat. Second segment is locked. C9 are going to give it up for free, but a team kill also is going to help the situation. Time should be extended. Atlanta phase with a late round heroics.
Yeah, I love that from Draza in particular. Not even playing on his own, but just getting Whoa, pause on that as a BZ is farming and spawn Sip on the other side, and Cloud9 are sitting here like, oh, where do we go? Getting absolutely shredded off a spawn, and you're gonna get the first tick and extra done on the A zone until eventually Draza and Cell have to kind of step forward and try to play for a couple more eliminations. Does Cell get the second tick? He does, and we'll find one more elimination before dropping 8v11. Still the numbers advantage for Cloud9.
Oh, thankfully C9 were able to find those kills out of their base. Even though you allowed 2 seconds to get away from you at that A point, you stabilize around the map. You already take a lot of map control away. Kremp and Attach already find the initial 2 kills, so if you're Atlanta phase with 6 lives remaining, you can't really afford any mistakes here.
10v5, 35 seconds. State of the game continues to build in favor of Cloud9. A BZ down low at Secret. Weak, tagged up. Sibs confirms the kill. And again, this front line of the Cloud9 defense is just going to be so difficult to get through. Sip may have one here. That could create some sort of a pathway, but you have to clear your other lanes, though. That's the other issue here. Cannot allow Cloud9 just to stay on your windows. And Draza gets to work trying to flush them out. 6v3. Follow-up kill, no, not going to happen in office. But the defense going to have to immediately respond to this play over the top of the zone. Attach good to clear it. Force it easy to jump on in. He'll be dealt with by too many Cloud9 members, and the defense will save it.
Defense stays alive again. Tied at 1, but now C9 are down by 1 segment. Somebody give Kremp the heads up that his camera's a little bit lean, or he might be too turnt right now. Even stare at his screen properly. But this situation right here, if you're Atlanta phase, you have to be able to capitalize more on it. You have a BZ who finds 3 around top office. Simp, realistically, even though he does find another kill off the respawn, if it's a 3 stack with the BZ making that play, that round is probably over with. But when you have 2 players committing for the kills, and then obviously 2 players on the point, the 2 players in the spawn drop, you're now forced to hop off to take that map control back. And it does allow them to have the stack, so he gave Cloud9 an opportunity, and they seized it. Now you're down by 1 segment.
Yeah, I mean, this really has been a tug of war, honestly, between both these 2 teams, because you're right. I mean, like, Atlanta's in a prime spot, you think, to finish off the A zone, but Cloud9 do what they need to do to battle back. So, yeah, it is one of those situations where both teams, again, are dealing with the punches thrown their way pretty nicely, following up with good plays of their own as Cloud9 will find a solid break off here at B. Abizi only gets one in connector. Now Sib has a chance to find himself in a position to stack up onto the B zone with his teammates.
Double stack going. You also have pressure over towards 10, but Krep chooses the wrong time to slide on out. 2 players for Atlanta FaZe were waiting for that play to develop.
Wow.
And now you're just banking on the last 2 guys at this B point to still find kills. If they can open up something, the player on the pinch, he would have got something done. But Atlanta FaZe, they find 3. They're taking the map back away, and now it's on Krep to just not allow him to do so.
He's finessing his life really nicely, though, trying to keep this contest alive at top window. Almost able to get the better of Sim, but that stun affects his ability to find the full tracking. Sib, other side of the halls. Gonna get a small look at the right hand of Celium, but nothing further. And we're down to 42 seconds. Still a tight game of the life count.
Yeah, only 1 segment earned inside of C9. Take a little bit of map control away, though, over towards that rock side. And this is what forces Atlanta FaZe now to focus on the OE. But now if you C9, cut your losses. Let's make our way over towards B. We should guarantee the second segment. You already have 10 pushed out once again, but Atlanta FaZe currently have them surrounded. This is not going to be easy to hold.
Yeah, second tick is all that will come through at the B zone. Still tight in lives. Nice route here from Krep. Can he keep his life, though? Stun just trying to get him out and give him some separation. That will work. The follow-up damage into Celium, who is able to secure at least a position at office to keep his life alive, but he cannot stop the play from Krep playing around the outside of patio. Oh, this is a big one.
No!
Cannot lock onto a BZ. Too slippery. Over the A zone. Sib also overwhelmed. A first tick is locked, but that looks like about all that Cloud9 will get.
Yeah, it's only 10 seconds left to go. Atlanta FaZe know where the pressure's going to come on in. You do have one player who hops on that A point, but with a BZ finding that double, no way in hell he's able to secure this segment. 3 go down. Not going to be able to touch the point, and Atlanta FaZe again stand strong on defense. This time a little bit better because they only give up 3 segments. Now you have 2 to make up for in your next attack.
Wow. This has been a really good Hacienda control from both sides. I mean, we've seen a lot of blowouts on this map, but this is an absolute battle. But advantage to Atlanta, especially after the conviction that they were able to throw into Cloud9 here in this 3rd round. And now it'll be the question of, can Cloud9 hold the line after they started off so solidly on their first defense? Atlanta able to sneak away the B zone and almost secure A as well. So just small little things that Cloud9 find a couple extra kills. Maybe that defense looks that much more solid.
Yeah, the break off needs to be better. Obviously, it was the slow, steady approach there for Atlanta FaZe that caught them off guard a little bit. This time, they're going to send 3 players over towards well. Best believe a trophy system is going to go down, so no tax are going to be useful. And Cloud9 said, screw challenging over the fences. We're going to take Secret again.
Yeah. This is going to pause Celium for a moment. He's got to be responsible for that top window position. Abizi tagged up at 10, but still alive. Colors outside the lines. And that's enough for him to get back onto the point now with a 2-man stack. Oh, make it a 1-man stack. Draws a falls quickly. Cell still supporting though at range. And you've got Simp floating around up top. And the BZ can stay alive. This will surely be the Z zone, but Mac is making that a lot more difficult than it may seem.
Dude, he's dancing though. Like the fact that he's still alive in this scenario is insane to me. And he's still finding kills on 6 in a row. Don't allow him to get this segment if you are C9. Last second contest and a BZ finds a kill, but does not secure the final segment. So Cloud9 able to strike at the right time, but once you can take care of a BZ, now you also got to worry about
what the
Sim.
fuck was that
Exactly.
jump?
It's just such a baton pass between the 2 of them. And that will be the B zone
like,
as Matt
Sim
can really only
runs
try to
through
contest for office control.
top. Well, they're
23
playing
points, 18
Hacienda.
as well. 5 point advantage
Runs
for
to
Atlanta.
top their bar, goes to plat, jumps off like the little rail for the stairs, and homie just fucking goes so high.
Yeah, now the double stack is good enough. You know, at least 3 players are coming off the respawn. Selling your job is to just watch our cross from top.
It was a crazy bunny hop that he
He
did.
loses this initial gunfight. The teammates still good enough to find 3 in the feed. Your
He looked like he touched the diving board.
You're gonna turn this into a 1-on-1, but Sib says no. I gotta wait. I gotta wait.
So I was like, what the fuck was that?
Playing over the top of the open hallway.
It's the way he did it. Just looks so clean.
With them, Cloud9 just cannot get back in time to read where Atlanta are and how they want to challenge the zone.
Because he was able to jump so high that he literally like went past the tin roof.
Legitimately both teams going punch for punch with one another, but in those clutch key moments, Atlanta just turning up when they need to most on their first offense to secure B, and then of course the B's right here on their second offensive attempt, just floating and staying alive through tin and backing around to help not just capture B, but also help the final stack on A.
Man, that dynamic duo of the Tiny Terrorists just made the plays. Like, it's as simple as that. Atlanta FaZe, they said, okay, you guys can find that first kill. You guys can take secret control. But in order to contest this here at the B point, you actually got to jump out the window to challenge those gunfights, because we're not going to give them up for free. And then when you got players like Abizi, aggressive, takes control of 10, finds kill after kill, goes on 6 in a row, doesn't even allow that third segment to be locked, but his play was so impactful on the map that you allow Simp to reposition himself, to find himself flanking through top plat, close out that B point with a double. And then every single time, Cloud9 are going one by one off their respawns. You get soloed out from top office, Crep there for the trade, and you challenge on the Cellium, you lose that gunfight. The player goes over towards Rock, you lose that gunfight. And that's all the information that Atlanta FaZe need. There's 3 players coming off the respawn. We can get the double stack going. We know where the pressure's going to come on in. And eventually the gunfights go their way to close out the map. Finally, you get an offensive dub. Now you're up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, and there's also, again, something to keep in mind. We hadn't brought this up in real time, but you kind of see it there in the highlight package. One of the things that Atlanta was one of the innovators of when it comes to Hacienda control is running with at least 3 SMGs on offense, and draws a number of moments in this highlight reel on the offensive side of the map where he's running another Jackal, closing things down through top patio or over towards secret stairs, whatever it happens to be. And even there, you see Stellium with an SMG as well. It's just get the extra tempo, get the extra speed, force these gunfights up close and personal. And on the other side, I mean, I think that everyone's probably going to look at it and see it from the scoreboard. Attach just was not able to get set up for too much. He was 11 and 22.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. Like you said, when you have 3 to 4 SMGs on the map at once, because Atlanta FaZe, no, we were late on a couple cuts, but with the SMG, it gives us a better chance of winning those gunfights that we're basically not preferred to win. So just setting the pace, didn't allow Attach to really stabilize on the map or hold down a power position because how aggressive Atlanta FaZe were. Now you're down 2-1 in the series. You're going into a Hacienda hardpoint, which has been a bread and butter for Cloud9. They have figured out this map, and in Atlanta FaZe, this is one that they are currently working on to make sure they're prepared at Major 2.
And I think, you know, when you look at that from Atlanta's standpoint, you know, we know that this team is often primed to, in these late stage qualifier matches, throw in a map that is really good for your opponent and really work yourself out on it. But I mean, for Cloud9, we kind of talked about it and saw it in some graphical representation. There is a chance that you could pull this series out and find yourself in a multi-team tiebreaker situation at the top at 5-2 with 3 other squads. So the ability to go from middle of the pack seed to a possibly top 4 seed is right there at the door knocking for you. And of course, the ability to say that, hey, we can still hang with this Atlanta team, because the last time they played them was at the end of Major 1 qualifiers, where Atlanta was trying maps and Cloud9 just wasn't quite able to get it done in 5. So it feels like kind of a similar situation
remove
here.
their lashes for
And
a
that was like
masculine look.
a different version of this Cloud9 roster.
Correct.
That was this Cloud9 where Sid wasn't him. Attach was playing for kills, but couldn't really find them. The SMGs always with a shining light, crept in S&D and then Mac, and every single one of the respawns. But this version of Cloud9, when you have the sling, you can square up against anyone. It's just you need to be able to bring that sling. We didn't see it in map number 1. A lot of the
people
SMGs
nowadays, bro.
maps. On a map like Hacienda, where they find themselves usually making a lot of great plays, a majority of them come off that rotation. Being a team set up early, you need to do that, because Atlanta FaZe outclassed you.
Where did we go
every
wrong?
single aspect in map number 1 besides one hill. You need to be the team early on a map like Hacienda to put yourself in the driver's seat.
And again, like we talked about kind of when we were talking
I know what
through
happens.
those
Stop
points
spanking
about
our children.
rotation. Yes, Cloud9 overall through the stage is the second best team at rotating, except for on protocol. They are 11th there.
That's what
Everywhere else, they're essentially top 3, and Vault they're also not particularly great at, but they only played it twice, and they lost it on an average of 1 point, so that kind of is what it is. But here on a map like Hacienda, they have been one of the league's best in terms of being able to set themselves up for success. So can they find a way to do that here and get them to a skyline search where, again, the conversation would tilt to their advantage if we talk about stats, but I don't know. It just feels like these two teams are in an absolute battle right now, really, except for the protocol hardpoint where Atlanta just came out swinging.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Battle, man. Like,
fucking ASAP Rocky performed on the
SMGs,
helicopter
every single
last
person on
night.
Cloud9 in that control besides Attach had their moments. But now everyone needs to try to turn up here if you want to try to force this game. Number 5.
Pretty dope.
Atlanta
Like
face
the whole,
starting off
like
on
the whole
preferred
area is
side.
like pitch
For
black,
that
and all you
P1
see is the
to P2
helicopter
chain,
above
they
the
find the
stage.
initial kills. They find the initial 2, and now you can instantly just hop in the hard point with all 4 dead.
Yeah, it's an absolutely picture perfect break off. And now look at the zone of control. Simp can play over.
All right, see, we win it off right here. That's what we wanted.
Looking over towards P3, and there's just no route for Cloud9 to hit besides up the gut where Draza is. So good battle back here.
Oh, 3 dead.
Talking about it, Atlanta's putting themselves in the right positions, but Cloud9 dealing with this. They get 4 down in their own right, and now 20 seconds remain before we start looking towards P2.
Yeah, thankfully Mac was able to catch that timing on the Simp through rock side, find that kill, and also find the second. So that's going to allow C9 to potentially walk away with all this time remaining here at P1, but they said, all right, we have to push through. We have to guarantee this P2 side. Simply right now, they are outnumbered. You need a couple gunfights to go your way. Mac finds the first. Simp going to be the aggressor. He finds a double. This is a massive sequence here for C9.
Yeah, really good stuff from Sib. He just got a couple
Oh,
of
these are
tags
weird
over the top
gunfights
with
FaZe is
his
running
railing,
into.
and then just pops up and ends up colliding onto 2 FaZe members. So, yes, you're going to get the opening time. No, you will not get the spawns, though. Good help from Attached over the top. Mac pops up out of nowhere, and that's enough to find trades that will eventually allow Cloud9 to reinforce, and Mac finds himself on 5 in a row.
Yeah, and this has been a struggle so far on the entire season for Atlanta. Their break attempts on a map like Hacienda are basically dead last in the league. Their hold percentage is also 9th, so everything besides rotation is a struggle for them. You can already tell in their second break attempt, they go 4 dead again. So now C9 have themselves a nice little lead. Got to put yourself up by 60 to 70 points off the rotation anew. You at least have 1 player from Atlanta FaZe spawning out that old HP, but you need to win these gunfights, especially if you're Sib in this overextension position.
Yeah, he can't do too much. He's already been tagged, and they're, of course, FaZe are going to know where he's in position, so you can see them kind of moving their setup to make sure the furthest Cloud9 member forward can't slip behind. And, well, may not make a difference. Sib snaps and just completely destroys a BZ. That's going to move the spawns around, and now have Cloud9 looking for a break attempt, but losing members. It's just the ARs left alive.
Gotta slide on in, though. Gotta try to slide on in. Don't allow all this time to get away from you, Mac. At least able to alleviate a little bit of that pressure crept from top plat, keeps him alive. Turning into a 2v2. Mac's been able to regen. Mac making another great play. This is the guy that we saw in the beginning of the season for this C9 roster. A 9-4 start. Yeah, that's how you do it there for the SMG.
Yeah, the much better turnaround from what we saw in map number 1. Literally night and day difference, but FaZe, considering the fact that Cloud9 are cooking, are really putting themselves in a ballpark to continue to not really be down that much. They're going to get the scrap time of about 10 to 15 seconds. You've already got players winning gunfights over towards new, and you're looking at about a 20-point game, but Atlanta a chance to try to get this thing back by way of initial time here at 4.
Oh,
but a BZ stalls a little bit more time and also finds a kill. Keeps the trade effect going, and now the rest of the teammates are here to help you. Back with a phenomenal start, is able to earn himself the Hellstorm. You're going to try to approach your way from the front side of Lambo. You do have 1 player as well who spawns over towards both, so let's wait for Attach on this pinch. No, he gets spread out.
Wait, did they shoot it out?
So now it's just down to how much could Kremp produce from the front.
Someone shot it out. Oh my god.
Little wag, able to find 1. The follow from BZ is good, and he's got to read that Cloud9's quickly.
I could have used this one. Somebody shot it out.
Atlanta, 2 primed and ready. And how about the support from the nades over
It was about to hit the hill, and
four.
someone just shoots it.
I don't know if they fully know that Kremp is as close as he is, but I don't even know if
They
Atlanta
didn't
care
get to
about
kill
that. They're already
nobody.
playing for top high ground control around D1.
And it was going straight to the rock.
Rotation over towards no, but if you see 9, you can still fight. To the very end of this P4, you found the initial
Wow, did not know you could shoot out the air.
Trades, and Simp almost puts on a highlight reel play. Thankfully, you're able to find a trade because he simply runs out of ammo. And at the end of the first rotation of hardpoint, you're down by 10. You've been out rotated to at least 2 to 3 money hills. You'll take that if you're C9.
Oh, without question. It's kind of, again, like we were talking about in the control, and even in moments of the search and destroy, it's like you're looking at teams that, again, Cloud9 feel like they're running away with this game, but Atlanta keep themselves within 20 points, and now you're all of a sudden turning scrap to initial here at P1, and you're up by 20 points. It's just the swings of this game are so tight. The lead swaps have also been pretty hand-in-hand, back and forth as we get into the final 20, and now the rotational battle starts to come through.
Oh, and Simp wins a big one-on-one gunfight there versus Attach to secure this side of the map for his team. 15 seconds still to fight for around that mid P1 area, but Atlanta FaZe said you can have that. We have all the map control to set us up properly for that next HP. Even when you find that kill, he's going to spawn right next to us. So Atlanta FaZe are just bunkering up for this first push.
Slide out comes through. What a win from Max. Immediate pressure now over to Draza's direction. Has to get the trophy system down. He's also the one currently responsible for the cross at mid lobby as well. But nice moment from Draza. Finesses just enough over the top of the statue hedge to find himself two. Atlanta can now send their forces forward and just deal with this inevitable hit that's still coming off the middle of the map.
Yeah, C9 next time around, you just need to take a little bit of a deeper route around the back. They all try to cut their way through lobby, and Draza was able to line up a double, instantly shut down that first attempt. Finally, a little bit pressure towards the back end, but it's only 25 seconds to go. Atlanta FaZe are more than happy to hold this from the front side, trap you towards the back side, so they have an easier rotation over towards new.
Good win through the middle of the map, though. Cloud9 can start to create an opening, not only to try to hit the scrap time, but they could also send someone on rotation if they want to. And wow, how about both things at once? Why don't you? Grab able to get two. Sib shut down as Mac was right there to help follow up after the weird Omni movement. And now all of a sudden, New York starting to put the pressure on Atlanta as they try to rotate through, and we head to a Cloud9. Listen in.
Front well. Front corner. Front in as well. I win you. Front dead. Missing one outer maybe. You stop you. Top cat. Cut spawn secret. Secret in. Front spawn. I'm on the L pinch. I spawned out. Nothing hit. Outer one shot. I got your punch up. Ivy. Punch up. Ivy. Platin's Ivy. Platin left. Dead. I'm running Ivy. One bullet. Drop. Yeah, close down. Cat me already. Cat cell. One shot cat, okay?
Damn, cell.
One was Cabo. We should take their side. We should not rush it. They already beat us new. Alright, I flipped. Get off the hole. Dip for 10. Hold that rock as well. Cat, one shot went close. One shot went close. Yeah, I'm popping up on this guy close. He went close. He went their side close somewhere. One's there. Two open hall. New. One shot new. There's two. Okay, three new then. Two open, one new. Yo, there's two open hall in you. Okay. I don't see him open window. I spawned Lambo. We got you. Nice. One spawn behind us. Yeah. One spawn behind us. I'm going there second. You're going. Me and Dylan are con. Open one shot going con. Wayne checkers. I'm waiting checkers for you. Last round. I'm sliding. Close corner. Weak. Every outer. One shot. One more. I'd be front or con. Every front side. Okay. Every big one. Get con. I have his front. Outer MC. One's going con right now. Two of them open, get ready. Three. Outer open. Every side still. One more. Nice. Flip. I'll put you open, yep. I'll drop here, Dante. Stop throwing me. Dead. I'm one chair. I'm getting you a secret. My spawn boat. They can go close. Alright, yeah, I'm getting it. Hold down. I have your secret. I didn't hit too close of anything. You stop off. Go back to close. MC, first one. Bow hedge, going, wrapping off the steps. Off the steps.
Turn around, Sip. What are you doing?
I mean, what an inspiring moment from Cloud9. I think this whole thing starts with the immediate listening where, oh, they're going to beat us to new. I spawned out, we flip. Let's just play for old. They get the scrap time. You eventually set up the break attempt through 4, and all of a sudden we're tied.
Yeah, and it's all on Mac and Kremp, man. The fact that it's a 2v3 scenario, you're thinking, all right, Kremp, you're the only player pushed out towards Lambo. You probably want to wait for your teammates to try to help you. But he goes for the contest, draws the attention
this
for
close
the Atlanta
with attach being
players,
double
and then
negative
Mac
right now.
through the mid double door to get them right back into this game. Only going to be down by about
11
15
and 20.
points.
Well, 12 and 20 now.
Over at the P1, you're currently in the hard point. You currently have the sponsors you want for P2 side. This is going to be a barn burner of a finish.
Tangled up right there is Mac. Sib trying to play for new a little bit earlier than I think.
BZ, you gotta win that, bro.
Win it outright. Kremp with 2, Sib with the 1 over the top of the hard point, and now all of a sudden, Mac can kind of zone a little bit forward to make sure no one's playing through well side, and Cloud9 can start to get comfortable behind P2, except for the fact the hard point's not open yet, and attach spawns in Narnia.
Oh yeah, so now if you are
Sib spawned out
make sure we block
attach.
those spawns where my teammates are causing mayhem through the front door. Puts himself in a position without even getting the kill. Everybody else through the front side is clutching up on their one-on-ones, but Cloud9 still in a very opportunity situation here. You find the initial 2 kills, you're bombarding your way through the side door, you're running your way through the front door, and they're already in the hard point. Atlanta FaZe could not hold after the great play there from Sim.
But they're still spawning close. Now you've got a 4v1 situation. How much can Kremp take before he eventually gets overwhelmed? One is not bad off the cross attach. Finally able to secure the kill. Follow-up not fully there, though. So Atlanta continue to reinforce. 3 members large inside the hard point. Cloud9 off the pinch as attach will take down another.
Oh, I was about to say, Draza, you only have 2 bullets, but never mind. I guess that's broken.
Mark, unless Kremp can essentially win this.
I was like, ain't no way he's challenging with 2 bullets.
Rotation already. That's key scrap time for Cloud9, who have numbers on rotation.
Yeah, he was able to sneak his way
Must
through
be
lobby
either
when 3 players from
P3
Atlanta
banger or
were approaching
P4.
that side.
Definitely gonna be a bang out here.
Last 10 seconds, so C9 win the rotation over towards New, get a little bit of scrap time to still keep this game very, very close. And now Atlanta FaZe are forced to break their way right from the front side of fences. They at least do it for now, but Attach still here to contest.
Yeah, big double from Attach. He's had a slow game, but that double right there, 2 of the most important kills he could have found, because now Cloud9 off the quick spawns are right back into the hard point. No trophy systems down. Pinch also developing as Atlanta are finding success breaking from the front and simultaneously, trying to get Selim around the back. Not the case though, he's shut down. Contest is in, 232.09. A small dive from Sip, not gonna work out. Tags through the wall as Draws is in trouble, or is he? Selim able to help support. Kremp also caught, but Cloud9 look good for the final 18. We're going to rock.
Yeah, and C9 was just thinking, okay, we got to contest this. We do not want to lose here. Once we don't have an opportunity to lose here, we have to start cutting our losses and think about that rotation towards New.
Here we go.
For the first
Oh,
kill.
BZ, turn around there.
But it's a big one-on-one and a hard point.
There we go.
Oh, and BZ's able to find the win. Sib also reveals his positions with shot up top towards
Too
Art.
dead.
And that's enough for BZ to follow up and allow Draza just to soak the hard point time. Now back into the hill we go. Cloud9 largely trying to stack this from the front, but nade stuns are all landed. That trophy system does not get down in time, but doesn't matter. Kremp already in for one. He finds himself the second. Can he find all 3? How about that from Kremp? Selling the next one over
Oh
the
my
top.
god, they fucking broke him. Holy shit.
Atlanta are stalled at 241.
And now
Oh
if you're C9,
shit.
no one scam. You're looking for the initial kill to go your way. Long routes are developing on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Celium strikes for the verse. Abizi just drawing attention, but his teammates on the other side are not.
Oh, good win, Abizi.
It's another one-on-one.
Kremp, is he able to win the first one?
Oh, then they broke him again.
Quickly though from Attach, cannot get the Jackal up and ready. Back from the front, able to contest it at 240.
Oh my god.
Last couple of members for Cloud9 trying to work their way in. It's Sid, the hero. He's able to find
Oh my god.
hits him with the pistol.
Oh, let's look at the contest.
Cloud9 now have to also play off.
Oh my god, it's going to
P1.
P1.
Can they get here to stop Selim from winning the game of the new
Oh,
hard point? And the answer is no.
GG's.
250, 240.
3-1 FaZe.
It's March, and we've got madness before we jump
Ooh,
into
that was a little
Major 2.
scary, dude.
Let me take a breath after that one, Alan, because
That was a little scary, bro.
C9
240 to 250.
right, man, but the biggest thing that you're looking at after a 4 dead, at the Money Hill and P4 is the first kill to go your
Cloud9
way,
ended
man.
up
It's as
scamming
simple as
P4.
that. Celium strikes first, even though Abizi is stalling so much time over towards both sides. His teammates couldn't find kills. They found
Sib
just
wasn't being
enough to
aggressive.
make
He was
it a
letting
one-on-one.
Abizi play with him, bro.
And then it's Traza, Mr.
Because he gets like a ton of shots on Abizi. Abizi hides behind the corner, throws a stun, and proceeds to throw a nade knowing that Sib is going to chow him.
Right behind him.
And then Abizi gets the
FaZe
kill.
able to edge out again on another hot
Like
shit
smart play
hard
by
point
Abizi right
by
there.
a 10-point win. They get the series W, but Cloud9,
Because he's the one
if you
that
were
spawns
shooting
on
like
both
that
sides,
at
so
map
he has
number
the
one,
pinch
this
play
could have been a
while
way,
Draza and
way
everybody else is
different
coming from the
series.
other side.
This was still an absolutely intense one, though.
So Abizi needed to win that fight, and he did, thankfully.
Be a contender moving into Major 2. Not quite able to get over the hurdle of the
Otherwise,
top
we
4
would have
teams,
gotten
I
to
think,
game
based on
5 for
power
sure.
rankings and standings yet. The loss here to Atlanta. They also lost to Vancouver, lost to LA Thieves.
That was crazy.
A couple of moments where you look at them and say, not quite fully there yet, but the protocol search and destroy was clean. The Hacienda control I thought was winnable, and obviously a 10-point game on a Hacienda hardpoint, still winnable. I think there's also a level though you have to look and say, Attach not the cleanest of starts in the control or in this hard point, just not able to get settled, and maybe it's just a level of just trying to keep up with the tempo that Atlanta's throwing at this Cloud9 team right now.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing you need to focus on if you are C9, is to make sure if we're able to bring it with the slaying, our fundamental, our game plan is right there with any team. Just when you're lackluster in that category, that's where you start off slow in the series. Can't have that at Major 2.
Well, we kind of knew that there were going to be 2 teams that we really had our eyes on going into Major 2. They will come in as the number 1 and number 2 seeds, LA Thieves and Atlanta. Those 2 that are looking likely to possibly find each other again in Texas. That'll do it for the qualifiers, though. To the desk to wrap up the day.
Yes, we just have a major in front of us next week now, and we have our bracket set. Atlanta FaZe get the job done, but their stranglehold on Respawn, it's starting to loosen up. The rest of the league catching up, And you're all smiles. After this game, you said that was electric.
Yeah, that map was absolutely electric, man. I mean, you saw Atlanta FaZe like prioritize the P2. It feels like it's been a hill that's hurt them on this map a lot. And got to keep in mind, this is their worst hardpoint map, right? So they've continuously played it in every series, trying to get good at it. And I think they've finally gotten there because Cloud9, man, this is a team that has liked Hacienda, and they took them to the brim, namely Kremp. Dude, he was on another level today.
Allie, what we love about this community is the wild takes. We saw one that said Kremp needs to be dropped by Cloud9. Thoughts?
I felt that. Listen, I kind of felt leaning towards that way as we were leading up to this match from the side of Cloud9, just because of the inconsistencies. Like, he's been discussing at Search and Destroy, but it doesn't feel like it had been translating to the respawns. But the end of this hard point out of Kremp was just unreal. He's the reason that game got so close. I mean, getting the 4 in that P4 was unbelievable. Gave Cloud9 the spark to maybe make the upset to push that map number 5. This was an absurd ending to this hard point.
Yeah, I mean, he found 4 kills, right? And it was like trading blows back and forth because Abizi was doing that all game as well.
Yeah.
In this situation, Sib just loses a gunfight. He falls into the trap. He wants to kill Abizi so bad and pushes the envelope, and then Abizi just kind of waits and wins that one. But they're able to get back to the hill. They're able to fight back. These guys did not want to go down without at least trying to contest here. Sib responds with a 2-piece, and then it's Draza right back at it with another 2 of his own. Atlanta FaZe and Cloud9 just trading blows here on this rock hill. I love it, man. The passion was just showcasing across the board for these teams. Neither one wanted to lose this.
Kremp with a pop-off performance. Draza answers back. Atlanta FaZe waiting for the rotation. Well done. They take both respawns. And now we have something to talk about his hardpoint performance. Cell, welcome to the winner's circle once again. You guys will finish the qualifiers at 6-1. Other than that Vancouver matchup, you guys looked pretty clean. How do you feel the team is playing going into Major 2?
I mean, I'm feeling confident. I mean, our team is always grows and gets better in my opinion. So, I mean, if we just fix up on our teamwork and stuff like that, I think we're chilling.
MC, the slaying has been unreal in this series from the side of Atlanta FaZe. Out of all of your teammates, who would you not want to have to match up versus in a 1v1?
I would probably say Chris. I think playing him in the one-on-one gunfight just aids. But I mean, honestly, all my teammates are gross. So like any of them on their day is like the best. So.
MC, I remember in the last stage, you know, coming out of the rut you guys had, we kept asking you in the interviews, like, what are you guys doing? You just kept saying hard work, hard work, hard work. Have you guys got any new practices in, like things you're doing to improve going into this Major 2?
Yeah, I mean, our team's still doing the same stuff we did Major 1, plus added more, you know, just obviously we're doing the hard work part, but we're trying to focus on like our teamwork and fundamentals and stuff like that. So that's what we're trying to work on right now.
What does that entail? Is that just going into VOD, having discussions, or is there anything special that you think you do as opposed to the rest of the league?
Yeah, I mean, just going to VOD, you know, doing the basics, like just doing extra stuff that other teams don't do, you know, just doing the extra shit.
Okay.
Selim, who are we excited to slam in Texas?
Hey.
I mean, I'm excited to play LA Thieves again because obviously I think they're the best team right now. So I want the rematch from Major 1. So excited for that one if we get to play him.
All right, tell Abizi he's naughty. He might get fined after tonight.
I got you.
Cheers, buddy. That's Selim.
Yeah,
that is Atlanta FaZe with another W, and they now finish in the number 2 spot. Let's take a look at everything that happened on the day. Optic, Texas, host of Major 2. They win game 1. Pred goes on to lead the lobby in KD. He drops 40+ kills in the game 4 to send them to that W. Is Optic back, Allie?
They might be. I mean, it might have literally just taken.
Yes or no? Is Optic back,
We can't say that.
Fine,
No.
yes, Optic is back. You guys were going to go to Major 2. They're going to be unreal.
Should have said
They're gonna
no.
be steamrolling teams. No matter what answer I give you, you seem to hate it.
I'll probably argue, yeah. You're right. Keep going, sorry. So Optic's around.
Yeah, Optic's around. I wanted to say that I think it's the best that it happened in their last matchup. I think right before the Major, if it was going to be any of the wins, it shouldn't have been one in the middle of this qualifier. The fact it was the very last one, and they did it in such a way through these respawns, I think left everybody, and through Pred, left everybody with a good taste in their mouth heading into Major 2. So excited to see what the Green Wall does, excited to see what they do with the crowd behind them, and hopefully they are on a trend upwards.
Reminder, these are the world champs. They'll be starting in the elimination bracket on Friday, but you can see the ring ceremony featuring the Australian on Thursday. Pred back, doubling his previous KD. You'll love to see it, Ant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Pred taking over was good for them. Obviously, like, he brings the swagger and confidence to this team that helped them get a ring, right? So he's going to be able to come into this tournament extremely confident, and hopefully they can make a historic run in front of that fan base.
And I saw this win coming, and I saw the Vancouver win coming. You still have faith in Minnesota Rocker, but how long should that faith last?
They got to find some individual consistency. I think when you have Estriel playing how he is, the fact that you're not capitalizing on it is just unfortunate, man. Like, this is the best he's played since we've seen him across his short 2-year career. But for Nero, he's usually the guy that's popping off and taking over games. And it begs the question, like, is there room for both of them in that town, right? Nero kind of plays that aggressive role. Who's the pop-off player? And with Estriel doing it, does Nero have to adjust his play style now that Estriel has found consistency, right? So I think they have some things they need to figure out in VOD. I think you keep this roster without question, but you have to watch VOD and you have to try to improve it and figure out who you're going to play around.
I disagree, but I will say...
What do you disagree with?
That they should keep this roster, but that's an opinion I'll keep to myself until after.
Hater, bro. She just wants everybody to blow it up,
They
dude.
could spawn in and prove me wrong.
They're in winner's bracket.
But they've just been kind of stagnant through Major 2 qualifiers. I feel like they might have hit their ceiling a little bit when it comes to Minnesota in this game. So I hope they prove me wrong come major time, but I don't want to be too hard.
Listen, the team's not getting paid an extreme bag. And it shouldn't be demanded to perform like they're getting paid an extreme bag.
Let's take a look at our
They have
KD
delivered so far.
leaderboard. Hydra tops everybody. Selling from Atlanta FaZe right behind him. And Estriel on the struggling Minnesota squad is number 3 man in the league. Stage 2 officially done. What does that mean? We're now going into the Major 2 bracket with these 8 teams facing off.
LA Thieves versus Breach, Ravens versus Surge, FaZe versus Rocker, Ultra versus New York for winners.
It's kind of like 3 versus 4, you could say. A lot of people would say. And then the bottom side of the bracket,
calling
FaZe
LA
versus Ultra Texas
Surge.
semifinal. We know the history of that matchup in the CDL.
Atlanta
FaZe and Ultra.
dodges Vancouver Surge, at least until the winners bracket final. You'll love to see that if you're a FaZe fan. Here's how it all breaks down Thursday, day 1, down in Allen, Texas. If you don't have your tickets, I think you can still get them, but you should have had them already.
You should have had them already.
Before we go,
let's go.
Shout out to a very special man. He's been crunching the numbers and he was counting his candles. He's up to 42.
This is all the stuff he prepared on his birthday for us. I mean,
42.
Easy Mac.
Look at all these. This is all Easy Mac everywhere, all day, every day.
Make it rain
That's
for
my
Easy
bestie
Mac.
right there. I ask for anything, he's got it like that.
Let's put a donation link on your Twitter. Easy Mac, thank you for all you do for the Call of Duty League. We can't wait to see your beautiful faces in just 1 week. We'll see you on Thursday down in Allen, Texas.
All right, YouTube chat, that's gonna go ahead and do it for me this weekend, man. Like I said, I will not catch you guys on Twitch and Kick this today. I'm gonna work on some things, get my PC situated, and get some things organized, and get some editing done and stuff like that. So, like I said, be on the socials later as to what the updates are for the week and everything, and as far as the new schedule that's going to be starting to happen coming this week. So, just be on the socials and be ready for that. All right, but like I said, no stream on Twitch and Kick today. I will see you guys over on Twitch and Kick on Monday for some Monday Night Raw, and possibly to start the week off, we'll probably play some COD Rex. All right, and then you guys will see what we'll be getting into for the rest of the week. Alright, but until then, chat, appreciate y'all hanging out, appreciate y'all showing love like always, man, and I'll definitely catch you guys on the next one, baby. You guys have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys here for some CDO when it comes to the major one, man. Love y'all's faces, and I'll see y'all on the next one, baby. Peace, peace.